So, Chris, how good is your memory?
It gets worse as I get older, which I've become aware of, which is kind of frustrating. It's pretty good. I have a pretty good visual memory, but I have a tendency to remember, if I see a film and I remember it 6 months later, I tend to remember it reversed, as in left to right of the frame, which is a sort of peculiarity I've noticed in my memory, which is kind of weird. I'm very interested in the process of memory and the way it can be distorted and all the rest. And I know that Guy, the same as me, in going through making the film, we went through an intense process of questioning our own memories and the way it works. And I sort of came out the other side very much less confident of the way my memory worked than before. And then the script and Leonard's systems and the way the plot points come together relating to memory, they are just extrapolations of the way I try and help my short-term memory myself. I write phone numbers in my hand, and I take notes, and, I have souvenirs of things, and I use photography and all these different aids to kind of, help me live life. And once you start identifying them, you start to realize that your process of memory is not as good as you hoped, and it's much more interpretive than you realized. And one of the things we were trying to do in the film, by putting people as firmly as possible into Leonard's head, we were really trying to make the audience question their own process of memory a little bit, the way we did while we were making the film.
It's a movie about an investigator who doesn't know anything. That's a pretty interesting idea.
Yeah, I thought so when my brother told it to me. It was based on a short story that my brother Jonah was writing that's just been published in Esquire magazine. And he told it to me about 3 years ago while we were driving from Chicago to Los Angeles. He said, I'm working on this story, and it's about this guy with this condition. He can't make new memories, and he's looking for revenge. He's looking for the guy who killed his wife. And I just thought it was such a fantastic idea, such a way into the film noir genre, a way to kind of reassess some of the over-familiar tropes, really. And, I said to him, well, can I take it and write a screenplay from it while you work on your story, and get it the way you want? And he said yes, which was lucky, because I think it took him as long to finish writing the story as it did for us to finish making the film. But he finished it in the end, and it turned out great. But it's very different from the film. It
is very different, but
yeah.
We talked before about this a little bit, and I think there's a similar sense of desperation in both the script, or the movie, I guess, and in his story, too.
Yeah, I think there's a similar sense of desperation. I think the story represents kind of the point of origin, kind of the backstory for the film in a way. And the other thing that Jonah and I collaborated on that he really created was the website for the film, which is at otnamem.com, which is memento spelled backwards. And he put this website together that it doesn't really give any information about the film particularly, but it creates a narrative link between the world of his story and the world of the finished film, which I think is kind of interesting.
How do you end up describing the film to people who haven't seen it? I mean, what do you say when they say they've heard about it and they want to have you tell them what it is?
Sure. Well, I say it's a psychological thriller about a guy who can't make new memories, who's looking for revenge. And the story is told in as subjective a way as we were able to do. We really tried to put the audience into the head of the protagonist and make them experience some of his confusion and uncertainty and paranoia.
But it's weird, too, because it's definitely a film with the most unreliable of unreliable narrators.
Right. Well, I've always been interested in that particular story element or narrative element, that of the unreliable narrator, particularly when you are given very strongly that narrator's point of view through the film. But to me, it had always been a problem to come up with the appropriate reason for the narrator being unreliable. Because to me, it's never been interesting enough, if the guy is just lying or if he's dreaming or, whatever. But in this idea of my brother's, I found a sort of perfect jumping off point to explore that method of storytelling, that idea of seeing the world through this very distorted point of view of one particular person.
How do you prepare for making a movie like this? Do you see movies or the film noirs? You look at Out of the Past or Double Indemnity or something like that just to get yourself sort of centered, or what do you do?
No, I try not to be too conscious in my influences, particularly when working with such a specific genre, because I do think the film is a film noir. You know, people sometimes ask me if I think it's a film noir as if I would take objection to that, but I don't. You know, I'm very comfortable with that. But I try not to you know, be too conscious about what I'm being influenced by. But when I look back at the film, I see plenty of things that I've grown up watching. I mean, you mentioned Double Indemnity. That's certainly a film that there are, you know, things from in this film. And I think the film, to a certain extent, is a combination of that kind of material, those kind of tropes and story elements, with some of the more experimental narrative and editing rhythms of people like Nicholas Roeg, or right back to Orson Welles and people like that.
You say Nicholas Roeg, though, and I find myself really thinking of Don't Look Now
Right.
when I see this, especially when the end, which makes it feel kind of like a parable in the way that Don't Look Now is kind of one, too.
Yeah, I think it was more with my first film, Following, where it was a non-linear structure. People often refer to Memento as having a non-linear structure, but it isn't. It's very linear, more so than a conventional film. You actually can't remove a scene from the film because each scene depends on its relationship with the preceding scene and the one that follows. It's totally linear. It's just reversed, essentially. So where the element of time and the distortion of time, I think, comes into it is that in really trying to put the audience into Leonard's mindset, you sort of enter into his confusion as to the sequence of events and also as to the overall time period that the film is taking place in. It seems to be a film that's very difficult for people to figure out what the time that's passed over the length of the story, you know, what time period it is, whether it's a couple of days or weeks or whatever. And to me, that was entirely appropriate because when I looked into the real-life condition, that is very much a feature of it in real life. When somebody loses the ability to process information in the conventional way, when they lose the ability to, you know, take the experience, you know, we're having now and then pass that into the long-term memory, they get very bad and in the end cease to be able to estimate time and estimate the time that's passed. So in the story, we make a big feature, I mean, of the notion that he does not know how long it is since receiving his head injury, you know, receiving the injury that means that he's stopped making memories, and the point at which we're seeing the story. That's a very indeterminate period of time, which was always very interesting to me.
Sounds like kind of a dangerous thing to do, too, though. I mean, because if audiences are trying to keep a sense of how much time has passed while he's working this out, it can compound a confusion, potentially.
Potentially, but I think that if you look at conventional films, it's actually the sense of time in conventional films is very distorted. I'm just doing it for a particular reason, so it's drawing attention to that fact. But I think in most films, the sense of time is incredibly distorted.
You were talking about tropes in films, and there's one that was a big one for maybe, it seems like the entire 50s, which is using an amnesia victim.
It's not amnesia. And that's very important. My brother and I, when we first talked about the idea, he made it very clear to me that the reason he was excited about the idea, and I totally shared this, is that it's not amnesia. It's a form of amnesia, but it's different from what we think of as amnesia. And his point was that in an amnesia movie, there are no rules. Anything can be true. I mean, absolutely anything can be true. You know, the protagonist can be anything. He can be, you know, the killer. He can be this. He can be, you know, with no rhyme or reason. It's too easy in a sense. There have been some good amnesia thrillers, but it is a little bit easy. This is a much more controlled space that's blank in the guy's personality. And to me, it's a really interesting area because it's the area between the person you are now and the person you once were. All the objective information that you supposedly define yourself through, you know, your name, where you live, all this sort of stuff, your whole childhood, all that, that's all accessible to him. But it's the difficulty of reconciling that with his present self. And that seemed to me to be maybe just, you know, for somebody coming up on 30, it just seemed like a kind of interesting arena. It's like, how do you define yourself as a person now? How do you sort of sit there and look at yourself and say, well, how did I get here? And You know, who am I now, and you know, compared with what I was 15 years ago, for example. It seems an interesting area of the personality to explore, really.
But it also means, to some respects, you make this character kind of a blank slate, doesn't it? I mean, he becomes, in effect, the audience surrogate.
Yeah, which is one, I mean, very strong element of amnesia thrillers and of this type of, you know, memory loss thriller, because the protagonist is, you know, an immediate figure of identification for the audience, because the audience is, you know, sitting there wanting to find out, you know, what's going on, and here is this figure wanting to find out what's going on, and I think that was one of the things that really drew me to the idea of the film, to the story, because I was very interested in telling a story that was so firmly from the point of view of one individual.
And you have to find an actor, too, who's willing to do that kind of thing, who is basically willing to walk around confused for the better part of 2 hours.
Yeah, definitely. And Guy was very happy to walk around confused. I mean, when I first met him, he... I can't remember his exact words, but he said that the script had sort of, you know, spoken to something paranoid in his soul or something. And Guy's interesting in that respect, because he worries about his memory. You know, he questions his memory and worries that he forgets things and all the rest. The irony being that he has a fantastic memory. I mean, absolutely fantastic. And, you know, all the while he's making this film about this guy who can't remember anything. I mean, he remembers everything he's done in every setup absolutely perfectly, which was such a help to us, because we had to make the film very fast. We shot the whole thing in 25 and a half days. And part of the reason we were able to do that is because Guy could repeat something he'd done exactly. So all the insert work, you know, all the close-ups of writing notes and this kind of thing, he did all that himself.
Now, tell us a little bit about what Following is about. And it's a movie you shot over the course of a year, I guess, whenever money would come together.
Yeah. Well, Following is a no-budget, black and white 16mm film that I made with friends of mine in London. And we were all working full-time when we made it, so we could only shoot 1 day a week. We would get together on Saturdays and shoot this film and shoot sort of 15 minutes of footage every week. And it took about a year of filming to get it all finished. And it's sort of a film noir, I guess you could call it. It's a psychological, I don't know if you'd call it a thriller exactly, but it's the story is this young man who's lonely and on his own in London, where we shot it.
And fancies himself a writer.
Fancies himself a writer, but sort of clearly isn't doing too much writing. And, he takes to following people at random on the streets, you know, picking somebody out of a crowd in the middle of London and following them to see where they go and what they do. And his justification, you know, for doing that is that he's, you know, researching his characters or sort of looking for inspiration for characters. But it becomes clear pretty early on that he's just kind of addicted to it. You know, that kind of extension of his voyeurism has become a powerful draw. And my notion with that narrative was to tell a story that expands in 3 dimensions, the same way that I think we often receive stories in everyday life. The example I like to use is when you're reading a newspaper report. You get the headline, you know, version of the story, you know, man bites dog or whatever, which tells you everything, basically. And then the story is expanding it in all directions, expanding your understanding of the detail. And that's the way the narrative structure of Following worked.
What was the response to Following from the... Did you start getting calls from producers and actors that wanted to... I mean, did many people get a chance to see it?
Yeah, a lot of people saw it just on tape. I mean, we were distributed through Zeitgeist in North America and various other territories in the world. So a lot of people got to see it theatrically and, you know, at festivals. But also, I mean, in industry terms, you know, I was able to send out a lot of tapes and really get it to a lot of people. The nice thing is it's a film that, unlike Memento, actually, it's a film that plays well on tape. Memento is, I think, a much better experience on the big screen, but Following actually plays pretty well on TV, I mean, not least because I shot it in Academy, so it actually fits the format, you know, better and all the rest.
You've been to film festivals with both your pictures, with Slam Dance, with Following, and Sundance, with Memento. What's that like, taking the picture to a festival?
It's terrifying. first and foremost, particularly the first couple of times you do it. But then, with both of those films, we were very lucky. We got good response from audiences, and the great thing about film festivals is that you have an audience who's really looking for something different and looking for something different from the mainstream. And they come to your film at the festivals I've been to. You know, the audiences come to your film to enjoy what you're doing. They're really giving you the benefit of the doubt as an audience, which is a wonderful thing, and it's very enjoyable as a filmmaker to experience screening your film to an audience like that.
It can be a pretty rarefied world, obviously, because they come as real film lovers and maybe not as skeptical or jaundiced. You have to win them over less, I guess is what I'm asking. Is that true?
No, I think that is true, at least to begin with, you know, in terms of they enter into the film, you know, from the first frame, you know, with a willingness to sort of go where you're going to take them and not be too sort of judgmental. Having said which, if you're screening at the end of the festival, you very often are screening for an audience of people who've seen, you know, 15 films in the last 10 days, and they have a very sort of weary approach and sort of sit there kind of like, okay, here we go, is there going to be something in this? But I mean, overall, my experience of festivals has been wonderful. Just really interested audiences, and that's great.
Congratulations on a compelling and challenging film. I'm interested about the way you work on the set. I mean, obviously storyboard and script and editing is essential to this film, but walking the actors through this complex atmosphere you've created seems key to the film's success. And I hear when you're on the set working with an actor, you are working right next to the lens of the camera and not where most directors are doing these days, behind a monitor.
Well, I mean, in terms of what you're talking about, a working method, you know, as to using them, just watching things with your eyes instead of with the camera. I mean, my first film, I shot it myself, so I was seeing everything through the lens, which is actually much clearer and sharper, you know, way of perceiving than on the monitor, because I couldn't afford any kind of video assist. So I'm not used to working with a monitor anyway. And then when we came to shoot Memento, I was very lucky to find a director of photography, Wally Pfister, who's also a fantastic camera operator. So the purpose of looking at the monitor really, for me, is simply to check framings, because I'm not doing the camera myself. And the first take I watched Wally do, it's very clear that he's a much better cameraman than I am. So I didn't have to worry about that. I think if you're making the film for the big screen, and you know, we shot this film in CinemaScope, and it has a very clear image, and you project it very big, you see so much more in that image than you're ever going to see on a monitor. So it's an appalling way of trying to gauge acting, you know, any kind of subtleties. Well, you know, and maybe they're comfortable doing that. I mean, everybody's working method is different, but for me, I don't like to look at the monitor because the image is not expressive enough. I mean, it's not clear enough. You really need to be by the camera watching the performer. And I don't like to use the headsets either because the sound is heavily compressed and it doesn't, you don't get as much of the voice as you're going to get when you see it in the theater. So for me, it's simply the best way of getting an understanding of what you're actually recording on the film.
Your distributor must love you because people are going to have to see this 2 or 3 times. I know I want to see it again. I mean, did you actually think about that? Do you think people are going to grasp everything that?
Yeah, how cynical are you?
No, I definitely thought about that, but not you know, for the purpose of trying to sell more tickets, because I think that would be a pretty stupid way of going about it. But I love films that you can come back to a second time or even a third time and get a slightly different experience. Whether that's just because of, I mean, in the case of somebody like Ridley Scott, he makes films that are cinematically incredibly dense, you know, in an audio-visual sense, so you can kind of see other things in them when you come back to them. I wanted to do it in more of a narrative way, but I love films that kind of will hold up to that scrutiny, particularly these days because you are seeing films 2 or 3 times. You know, you're seeing them in the cinema, then you're seeing them on video or on cable, and then you're catching them, you know, on a plane somewhere or whatever. I mean, it's amazing to me the number of times you are seeing, even movies you hate, you wind up seeing 3 times, you know. So if you can make a film that actually does something a little bit different the second time you see it. To me, that's a fascinating thing. And that was very much on my mind in making this film, particularly because with this structure, you know, it's a continually developing story, you know, where you're reinterpreting everything you've seen throughout the movie and then at the end. And so it seemed essential to me that it would hold up the scrutiny second time, but also give you a different experience, sort of be about slightly different things.
I guess I wonder too, because as this comes up, if there are pictures that are really touchstones for you, that you brought that kind of experience, or the experience has changed for you in seeing them 2 or 3 times, because it's clearly influenced the way you work.
I think one of the ones I would mention from when I was a teenager was Angel Heart, because that's a movie that, you know, Alan Parker made that has this incredible twist at the end that sort of changes everything you've seen. And I was pretty fascinated. I can't remember how old I was when I first saw it, 16 or something. And you could go back and watch it again and be surprised that you hadn't noticed certain elements of the story that lead up to that ending. So it was a film that took you by surprise, but that played fair with you. You know, and if you came back to it, you had a rather different experience. But I mean, more recently, you know, people talk a lot about, you know, The Sixth Sense or The Usual Suspects of films like this. But I think, you know, there've often been interesting movies where the story surprises you at the end in some way, or towards the end in some way that does make you rethink what you've seen. In the case of Memento, I wasn't interested in sort of some kind of snapping twist at the end so much as a changing relationship with the central character. A character that you start to basically distrust through the story, and you start to question the things they're showing you, the things they're telling you. That seemed to me to be kind of an interesting thing to play with.
Very good point, Anna. Let's thank Chris Nolan for being here tonight.
Thank you.
What's the first day like writing a screenplay for you? When you have these different ideas in mind?
That's
Starlet,
funny.
Takeout.
Because today was basically one of those days.
Oh, great. Perfect timing.
I just got off the phone before you came over. You know, I can't even, it's just throwing ideas around at first. And Chris Bergosh, who co-wrote Starlet and Tangerine, he's wonderful at, you know, note-taking. So he's there typing away, just compiling every note possible into something. I don't even know what he's typing, simple text or something. He's just compiling all these notes. So the first day is really just us brainstorming, spitballing ideas.
Right. But there must be something in you that's like, okay, I think I'm ready to commit a good 2+ maybe years of my life to this. And so you're already set on the idea.
Yeah.
And you know that you want to do it. So then you're sort of stream of consciousness thinking, and he's taking notes. And then at some point, how do you formulate that into like a first page?
That's really hard to say, because it's over the course of many months, you know. So I think there's a point where there are enough notes down on page, and you understand your story enough where it's time to start writing those pages. So I might write a page, he'll write a page, we'll start sharing them. I know that we used, for both films, I think we used Google Drive, and we were sharing a lot that way. You know, we also go about it where we eventually get to a point where we have the Post-its on the wall. And that's when you actually can get a film or your idea, or your script up on the wall, and like with hundreds of Post-its, and it makes sense from beginning to end. I think that's when we decide to start assigning each other pages and scenes. So we'll say, okay, look at that scene. I think I got a handle on that scene. I'll take that. Can you take that one? Because I don't have a handle on that one. And then we share them, and then we start to compile this thing, and that's how that's done.
Right. What would you say is the most important part of the screenwriting process for you? Whether it's creating that conflict, whatever, 10 minutes, half hour in to the opening, whatever it is. The third act.
Yeah, that's really a difficult question.
Would you say you know the ending?
I almost always know the endings of every one of these movies before we even set down the road to, to start breaking it out point by point. I mean, I knew the ending of Starlet, I knew the ending of Tangerine, I know the ending of the next film. So that's because I think endings are very important to me. Same goes for Prince of Broadway and Takeout. So with all of them, I knew the ending was almost more important than the beginning. This is the first time I'm thinking about this sort of stuff. So I haven't been asked these questions before. But yeah, no, I think it's actually, I focus more on the last scene and the impact the last scene will have. That's almost one of the first things I think about. With Tangerine, it was the only thing we thought about. When I went to start our research process, Chris Bergash and I went to the corner of Santa Monica and Highland, and we started introducing ourselves to people, etc. Just telling them what we were going to do. When we finally found Maya and Kiki, I said, I only have like a few ideas here, and one of them is, well, first off, it has to take place on one day because we have a limited budget and costume changes cost money and continuity costs money. It's easier to shoot in a film that takes place in a 24-hour period of time. The second one is that I think people are coming together, or someone's trying to find somebody else, or whether that's a love story or a revenge story, I don't know. And the third is this ending. I know I can see the ending. I can see all my characters converging at the end at donut time in a big climactic scene. Those were the only things I saw going into it. So it's funny, yeah, it's funny you say. It's funny you bring that up. The endings are very important to me because it's about how the audience leaves the theaters. I think very much so about the impact of that last scene. If you think, I look at my favorite films, and my favorite films are like Harold and Maude, and when he's walking away at the end after the car goes over the cliff and you think he might be in it, but then he's up on the cliff and he's with his banjo. You have most of my favorite films have such incredibly memorable lasting scenes that have an impact on the audience as they're sitting there during the final credits, and I think that that's something I'm always conscious of. It's the most important thing for me in a screenplay. Say I hear about an issue, or perhaps I look at a place in my hometown of Los Angeles and see, that this area is underrepresented, this group is underrepresented. I want to know more, And so through the process of me writing the screenplay and directing this film and editing the film, I learn about this subject. So it's really it's a sort of a selfish thing. It's my way of continuing my education. The last 5 films I have co-written. So usually it starts with just basically a brainstorming session where I get on the phone or meet my co-screenwriter in person, and we just talk about the possibilities. I do have to say the one thing that has been consistent is that we usually figure out the end very soon into the process. Usually in that first brainstorming session, we at least have the beginning and end. The middle has to be worked out. From that point on, it's really about getting to the point where I think that we are dedicated to this issue, dedicated to the subject matter. Because I'm involved with the writing process, I'm also directing, I'm also editing, I'm also seeing the film out into the world. It does take around 3 years for each film to be completed from beginning to end. So it's about getting to that point where you are on board and you're dedicated for the long ride. Yeah. People that I've met in real life inspire a character sometimes, or sometimes it's an amalgamation of many people. My current film, The Florida Project, there is a character by the name of Bobby, played by Willem Dafoe. I would never have thought of this character unless through my research process I had met many motel managers who all had this thing within them that was a reluctant father figure of the motels that they were looking over. I mean, and the people who lived at the motels. So, so yes, I would say there's always some inspiration from real life people that help me create these characters. I love mixing it up. I love having seasoned actors interacting with first-timers, interacting with non-professionals. And when I say non-professionals, those are the ones that we just grab off the street the day of and say, be in our independent, and we never see them again. I've been very, very lucky, actually, to have found first-timers who have the knack, who understand the craft of acting, who have the gift of improvisation, and more importantly, for me, comedic improvisation. It really comes down to, you know, character to character, again, film to film. I embrace all mediums. You know, I'm an advocate for all mediums. What I'm not an advocate for is getting rid of old mediums just because new ones come in. So I have played with digital, I've played with celluloid. I did experiment with the iPhone on Tangerine, and also a short fashion film that I directed, and I had a great time doing it. I just worked on 35, so that was a whole other experience, but it gave me something I really wanted. I wanted that organic, rich feel of something tangible up on the big screen that was acquired through a photochemical process. That's what I was looking for this subject matter. And so it's really about, it's again, project to project. You might start in a place where you're forced to shoot on a certain medium, but you quickly have to say, that's what got me to this place, but I'm going to have to now figure out how this movie can benefit from this medium, and how I can make this movie in a way where, looking back on it years from now, I can say, I am so happy I shot in that medium, because this film would not have been this film without that. I think the biggest challenge is simply is sticking with it. You know, for so many years, if you're an independent filmmaker, you're barely paying rent. Before your work gets recognized, you're the only one who's going to believe in your work. You know, the challenge was really just getting through the years, learning how to still stay in the industry, keep up on current technology, by taking editing jobs, by shooting corporate videos, by doing whatever I can do to keep fresh. And then you're suddenly in a place where, you know, the struggles of those earlier films that may not have gotten attention suddenly are getting attention because your current one is. So it works out in the end, but it is a long road. It's a long road, and it's just about sticking with it. I would say, as you're learning your craft of making films, you also have to learn the business side of filmmaking, and how to sell your film, and how to get it financed, number one, and how to, you know, to sell your film after it's completed. That's something that I think you should tackle early on. Trust me, you'll need it. You'll need that business sense. I actually wish that I had a double major, one in one in film and one in business, or at least took business classes. I think that's a major thing. And then also, I would say just watch all films. You know, you don't just have to watch the Criterion edition. Those are, you know, you learn just as much, if not more, from watching bad films. Keeping yourself open to, you know, when you're watching films, watch all genres. You know, watch all nationalities of films. I think it can only help you.
Wes Anderson is here. His new film is The Darjeeling Limited, which he directed, he wrote, and he produced. It stars Owen Wilson, Adrian Brody, and Jason Schwartzman as estranged brothers who reunite for a spiritual journey through India. Here's what Tony Scott said about this. Part of the pleasure of watching it comes from never knowing quite what will happen next. Not that everything that happens is pleasant. Wes Anderson's world may be a place of wonder and caprice, but it is also a realm of melancholy and frustration, as if all the cool, exotic bric-a-brac has been amassed to compensate for a persistent feeling of emptiness.
Wow.
Any of that ring true with you?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't see myself as amassing bric-a-brac, but I definitely think, this movie, it's a comedy, but then it turns into something darker, I guess. Halfway through the movie, there's a shift And I think all the movies that I've made have been movies that aren't entirely comedies. They're comedies and they're dramas and they're I'm sure they're about emptiness.
You said this about your films. I like the idea that my movies can all go on a shelf together and they are connected. I'm perfectly fine if that's the case, that they're of the same ilk in some way. There are plenty of other shelves that people can go to and sit to, and I don't feel obligated to run the gamut.
Yeah.
So what would be that connectiveness of most of your movies?
Well,
why would they be on the same shelf?
I think that's me responding to somebody criticizing me for making the same movie over and over again, probably, which I get. And I think it's because I deal with the similar themes, but I don't usually think about themes when I'm writing. And there are probably connections among the kinds of characters. I use a lot of the same actors over and over again. And I guess there's visual stuff that you can link from one movie to another. A lot of things that I do the same way every time. But it's just the way I like it, and I feel like it's a mistake for me not to do it, not to do that. If I feel like if I feel like I have an idea what the best thing is for the story, I would just want to follow that, even if it does mean that people can tell it's me.
Here's what else you said. People who like weird people, I guess, are more likely to like my films than people who call people weirdos.
Yeah, I stand behind that.
You like weird people, yes.
It's kind of hard for me to understand me in the way I've phrased that, but I think I get it, and I agree with it.
Yeah. You like people.
I would say
people who call people weirdos, not people you like.
I would say. I'm sure I call people weirdos all the time, but I think, but probably what I'm in a very odd way trying to get at is that I don't think like people always refer to my movies as quirky and they think the characters are weird, and for me, I can understand that point of view about them, but almost every character in any movie I've ever made is based on somebody in real life or based on a combination of real people. So even if I take it to a slightly odd place, to me, those are all real people, and they're characters that mean something to me beyond. I'm not interested in the quirks. I'm interested in the whole sum of the character.
If your movies are weird, people are weird.
Yeah. Yes.
Why this movie?
Well, this one came about, I wanted to make a movie in India. That was really the beginning of it. Yeah. I wanted to go to India and learn about it. I hadn't been. Yeah. And I had become fascinated with India, really from movies, particularly the movies of Satyajit Ray, the filmmaker Satyajit Ray. And so I started thinking about that, and then I had an idea that I wanted to write with Jason Schwartzman, who I'd worked with before as an actor only, and his cousin Roman Coppola. They're both my very good friends, and I wanted to see what would happen if the three of our points of view were combined, and what we could come up with. So we all went to India together, and we traveled by train because the movie I had thought I'd like to set a movie on a train, and we had a great adventure writing together.
And did you write as you traveled, or did you wait until you got back and then sat down and wrote it? We
live in different cities, so we started writing, and we wrote a little bit in New York, and we wrote in Paris, we wrote in Los Angeles, but then when we went to India, we had part of the script already, and I think part of it for us was, I think we kind of had the idea to act out the story a little bit. It's about three brothers, and it's about the dynamics among three brothers and how those, the power struggles that take place. And I think we kind of acted it out as we were writing.
Describe the Whitman brothers.
Well, there's three of them. Owen Wilson,
yes.
he plays Francis Whitman. He's the eldest brother, and he has organized this journey to pull his brothers back together, to make them become brothers again, to force them to become brothers again. And he has this idea that they're going to take a spiritual journey through India and really find themselves. And he's even got laminated itineraries that say exactly how they're going to go about that, which is, not probably something that's likely to work. Right. Adrian Brody plays the middle brother, Peter Whitman. And his wife is pregnant, and he's not really sure if he even wants to be married, and he's sort of at an impasse also in his life. Owen's character has just, he's been in a motorcycle accident. He almost got killed, so that's part of what's motivated him to do that right now. And then Jason Schwartzman plays the youngest brother, Jack Whitman, and he's a writer, and his role in the story is something that we kind of, without quite meaning to, he represents me and Jason and Roman as writers. he's taking very personal things in his life and making them into fiction, and that's sort of his way to get to the next chapter in his life. And our approach with the story was we wanted to make a very, very personal movie for whatever reason. We were very deliberate about trying to keep it personal and use our own experiences any way we could.
That's more or less it. 3, please. Does that sound okay to you?
Sounds good, sure. Yeah, it sounds good.
Do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
What happened to your face?
You ever wanted to act in your own movies?
No, not really. No.
Well, you say not really, so just maybe.
Yeah, no, I know.
So maybe. So yes. Just yes.
I mean, I guess I could do it. I did act in I acted in a commercial, a TV commercial. I did an American Express commercial, and it was fun.
Yeah. What did you like about it?
Well, you know, they treat you better. They take care of you. There are people whose job is just to take care of you. No, when you're acting.
Oh, when you're acting, yeah.
Actors are coddled.
They want you to look good. They want you to be rested. They want you to be perfect performance.
People escort them everywhere they go. They have it. Although the way we did this movie in India, we didn't have any of that stuff.
In fact, they did their own makeup.
They did their own makeup.
Food.
No
they
trailers.
Prepared for each other. I think someone said Owen cooked oatmeal for Adrian or something like that.
Well, Owen's good with oatmeal. That's one of his. That's in his repertoire. So yeah, so he can always do that.
So what did you do?
Those are very healthy guys.
Yeah. Well, how did you get these guys to do this for?
Do it in that style,
yes.
Because they're used to trailers and all that stuff.
Exactly right. And entourages and PR people and
none of that stuff.
7 personal assistants.
Exactly, and that stuff gets in the way. And
so how'd you get them to do it? Would you say no baggage?
It was
no baggage.
Yeah, no baggage. It was simple because Jason was one of the writers, so he was already in the loop on it. And Owen, when I went to him and script,
you seem to be to me just at a glance, to be somebody who really has enjoyed, cultivated, served, been enormously satisfied by your friendships. I mean, you're a guy that delves into friendships, and out of that comes work, comes companionship, comes movies.
Yeah, no, that's true. I've always worked with my friends, and sometimes I worry that I enjoy working with my friends. Sometimes I worry that I'm not challenging myself because I enjoy it so much.
Yeah.
But I think that goes into my movies. I think that maybe you can feel it when you see the movie on the screen. These people, these collaborators,
almost in a repertory way,
Yeah, and most of my life is spent making these movies. I mean, this is the main thing I do. I mean, it's really the only thing I do. So they better be friends.
You have no life outside of movies?
Not a lot.
Yeah?
Not a lot because they take a lot of time.
How are you different as a movie maker today than you were, say, 5 years ago, 7 years ago?
Well, when I first made a movie, I was much more confident. The first movie I made, I was the most confident I've ever been until it was shown publicly. Literally, the night that it was shown publicly, my confidence went away.
It just evaporated.
It evaporated.
And why did that happen?
Well, 85 people walked out of the theater in the middle of the movie. I retreated.
Don't play hell with your confidence, won't it?
That gets to you.
Where are you going? The ending is great.
I went up to the projection booth because I couldn't handle being in the room anymore, and I watched them, and I'd see someone kind of rustling, and I just say, please don't let them pick up their handbag. Just leave if they're going to the bathroom, that's fine. But when they gather their stuff, they're not coming back.
What else might you do if you didn't make movies? Write books?
Maybe write books. I wanted to be a writer before I started making movies. That was what I wanted to be. I also wanted to be an architect at a certain point. So I don't know if I would have done one of those things. I don't know if I would have had. I don't know if making movies. I'm lazy. But when I work on movies, I work all the time because I get obsessed with it, and I don't know if I would have had. I don't know if I would have the same. If I'd be able to work in the same way in some other field.
Well, why did you think you wanted to be an architect?
I don't know. I don't know. I like buildings.
You've seen Atlas Shrugged, or you've seen The Fountainhead.
I hadn't at that time. I think I just liked buildings. I liked floor plans and things like that when I was a kid.
Well, do you have some smart apartment somewhere?
It's not too shabby.
I mean, you care about it, right?
I spent a lot of time designing it. Yeah.
Yeah. How about clothes? Are you fastidious about clothes?
I don't know. I
mean, you don't know. You know or you don't know?
I guess a lot of people. Sometimes some people ask me about clothes. You know, I'm in a Vogue.
Well, yeah, of course you are.
I know.
Men's Vogue, by the way.
And I feel silly about it, though. You know, it's
Why?
not. It just seems like when I'm interested in movies, but I do like clothes. There's no way to deny. I like costumes for characters, and I do like clothes.
You like style? I mean, do you like fashion? Do you like? You always it's costume. You like the idea of fashion.
Yeah.
And whatever role fashion plays in our society.
And I especially like them for characters and stories. You know, the costume means a lot about the character.
It's always great to have you here.
Thank you.
Much success with this film. I think we had a real good look at it, didn't we?
Thank you very much. Oh, you know, there is one thing I could mention.
What's that?
If there's time for that, there's a short film.
Hotel Chevalier.
Hotel Chevalier that goes with the movie. It's sort of an intro to the movie.
Pre-sequel, is it or not?
Yes, that's right, with Natalie Portman and Jason Schwartzman. Yeah, and it's available on iTunes and for free, and it's about to be added into all the prints of the movie on this coming Friday. So it'll be playing in the theater starting Friday with the movie.
Hotel Chevalier.
Hotel Chevalier, yeah.
It sort of sets up the Whitman brothers, or
it's just about Jason's character and Natalie Portman's character, and she barely appears in the movie. She's really only in the short.
She is so phenomenal.
She's great.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I love her.
I do too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wes. Wes Anderson. Director Tim Burton is here with such films as Batman, Edward Scissorhands, The Nightmare Before Christmas, and Ed Wood. He has established himself as one of the great visionaries of cinema. Now, if I look at those films, Tim, what do I come to understand about you if I look at those films?
That I'm a mess in some ways. That I got problems somehow.
No, what do they say? I mean, that's a range of...
Yeah, well, I mean,
is there a common denominator?
Well, I grew up watching sort of fantasy films that were always seemingly things that weren't real in a way, but that always spoke to me. So I've always been fascinated by things that are fantasy, but you try to tap into some sort of real feeling with it. And you know, I've been lucky to make movies because I feel like I get to work out all of my psychological problems.
Hell with a psychiatrist if you can be a filmmaker.
Exactly.
You know, do you, I mean, is it, and I'm not sure how serious you were about that, but is it really an opportunity in a sense to think about
yes, I think
what fascinates you and what conflicts are within you and what ideas that you are struggling with?
Absolutely. I've always liked the idea of folk tales and fairy tales because, again, they present symbols of images that are, again, seemingly not real, but somehow, you know, always try to think about something that feels real to me, you know, because life does seem crazy. It does seem surreal. I'm always amazed when people think that things are normal because nothing is normal. Everything is amazing and surreal. So I always just tried to present that philosophy in the film somehow.
Now, can we do some kind of Freudian analysis of you and figure out where this comes from?
Well, you can try.
But do you know? Can you go back and say the thing that turned me on as a kid was?
Well, I try. Well, I grew up watching monster movies.
Yeah,
My parents told me before I could walk or talk that I loved monsters, and I was never afraid of them. Always related to them, and I think as everybody, you know, depending upon their upbringing, gravitates to something, I gravitated towards monsters because I felt connected to them somehow, and I think. You know, it's perhaps just sort of growing up in an environment, you know, in Southern California where you don't have weather really. You don't. It's not a real heavy, strong emotional content. So, I always saw monsters in those kind of environments as a way somehow of how I felt inside. So, they were very cathartic for me.
All right, take a look. Having said that, explain where Sleepy Hollow fits. This film based on Washington Irving's novel.
Yeah. Well, I grew up, you know, like every child, knowing the image of the Headless Horseman. And I think it's funny, I talked to a lot of people about this, and everybody thinks they know the story, but I actually, myself included, hadn't really read the story until recently. Yeah. But somehow it's in your consciousness as a child. And I'd seen the Disney cartoon, which I had loved. But there's something that's just very powerful about the image of a guy with no head. And I think one of the aspects I loved about the film is you have the Ichabod character who's very much in his head and thinking too much about things versus a guy with no head. And I just like that juxtaposition of that. And somehow the image of the headless horseman somehow to me represents just the subconscious. Is something where most people look, you know, to eyes and somebody's to either categorize or to sort of look at them and connect with them. There's something about this character that moves around without a head elegantly and strongly that just sort of just taps into the subconscious somehow.
Having said that, take a look. We've got a trailer here, which is I never know whether directors put trailers together or not. Did you put this together?
Well, we give them a little bit of guidance, but they did a good job with this. I didn't have to go too far. I liked what they did.
So you've seen it, so you know what we're going to see.
Yeah.
Roll tape. This is the trailer from Sleepy Hollow. We'll talk about the making of the movie with Johnny Depp and others in just a moment. Tell me about casting, because you got a good cast here.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing because we shot it in England, but it was like this great sort of international, you know, we used a lot of great British actors and then some Americans, and it was just you know, making a film is such a kind of a family experience in a funny way, and to have this weird mix of all these different acting styles all kind of in there, together was like so surreal. I think the most surreal moment was when I first walked in the room and seeing all of these people together. I thought I was dreaming.
That's what makes it for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people often think that I just care, like the movies look good or whatever, which I don't even know what that means. The actors are the ones that bring it to life, and especially when you're doing something like this that's not completely real and you're trying to make feel real, they just make you laugh because they're trying to make this weird stuff come to life and give it a believability. So they're the ones that really bring it to life.
Take Michael Gambon, the great Gambon.
It's great.
Do you direct him, or you just say, this is what we're going to do today?
No, you don't really. I mean, with all these great people, they give you such a range, you know. And they've been through so much. You just got to kind of do this or that, you know. They get it. They give you the range of it, and you know, and that's why these kind of things, you know, we tried to build all the sets. We didn't shoot any of the actors in front of blue screen because you get such great actors. You know, you want to make it feel as present as possible. So we just tried to make it an environment to where they could act and do what they do best.
Johnny Depp. Third film.
Yeah.
What's it about, you and Depp?
Well, you know, I love actors who like to transform, you know. There's something that, again, is part of the surreal thing of making a film, is like when you see somebody who's not the way they really are and acting in a certain way and being believable, it's just extremely exciting. And then you see from film to film, you know, it's like Edward Scissorhands, he doesn't speak. Ed Wood, he doesn't shut up, and this one, he's somewhere in the middle of there, you know? And so it's exciting to see that, and I really get a lot of energy out of somebody like him who you know, doesn't care how he looks, is willing to do anything. It's just very liberating. It makes these kind of films, which are somewhat more technical, just that much looser and spontaneous and fun.
And you share this view that he expressed to me, and he's seen later in this program, that somehow that most of life, which you said earlier too, which most people think is normal, both of you find a little bit absurd.
Well, you know, it's like growing up very early on in life, as everybody is sort of put into categories, you know, and I don't know how I got put into the weird category because I never felt strange anyway.
Right. Who put you there?
It just seems like society has a way of kind of...
Burden is over here.
Yeah, you know, like this person's good at sports, this person isn't, this person's weird, you know, and that happens like from the very beginning, you know, and so being put into that category, you're kind of set aside, so you kind of feel like outside looking in, and so therefore everything does seem strange. Everything does seem, because right off the bat you're kind of going, well, I don't feel weird, but people are saying I'm weird, so then you start sort of seeing things from a different perspective that way, and so but I'm glad of it because I think that's the way it is. It's life is strange and beautiful.
That is in the end, your take.
Yeah, I've never felt like the films I've done are really dark because I feel like I feel quite hopeful, and I feel like life is a mixture of things, and that's why I've always intrigued by the tone of things where you're trying to mix humor and drama and happiness and sadness and everything all together, because I've never met anybody that feels one way at every, you know what I mean? It's like it's just we're comprised of many different feelings all at once, and this is sort of on an extreme level try to portray that.
What are you thinking when you look at a scene, when you're watching it and from off behind camera?
Well, the hard thing about most of the films I've worked is you can't sort of exactly know what you're getting until you're there. I mean, you can't sit in a room with actors and kind of, because it's all, it's the costumes, the lighting, the look, acting, the camera move, everything at once to then create that right tone. And I just try to look for the case where it's just, it's a little bit heightened, but it still feels real. And it's something that, like I said, I've been very lucky to work with people that kind of just nail that tone.
But at the level of sophistication you work in terms of talented people, not only actors behind the camera and script and all that stuff, do you normally, when you, at the end of the day, I mean, you may now look at the videotape instantly, but I mean, do you, whenever you look at what's recorded either on tape or a film, find that 99% of the time what you got is what you saw as you were watching it?
Well, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Because you have a sort of you try to have some sort of emotional barometer too, to where you kind of I rely more on my my sort of emotional response than I do my intellectual response sometimes, because I think my intellectual mind has a tendency to delude my to kind of talk myself in or out of things, and if you feel it, then it just is more real and it's more right to me. I feel more comfortable with that.
You mentioned that in films there are moments, there are times that sort of make it for you. What was it in Scissors Hands?
Oh, there's many. I mean, you try to make it all. I think there were moments like that one, and there were moments like with Vincent Price that was very meaningful to me. I was very lucky to, because he was such an inspiration, and grew up watching him, that he did that part of Edward's creator, so to speak, that was just very emotional for me, and very, very, like, that's where you feel like, that's where you sort of time travel a little and you realize, God, this is like a dream come true for you, and it's very, very magical and special, and you feel like you're kind of floating a little bit because it's like right in front of your eyes, and stuff that people don't see, the lights and all. I mean, when you that's what I always love about Fellini films. It's like he captured the sort of magic of making films, and there's so many things that just make it wonderful that
Isn't it amazing? You sat there as a kid watching Vincent Price saying, wow, this touches me, resonates with me, I like this, whatever it is. And then you're creating with him.
Yes,
years later.
It's the most surreal. It's where life and dream come together, and that's it.
Yeah. All right, take a look at this. This is from Ed Wood. As you said, with Edward, there was no talking. With Ed, there's all talking. Here it is.
The title of the film? Bride of the Atom.
Ah. Atomic age stuff, huh? I like it.
Yeah, that's more like real life than
Yeah, we know. We'll think about it, sir. But you have choices now. I mean, you can pretty much. No?
It's funny. I learned fairly early on that it actually doesn't get any easier. Funny enough, and I know time has a way of sort of, as it further gets away, sort of romanticizing things. But in some ways, like doing Pee-wee's Big Adventure was the easiest job I ever got. And
he brought that to you, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was, they'd seen a couple of the short films that I'd done, but then you get lucky with some success, which is somewhat luck. And then you get sort of targeted, and you become like something that then it becomes an expectation, in a way, and that makes it harder. It makes it harder because they always feel, no matter how much success you get, or me, they always still feel like I'm somewhat of a loose, not quite all there, something or whether. So
does that offend you? Well, I'll come back to and so, but does that sort of?
I've grown up with that. I've felt that my whole life, so it doesn't really bother me.
So whatever their perceptions of you, you don't care.
No, I mean, I care when it affects getting something done, which that's when I care. I mean, because really, you know, it's such a big process. It's like pushing a rock up a hill. You know, you just, you know, you want to meet with as little resistance because the process itself is such a process.
But here's the question: if there was no studio to deal with, would you be making different kinds of films than you're making?
No, I feel quite lucky and quite in an interesting niche because I basically came into this business through the studio system in the sense that I worked at Disney. Every film I've done, I've never really done, I guess, an independent film, so to speak. And yet I always felt lucky that I've always, with the material I've had, I've gravitated towards, and I feel, you know, people ask me, like, how did I get into it? I don't know. You know, it's like this weird sort of surreal process that I've just been able to and been lucky enough to do it. So, you know, for as much problems as I've had, I've also been very lucky and been very supported by them as well. So it's, you know, like everything, it's got its yin and yang.
Yeah. Where is Beetlejuice in your own heart and soul?
Well, that was great because after Pee-wee's Big Adventure, I kept getting these scripts like cookie cutter kind of like, you know, Hollywood sort of scripts, and I couldn't read it, you know, one after another. Then I got this script, and I realized, I can't believe anybody wants to do this. This doesn't make any sense. There's no story. There's no real through line. And what was great about that, it was the first film, that was probably the most improv film I've ever worked on, where I was very lucky with the people who were good at that, you know, like Michael Keaton and Catherine O'Hara. All those people were good at sort of, and it really unleashed something in me. I really enjoyed that aspect of it. I really enjoyed this sort of improv. And to this day, I was always amazed that the studio wanted to do it. I still can't believe it. And it was great.
Is there somewhere within you lurking a movie that you desperately want to make? You know, that you've been thinking about, some classic novel or some story or something?
No, I think like I said, I try to think about, that's why I can't never really know what I'm going to do next, because you try to, you know, it's like getting over a relationship. You kind of have to get over it before, because you have to spend so much time on something. So you're not
in the process, you create a family, and it's hard to disengage.
It's disengage, and also emotionally, you finish something, you don't know exactly how you're going to feel, and so and that's why I try not to go here. I try to go here, and you know, that's why if I'm sketching or drawing, sometimes an image will come up, and it keeps coming up without me thinking. I listen to that, or I look at it, and I think, oh, I'm interested in this. You know, I try to develop things more from that place than this place.
It's great to have you here.
Well, thank you.
It really is.
Yeah, no,
nice
it's
to
great.
meet you.
No, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Tim Burton, the film is Sleepy Hollow, starring Johnny Depp and others.
For me, it started, of course, much earlier, when I was something like 15 or 16, and I tried to convince some production companies to produce some projects I had developed. Thanks God they never materialized. I had a look at it recently, and it wouldn't have been good films. But it dawned on me very quickly that I had to be self-reliant, because nobody wanted to produce the kind of films I had in mind. So while I was in school, in high school, I worked the night shift as a welder in a steel factory and earned money, so I was able to do my first featurettes right away. It may sound strange, but quite often the films somehow stumble into me. I very quickly know that this is really big. There's a big story there, and I know that because I'm a storyteller. That's the first quality I think you have to have when you are making films. And all the films I have made came at me with real vehemence. Like, for example, Grizzly Man. I was not out for a story, I was actually looking for my car keys. I looked at a table at a production office which was all messy with all sorts of things, and I was just leaving and had misplaced my keys. And I looked at something at some area of the messy table. It must be somewhere there, and the producer across me thinks I was looking for something, a paper there, and shoves it over and says, "Read this, we are making a very interesting project," and so, and I said, "What is it all about?" "Yeah, a man who tried to protect bears." And it didn't sound interesting at all, but I took this article with me, and normally I don't even read it, but I read it, and I was right back in the office. It was immediately clear, this is so big, and there's such momentous elements in it that I better do it. And I literally took it out of the hands of the producer, who was not completely clear whether he would do it himself or not. Filmmaking, it's just a personal sort of delineation of borders where you know you shouldn't step across. For you it would be certainly different. For me, the borders are clearly visible when it comes to a decision whether I present the audio of the moment where the protagonist and his girlfriend were killed and eaten by a bear. And I immediately said, this is not going to be in my film. With a film, The Great Ecstasy of the Sculptor Steiner, it's about a ski-flying world champion who outflies all boundaries and almost flies into his death. It was a very intense film, part of a series, a TV series, and one of the signature elements of these films was that the directors should not be anonymous. They had to show up in front of the camera as the ones who would give a certain amount of chronicle into the narration of everything. I did this, and I felt awful, but I worked myself through it, and I tried to put a brave face on it. But then I had the feeling the film had more authenticity, and I should not be on camera itself, but my voice should be in the film. So it somehow gradually evolved. It's good to have a hard core of men and women around you who do not have to step slowly into the kind of style I'm doing and the kind of rhythm in which I work. I'm very, very fast, and it's good that I have a cinematographer to whom I do not have to explain every shot. He would immediately know what I mean and go for it. So, but sometimes these relationships also exhaust itself. When I work with a team, I try always to establish a long-range perspective. It's not too healthy if you extend your collaborations too many times, but for example, Kinski, he really fit into the parts. It's not that there was any sort of obsession with Kinski. In every single film we made together shows a different facet of what he could do and what he was all about. Michael Shannon, a little bit similar. I've done now a feature film with him, Salt and Fire, and he is just, in my opinion, the best of his generation. Maybe Joaquin Phoenix is somehow coming close, but he has an enormous authority and a real presence on camera. There is no training ground for filmmaking. There's no training ground for being a poet or a composer. I think there's no real training ground. The biggest challenge, it's always bureaucracy. You have to learn how to deal with it. I would say, yeah, that and stupidity. It never ends. That kind of struggle never ends. Film schools, it's a little bit deceptive to believe you go through film school for 3 or 4 years and then you're a filmmaker. Problematic in all this is when you see young people finishing film school and they've got their diploma, and then what? There's a hostile world out there. I run my own film school as some sort of a counterpoint against what's out there, and it's a real guerrilla style sort of wild thing going on, more about a way of life than any technical things. Technical things I do not really teach, with 2 exceptions: lockpicking and forging documents. Because in a way you have to, sometimes you have to develop a certain amount of criminal energy to do what you do. I don't know how to learn to be resistant against pressure. You probably learn it much more out in the real world. Sometimes I keep telling young people, if you have something important, really important, to do in your life, or in this year, or in this phase of your life, try to do it on foot, because that's where the world really responds and reveals itself.
With Oscar season fast approaching, one film is already generating a great deal of buzz. Boys Don't Cry follows the true story of 21-year-old Tina Brandon, who wanted to live life as a boy but found a tragic end. Joining me now, director Kimberly Pierce, who is making her feature film debut, and the film star Hilary Swank. I am pleased to have them here to talk about this, as I said, much discussed film. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Tell me about the film, and then we'll talk about the response to the film. But what's the story here, and why are you so? Why did you decide this was a story worth putting on film?
Sure. You know, I was always interested in women who had passed as men, who were like pirates and adventurers, sailors, like kind of throughout time. And I was writing a script on another person who passed as a man, and I probed into it and found out that this woman actually was doing it to survive. And I was more interested in stories of identity. So I picked up the Village Voice in April of 1994, and I just read this extraordinary story, you know, the life and death of Brandon Tina. And that's the story of a girl who dressed up as a boy and went out, you know, asked girls out, basically was looking for love and acceptance and found it. And it came to a tragic end, but kind of in the course of it, she, as a boy, ended up finding kind of her deeper, truer sense of herself.
What is it about that kind of story that you think makes it so compelling for you?
I fell in love with Brandon. I mean, here was a girl, you know, living in a trailer park, didn't have much money, didn't have any role models. She took the most enormous imaginative leap that, like, a person can take. You know, put a cowboy hat on, put a sock in her pants, went out, you know, and lived her dream. Started asking girls out. I mean, really, you know, found love on the terms that she...
But my question is that you were looking for a story like that.
Yeah.
You know, about a woman who wanted to pass as a man. What is it about that that's so interesting to you?
I probably, on the deepest level, you know, I was a tomboy as a kid.
Yeah.
You know, you're doing all kinds of things which seem natural to you. You're swinging from trees, breaking conch shells open with baseball bats, and, you know, somebody says, you know, start acting like a girl. And you just say, well, what's that? You know?
Why do you think this has resonated with an audience so that there's so much talk about it and such a critical appreciation?
My feeling is that it's a story that everyone can relate to. And I think that people are finding something within Brandon that's within themselves. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, you know, he's transgendered or he's gay, you know, but you're not. So what did you find within Brandon to be able to play and relate to? And for me, that was Brandon was someone who followed his dream, who had the courage to really be himself and to not conform to what society wanted him or her to be. And that's an inspiration to me. And I hope that I can live my life as fully as Brandon lived his life in his 21 years. And and having the courage to be myself.
Willing to take chances to be yourself.
That's right.
What's the hardest thing about putting that character on the screen?
I think the hardest thing for me was I've always really thought about being honest to the story and telling a story that Brandon would be proud of. And it's hard, when you're just doing a story that is just made up and just fiction. It's, you have a lot of leeway and you have a lot of creativity. But with this movie, these are real people and this was someone's life. And so you feel a really strong just pull to be able to do it honestly. And so that wasn't the hard, it wasn't hard to do that. It was just, it took a lot of effort to do the research and to do the work and to actually pass as a boy. Because when I got this role, I didn't want to do it unless I could pass as a boy. So part of our work, the transformation process for me was 4 weeks of living my life as a boy.
Did you know you could do it? Or you had to find out?
I had to find out.
What are you smiling for again?
I was smiling because it took 3 years to find her.
Actually, when she was talking, the thing that popped in my mind was how hard was it to find the right?
Oh, near impossible. There was no guarantee that the world was going to give us another version of Brandon. We needed a girl who could pass as much on screen as Brandon passed, and a girl who had the charisma that Brandon had to open people up. And I looked at probably 1,000 girls over 3 years, and nobody had it. I looked at butch lesbians and transsexuals who in real life could pass, but on screen couldn't pass. None of the agents would send actors in '96 when I first started crewing up. And then in '98 I got flooded with girls, and none of them had any idea what it was to be a boy. So there was a certain physical type that I was looking for.
But did Hillary have any idea what it was to be a boy?
She had Brandon's spirit inside of her.
Yeah.
She must have, because, and she had the great physical traits, that I hadn't seen in anybody else, and the smile.
But the great physical traits are what?
Boy jaw, boy ears, boy eyes, boy forehead. Yeah. She's got a beautiful, strong, look at that face, it's strong.
So you knew that it could pass on screen.
I kind of knew because she came in with a cowboy hat on. And,
it's a very fascinating story of how it all came about.
What's the story?
I went in, you have to go in character, it's their first impression. I can't go in being a girl with my long hair that was down to here and say, I can really be a boy, I promise. Wink, wink, girly.
Yes.
So
which I saw with other girls.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So I wore my husband's clothes. I'm married. I wore my husband's clothes. I strapped and packed. That's what I call it, strapping my breasts and putting a sock in my pants. I had long hair, like I said, and I bought a cowboy hat at a secondhand store for $1, tucked all my hair up in it. I was just scratching the surface of what I wanted to do if I got the role to play Brandon, because obviously I wasn't going to be able to do all that work just for an audition. But the voice, I tried to use the voice that I eventually ended up using, but I obviously worked on it a lot more once I got the role. But, using a lower register, using an accent.
Roll tape. Here is a scene in which Lana tells Brandon, the character, that she had a dream about him. Here it is.
Had a dream about you last night.
You did? What happened? Ow, come on, tell me the dream.
Someone walked me home last night. I think it was you.
Lana, time to go to work.
When you watch it, what do you see?
I see a movie that I'm very proud of. I think we definitely captured everything that I was looking to capture in the movie. I think the performances all across the board were absolutely amazing. I think the cinematography is beautiful. I think it's an amazing, amazing directorial debut for Kim. I can't believe it's her first movie. I'm really proud of it. I'm really, really proud of this movie.
And it does for you? It obviously brings attention to you.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely changed things in my career. I'm definitely getting a newfound respect, which is really humbling and makes me feel really good.
Thank you both for coming. It opened in limited release on October 23rd. It goes, as they say, wide on November 12th. Is that,
Yeah.
as far as you know, that's correct?
As far as I know, as they figure it out.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You know, this has been how many years, a labor of love for you?
5.5 years.
5.5, and you spent what?
A year. Yeah, it's been a year now. We were filming. Yeah, a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you love films, you will love not only the story, but the story behind the story and the making of film and the film itself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Different experience going into this film, partly because we had money, and I was confident that the money was going to be there for the next day's shooting. Where the trouble is with Lock, Stock is I was very anxious about whether we turn up for the next day and people would be paid for the next day. So on this one I didn't have to worry about that, which allowed me to have fun. It's not as a funny film, this one, as the last one, but at one point it very nearly slipped into a farce, and I made two different films, and I could have cut two different films. One could have been a full blast comedy, and the other one is a bit more is a bit darker. This film starts quite funny, and then it takes a bit of a dark turn at some point. Well, I thought it did, so some people just think it's really funny, but it's not supposed to. I fancy him as, you know, I wanted to be taken as a serious filmmaker on this one. I failed. The thread that runs through the film that pulls everything together is it follows the trajectory of a diamond, which is because what it's about a load of subcultures, you know, diamond dealers, Irish gypsies, bare knuckle boxers, and a sort of underground gambling world, and the thing that brings them all together is this diamond, which is an 84 carat stone, which is travelling from Antwerp to New York and gets lost in London. What I was going for and what I ended up with was different. I mean, I wanted something that was authentic in the respect that, you know, I've always got myth that, you know, when you get hit by a fist, the reality of it is you usually go down after 2 good wallops or 1 good wallop, and in films traditionally people have taken 50 wallops and then their nose starts to run with blood. So I didn't want to go that, so I wanted to reflect the reality of these things, but unfortunately then it leads to a rather boring punch-up. So there's a balance somewhere in between the two. Hopefully I mean, it's, you know, it's as much about, without trying to sound too pretentious and poncy, it's as much of a ballet as we could have constructed. I'll tell you what, the crack was with all the lads, famous or not famous, is that there was no difference between any of them. They were all as much of a crack and as easy to get along with as the next man. And there was no airs or graces that anyone brought to the party. And, you know, they were all working for not a lot of money, and they were all staying in pretty shabby accommodation. And all that considered, they were all a fucking good laugh from beginning to end. They're all a pleasure. You see, the thing is that Brad couldn't give us too much of his time. Or, well, maybe he could have done, but I didn't want to impose on him too much because, you know, I was flattered enough that he wanted to be in our film anyway. So I thought, right, what can we get him in on quickly that, you know, mastering an English accent is a tricky old thing, and I couldn't see where he was going to fit in as a Brit. And then mastering a British accent and then a sort of London British accents, and it starts to become a bit tricksy, you know. But the great thing about this Irish gypsy thing is that, you know, he's not really an Irish gypsy. He's just a gypsy with a bit of an Irish tint to him. So, and you're not really supposed to understand what he's saying. So, you know, it was built for him in the respect that, you know, he'd come in there. And the thing is about Brad Pitt, he's very funny, and I don't think anyone's really ever capitalised on that before. But he is a funny bastard, And it is nice to do something where he's not taking himself seriously, and he doesn't take himself seriously in this. And you know, it's a bit of a piss take part, and you know, he worked on that very nicely. You know, a couple of years ago, before Lock, Stock came out, to me, he represented something that was very British, which hadn't been represented by cinema. So, plus he has that sort of, he's a larger-than-life character in a sort of tough sense, and I wanted to bring that to cinema, and he was the man to do it. He just, you know, he embraces, he just says so much about what England is in a certain respect, and it'd just be a shame not to use Vinny.
Quentin Tarantino has been influenced by the novels and the work of Elmore Leonard. So it is no surprise that Tarantino turned to Leonard's book, Rum Punch, for the follow-up to his groundbreaking film, Pulp Fiction. His new movie is called Jackie Brown. Quentin Tarantino, and it's a pleasure to have him back on this broadcast since Pulp Fiction was released. Welcome back.
It's really good to be back at the table.
Thank you, thank you. We had a terrific response from Pulp Fiction and from the interview you did with us.
Oh, I've always considered that like the best filmed interview I've ever done. I mean, far and away, actually.
Thank you. Tell me about this film and coming to it, and what was it about Elmore Leonard's Rum Punch that made you want to make it into a movie?
Well, it's funny. I mean, I've always wanted to do. Every time I read an Elmore Leonard novel, I'm kind of adapting in my head how I would do it. I have a little list, a little piece of paper, and I'll write down ideas for casting and everything, and kind of like start adapting it in my mind. Every one I do it that with. And I'd actually read this book somewhere in between galleys and actually being published of Rum Punch just before I was getting ready, like as I was just finishing up the script for Pulp Fiction. Right. And I read it and I was like, I was really interested in doing it. I just kind of saw the movie in my head, and I liked the idea of the female lead character, and I liked the characters in it. And I brought it up to do it, and then it was one of those things where it's like, you know, they'd have to like take it off the market, and I would have to be for sure that's what I would do after Pulp Fiction. And no director can really say, oh, I'm going to do this after that, because you don't know. So we let it go. And then it kind of ended up coming back way after the fact, after Pulp Fiction was made, and way after Pulp Fiction. And then I just read the book again just to read it again. And that same movie came back in front of me again. And I was like, that's a sign. I want to do this. This is speaking to me.
Did you see Pam Grier from the beginning, or did that come to you late?
It came to me... If the time in between deciding I wanted to do it as a movie and writing the script is the middle, then it came in the middle. Yeah. Because what I did is I just read the book, and I actually didn't fantasize about an actress. I just kind of saw Jackie as the character in the book. And then after I read the book, I started like thinking, which is actually rare for me, because normally I try to put an actor's face to it, even if it's an actor I don't end up not
when
using.
You're writing a screenplay.
Well, just when I'm like reading the book, if I'm reading a novel or it's reading a script or something. So then when I started like trying to solidify what I wanted to do with this movie, I started thinking of who could play this character. And, you know, she needed to be in her mid-40s. That was something that needed to have happen, all right? Because it's the first thing that mostly anybody else adapting the novel would get rid of. They'd make her like 32 or something like that. And it's such a major focus of why the character does what she does. And so I started thinking of, and I've said this a few times, and it's kind of a funny thing, but it's actually the truth. I said, okay, who is an actress that's in her mid-40s, that looks like she's in her mid-30s, is, you know, just great looking, you know, just has got strength in her look as well as looking good. And also just looks like she could handle anything.
Yeah.
You know, one of the main reasons that Jackie's able to pull off a lot of the things she's able to pull off is she's not a criminal. She's a regular person, regular citizen. Put amongst cops, really pushing her. Put amongst crooks, deadly crooks, really putting the bite on her. And she always manages to keep her cool. And it's the fact that she keeps her cool that kind of keeps them like this. And I go, that sounds like Pam Grier.
Yeah.
Pam Grier could do that. That's what Pam Grier does. And then, upon thinking of that idea, any other actress I'd even kind of halfway thought of just kind of went away. They just couldn't stand up to the power of what Pam Grier would do with this role.
And you called her?
No, I didn't right away. I wanted to write it first. I actually, I didn't talk to her the entire time I was writing the script, and it took me about a year to write the script. So I'm turning it into a black woman and everything. Character's the same, but she's a different person, virtue of life experiences. And I can write black characters, so I'm like, and I actually know mature black women very well, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for them. So I was really enjoying putting that aspect into the character. And so I'm writing the character, and about 3 months before I'm finished writing it, and I'm talking about after a year of writing, all right, I bump into Pam at this science fiction award ceremony. She was there with Escape from L.A., and I was there with Dust Alone. And so I see her, and I've really been writing so much and just haven't been telling her. I was just playing it cool. Normally I just blurt it out, but this time I'm going to play it cool, all right? And I see her at the place, and I go, Pam, and I'm playing it way cool at this point. I'm like, Pam, I'm writing a little something for you in my next movie. Think you're going to like it. That's all I'm going to say about it, all right? And then she goes, oh, man, things are going really good with me. I just did Escape from L.A., and I just got hired by Tim Burton to do a part in Mars Attacks, and, things are going real good, And I go, screw that mess. Wait till you read what I got for you.
This is not a big thing.
I ain't gonna say anything. That's all I'm gonna say. But just screw that mess, and you just wait.
Be ready.
Be ready. All right. And she goes, okay. And then literally about 3 months later, I finished it and sent it to her.
And what'd she say?
Well, I also screwed with her there too, because I still didn't let her know right away. What I let her know I was writing something, but the way I said it so it'd have the most impact is I said, okay, Pam, I'm going to send you a script. Didn't mention the title. I'm going to send you the script. Look at the character Jackie Brown. Okay, I'm just going to send you the script, all right? And then I send it like regular mail, even as opposed to FedEx, all right? So she comes and she opens up this script and it says Jackie Brown, with a little post-it, read Jackie Brown. And she loved it. She loved it. And like I said, the first thing I said to her, to tell you the truth, after she read it was, I said, you've got the part, and we kind of talked about that for a while, and then we got down in this one big major phone conversation, got down to the actual nuts and bolts towards the very end of it. And I just, and I said, now look, a lot of people are going to come to you, and they're going to start talking this John Travolta business and everything, and you can't pay any attention to any of that. All right? This is not about that. This is about you being the perfect actress to play this role, and that's why you're getting cast. Not because you won some 70s revival contest, all right? Because you're the best actress to play this part, all right? And you can't think about any of that. We just got to get to work and just make Jackie Brown come alive. And then she came back with the greatest response. She goes, I ain't expecting nothing that John Travolta got, because he's a 40-year-old white male, and I'm a mid-40s black woman, and they don't write the same parts for us.
When you did Travolta, when you brought him in for Pulp Fiction, did you have any sense that you wanted to recreate his career, or you wanted to bring his career back? Or was it just, this is as it is with her, he's the right actor for the role, and whatever happens will happen?
Well, it's like, I wanted the later. I mean, it was the later. I was just casting the right actor for the right role. Yeah. I wanted him to come back in a big way. That would be fantastic.
But you didn't go out on a mission to, I love John Travolta, and I'm going to make him.
No. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, I'm trying to find the best way to put it. It's like, that's like, me and Mira started going out with each other when just a little bit before she got nominated for the Oscar. Yeah. I didn't go out with her because I thought she was going to win the Oscar. Yeah. But it's pretty damn great that she won the Oscar. All right? That's fantastic. I'm so happy for her. I couldn't want anything more. All right? And I would send out every positive thing towards that. But no, I casted him as an actor to do the role. But I wanted him to fulfill his destiny. Just because I like watching him as an actor.
You thought he had a destiny. Yeah. I mean, you thought this guy's much better than the roles he's getting.
Oh, yeah. People just have bad memories. And it's a damn shame. I mean, but it's really funny now. It's one of those things, because I did that with John, and you could argue that that Reservoir Dogs helped Harvey Keitel's career a lot too.
Right.
All right, and now I've cast Pam and I've cast Robert Forster. Let's face it, Pam and Robert Forster. Anybody else in Hollywood adapting Rum Punch, all right, probably wouldn't have cast those two people. Okay. Probably one, because they probably wouldn't have made the character black for Pam, and they probably don't even know who Robert Forster is. Yeah. All right, that's just the bottom line. All right, I didn't do that to prove, oh, I'm Mr. Cool. All right, watch me bring these people back. I did it because there's something, I think one of the worst things that happens in Hollywood is a very uncreativeness when it comes to casting. And part of that uncreativity, that unartlessness that happens in casting, is you basically have the same names on this list that the studio makes. All right, and it's the same like list of names that are working on the high-profile films. Every once in a while, somebody else gets in there, but they usually better be young. They better be a youngster. All right, and I'm not talking about Harrison Ford and Tom Hanks. I'm talking about all the way down to the character actors, the bumbling sheriff, and the corrupt sheriff and his bumbling deputy.
There's a list for all of those kinds of roles.
Yeah, and it's like there's the high-profile character actor, and that's why when you go see Hollywood movies, you see the same big kind of more or less bigger name character actors in 5-6 movies. All right, and what happens is as 5 years goes on, some of them stay on that list, some of them drop off, new people come on. All right, Robert Forster didn't go anywhere. All right, he's been working, but he's way off that list, and he's like doing like straight-to-video movies and stuff. And some of those movies are okay, and some of them are even pretty good, and some of them are horrible. But he's good in all of them. Mm-hmm. All right, and the thing is, I don't have that list. I have a good memory. I know that Robert Forster's still there, and he's still kicking butt. All right, I know Pam Grier's still there, and she's still kicking butt. I've got a much longer list, and the only thing you need to be on that list is a good actor. All right. And that doesn't make me cool. It's just I just have more of a memory than most directors or most casting directors.
Okay, but suppose Harvey Weinstein came to you and said, look, if you cast Madonna in this role, take one example, or if it's a male role and you put Hanks in the role, right. He's in his 40s, it'll make more money for us. So we need star power in this film. We need your brilliance as a director, but we need star power. Are you going to say, no, that's not what I do? The star power here is a Quentin Tarantino film, and that's what I'm delivering to you, and that's what made Pulp Fiction. And
well, that conversation has happened on every one of my movies at one time or another, all right? But it's a conversation. It's not an order. It's not a dictate. I mean, it's like...
why not? It's that kind of conversation.
Yeah, well, it's like all things being equal, we really think there's an excitement about you working with this fellow over here. Yeah. All right, and just know that if we do it with him, then we'll be able to sell the movie more overseas because of this and that and the other. Now we'll still be able to do well with the film, but just know. And is there a reason why you don't want to use him? Don't you like him as an actor? All right, and it's like sometimes the answer is, you know what? There is no reason. He's the perfect guy for the role. All right, if I wrote a movie and Tom Hanks was the perfect guy for the role, I'd campaign. I'd get him. I'd want to. I mean, if he wanted to do it, all right? I wouldn't be like, oh, no, I want to cast Blunkety-Blunk, all right? No, Tom Hanks is a fantastic actor. But in this case, it's like Pam Grier's role was set. I mean, at one point it was actually even kind of funny because, like, one time somebody asked me something to the effect of, did I read her? Yeah. All right? And I go, well...
Did she audition?
Yeah, did I audition her? I go, well, you don't write a Bronson movie and then ask Bronson to read.
So you're doing a Grier movie then?
Yeah.
This is a Grier movie.
I mean, I say that like affectionately. All right. It's really, it's not really a Pam Grier movie, but it is a Pam Grier movie in a fun way.
One more word about casting.
Sure.
De Niro's here.
Yeah.
Why De Niro? Something he wanted to do. Something you wanted for him.
Something we both wanted to do together.
Wanted to work together.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like with Robert read the script and really liked the character of Lewis. Right. And I remember talking to him about it because I adore the character of Lewis. And I remember one of the things that I said to him is I said, look, I think this is one of the best acting roles I've ever written. And if I was old enough to play the guy, I'd be playing Lewis. All right. But I'm not old enough. The guy needs more age to him to make the character really work. That's what Dutch wrote. And thing is, but it's different from all the other acting roles I've ever written because it's not about dialogue. It's not about the guy saying all this like really cool stuff. It's a performance that needs to be given in body language. All right. And I remember even describing to him, I said, I want Lewis to have the body language of a pile of dirty clothes. And I happened to be talking to one of the greatest character actors in the history of the medium, all right? One of the greatest body language actors in the history of the medium. He got across those whole last 4 years in jail in the movie that he plays, which you never see him in jail ever. But there's like a baked quality to him. It's like he doesn't even quite realize how that last 4 years kind of took something out of him. That's just all in the way he kind of holds his drink and the way he just kind of like, just sits on the chair and just kind of like glazes and watches TV and just listens to people talk and has his little drink there. He gets it all across in just physical movement. And, he's just a wonderful character actor.
With no instruction from you?
No, we worked together.
Minimal instruction?
Well...
A collaboration?
Yeah, very much a collaboration. Very much a collaboration. And I feel very honored about that. He wanted to... we worked very, very well together, and he knew I understood the character, too. I was actually thinking about this the other day. It's like when a writer creates a character, it's like the character's your children, all right? You're its mother, its father, all right? When an actor takes the character from you, it's like they're lovers, all right? Now, ultimately, people, they grow on, and ultimately it needs to be the wife-man or whatever relationship that it needs to like make it come through, and the parents need to kind of like let it go its course. All right, but to me, when you're like really investing into a lot in character work, that's kind of the relationship, and so we did that together, completely, and it was very, very. I'm not taking credit for his work, but I'm just saying that because that's his work. I know he worked very, very well with his makeup woman. His makeup woman is like the third member of the creative team because she's not doing makeup. Her name is Ilona. She's magnificent.
She works with him wherever he goes?
She works with him. That's what she does. She does.
She makes up De Niro.
Yeah, but it's not about vanity. It's not about making him look good. It's about character. It's about would this character have coffee stains on his teeth? What color hair? How much gray in it? Any gray at all? Should the whole thing be gray? All right, sideburns. What about the tattoos? It's all about character, and then it's like Bob, me, and her. And I was very lucky to be brought into that, to have him so willingly bring me into that creative process with him.
And when you looked at the dailies and when you looked at the film when you were editing it, how good is he?
He deserves his reputation as possibly the greatest actor of his generation. I've come to the conclusion from editing a film that he's made, seeing every last little bit of footage, I think he is the best actor in the world.
And what makes the best actor in the world? What is it that you see there? Because in sports, you can measure it. He won 5 Masters. He was a Wimbledon champion.
Yeah.
He won the World Series. Exactly what you mean. He's run the mile in 3 minutes and 57 seconds. That kind of thing. What is it about the best actor?
Well, I'll tell you what I mean from my point, because you almost can't compare artists to athletes because somebody's this is not somebody's that. Having said that, I've never seen an actor so completely consume himself in character, in true character work during the work. All right, and what I mean by that is when Robert is playing Lewis and you're looking at every single solitary piece of footage you've ever shot on the man, all right, every single moment, he is Lewis, he is working moment to moment. He's not thinking about over here, I'm going to do this and this and this and I'm going to get to this. Over here doesn't exist. The only thing is right here, what's happening right now. And, some acting people suggest something to the effect of like there's a zillion choices out there and any one of them is possible and any one of them is great. I actually don't believe that at all. If you are really in character, you only have a few choices. If something weird were to happen at this table right now, there's not a zillion ways Charlie Rose is going to react. There's probably about 4 ways Charlie Rose will react. All right? And De Niro has that down. He is so in character. He could be doing a scene right here, right now.
He'd know the 4.
Yeah. He would. He would know the 4, and if a dog came walking onto the set, he's not going to go, oh, cut, or anything like that.
He'll do what I would do.
He'll make that work. He'll do what you would do.
Right. You want to be, over the term of your life and career, considered serious about acting.
Yes.
You don't want people to think, I do these cameo things or I play with acting as a kind of fun thing. You want to say, I can do this, and I'm going to polish, work on, develop that craft.
That's exactly true, yeah. And it's like, it's kind of blowing people's minds.
Yeah.
I don't think people either know what to make
They
of
don't
it.
take you seriously when you talk about acting?
Well, I actually think they are this go-around. All right, but it's the first time I've ever really talked about it, all right, in serious terms and kind of stating where I'm coming from. I think they thought I was screwing around before, all right? And, you know, I can even kind of see where they're coming from just a little bit insofar as some of the things I did early on, which I'm not ashamed of, but they were what they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be kind of comedy turns.
Why do you want to be an actor? Why do you want to act is a word, not a question why you want to be an actor.
Right, why do I want to act? Well, it's what I started doing, all right? It's like, it was my first entry into show business was acting. The only formal study I've ever had in my entire life has been acting. I quit school in the 9th grade. I didn't go to high school. I didn't go to college. I didn't go to director school. I didn't go to writing school, whatever that would be. All right? I've studied acting and I've studied boxing, and those are the only sense of study or academia I've ever had.
And did you find anything similar about those two things, acting and boxing?
Yeah. Actually, I have. It's like about you know, not going backwards. Going forward, and just not even so much being aggressive, but just like, you know, not going backwards towards what you're trying to do.
Leaning in terms of acting.
Exactly. The thing is, though, look, I understand that. I understand people might think that, but you know what, though? I don't have to worry about that because I'm going to be here for a little while. And yeah, I'm probably not going to get any respect for it for maybe the next year, 2 years, who knows. But I'm going to keep doing it. All right, and then eventually, if the work is standing up, people will not be able to help but see the work. But I say that, and I sound a little weird when I say that to me, my own self, because I sound a little defensive, and it's only the media. It's not other actors. I have got nothing but encouragement from other actors. Other actors respect my work that I did in Dusk Till Dawn. They like the work. Other filmmakers like my work that I did. They like that, and they're looking forward to me to do something else. And they like that I'm not letting Entertainment Weekly, right, because they might write a snotty thing about me, but I'm not going to stop. Mira supports me all the way down the line on this, and it's so great.
Has she changed you, Mira Sorvino, your lady? Has she changed you at all? Has she? I mean, are you, because of her in your life, in any way different? Have you mellowed? Have you done anything different? Are you more driven, more in touch, more anything?
I think what she did for me, I think it was something. I think also it was wonderful timing. It was something that I think I was happening in me anyway, just as a function of time. And I just happened to have just the right lady come in there to make the process even smoother and even deeper and go a little further with it than I would have maybe on my own. I'm just a man now.
Yeah.
You know, I held on to my boyhood. Not even too long. I was just fine. I was a boy, a kid, and having a great time, and it was all good. It was all good.
Yeah.
All right.
And it was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, and I look at old interviews of myself and everything that I did and everything. Forget about the stuff before that. I just look at old interviews of myself, and I like that guy. That's a nice guy. All right. But I'm just a man now. It's just different. All right. And I also realize.
So it's maturity or something. The difference between.
It's maturity, it's masculinity, it's everything, and these were all things that held in reserve. But you see, I don't know how to say this other than to just say this. Mira's a real woman. She's a woman, all right, and I was coming into my own as a man, all right, and then woman met man, and woman and man got deeper. We met each other at just the right time, but she's a woman, and you got to keep up with a real woman. When you're with a real woman, you better be a real man.
And she would say the same thing, you think, in terms of understanding the sort of dynamics of this relationship?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think so. But you'd have to ask her.
I will. She's Clint Eastwood for you. As you look in terms of body of work,
Yeah.
which is a word that comes to you now, and you think about that, you know you're established, you know that you have something going, you know you've got talent, craft, vision, screen, and abilities in a variety of the disciplines that make a film. Eastwood, you admire because?
Well, actually, what I admire the most about Clint Eastwood, all right, is the fact that he's an artist, and he's an artist who has managed to control his own world with a patron studio.
Warner's.
Yeah, Warner Brothers. All right. He has a very unique situation at Warner Brothers. Now, there's other filmmakers that have unique situations. Martin Scorsese could set up a situation like that pretty much at any place, and that he'd be doing his thing, all right? And Woody Allen has that relationship with whoever he works with. But Eastwood is a little different, because Eastwood has a situation with Warner Brothers, and it's lasted for a long time, all right? And it's been profitable for them for a long time. And he has a responsibility that you just don't see in other filmmakers as far as his relationship to Warner Brothers. They're family. There's just no 2, 3, 4 ways about it. Okay, Clint Eastwood is a member of the Warner Brothers family, all right? And at the end of the day, he's as important as anybody at Warner Brothers. And it doesn't matter if his last film was a hit or not.
Back to this movie, because I want to move on to a lot of other things. When you're making this movie, you've written your script, you've given it to Miramax. This is the script I'm working on. This is the script. This is it, guys. We're going.
Right.
We've cast this thing. We've got De Niro. We've got Pam Grier. We've got Forster. We've got
Bridget Fonda.
We've got Bridget Fonda in this.
Michael Keaton.
And Michael Keaton is in this. And so we're ready to go. What's it like once you start? You get up in the morning and you go shoot. You've got your shooting schedule there. Did you come in on time for this film?
Oh, yeah. We always finish on time.
Not over budget?
No, not at all. Usually a little under budget, actually.
What do you do other than make the film while you're making a film?
Well, it's funny, because I directed this film a little differently than I've directed my other movies. And I think it was partly due to the influence that acting's had on me recently, just thinking about it a lot. When I was talking about De Niro, we were talking about the whole thing of being moment to moment. All right, and not being result-oriented. It's about just where you're going while you're at that moment. And I showed up on the set. I'd show up on the set, and I did this a lot in the first 2 weeks, and then finally it was just completely my way of working, is I'd show up on the set with not a shot list or no storyboards or anything like that. All right, I mean, for like a really big cinematic sequence, like I knew I wanted to have that crane shot and that stuff with Ordell and Beaumont, in the trunk. Or I knew that. I needed a crane for that day because you got to tell them you got to be crane there. But aside from that, if most of the just acting scenes, I'd show up first thing in the day, and I wouldn't have a shot list. We didn't know exactly what we were going to do. All right, we'd just go on the set, and we all shot on location. And then me and the actors would walk through the scene. The crew is gone except for maybe the cinematographer, and we'd just kind of go through the scene. All right, and we would see where we were that day. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal, but nothing was ridiculously said unless it was super important. And we just kind of found it. Very no pressure, just discovered it that day. All right, so then we did that. And then once you do that, especially when you're talking about an acting scene, how to cover the film becomes fairly obvious. Where's the best place to put the camera to get the most out of what the people are doing? So then you send the guys off to makeup, and then I would do the shot list, and then I knew after about a couple hours or an hour and a half or so, actually about an hour and a half, from the moment set officially started, I'd know what I wanted to do that day. And I liked working that way. It's like directing moment to moment. I'm not dragging. I always make fun of people who do all this work in their bedroom, with a shot list, or even actors practicing how they're going to do this and that. You got to leave the bedroom at home, all right? And as an actor, what you want, and some actors are different, but what I like is my method is to just invest in the character and don't worry about the text. Just invest in the character, and when you show up, you're the character, and there you go. Same thing as a director, but instead of investing in character, you're investing in the text. You're trusting the fact that you know this piece of material. So now it's up on its feet.
Name me 5 living. The list is not just 5, but name me 5 living directors that could teach you something about directing.
Steven Spielberg.
Because?
He's just such a perfect filmmaker as far as like, when he comes up, like the Taking of Shanghai sequence, for instance, in Empire of the Sun, and I talked to him about Private Ryan. He goes, "Oh, we're going to create the greatest like taking of Omaha Beach ever," and I have no doubt he will. All right, he's just a master movie maker.
This is a film he's making now.
Exactly, this one coming out, and I'm sure he's going to do the greatest taking of Omaha Beach ever captured in cinema, on film ever. That kind of filmmaking language, I think I've got it too, but in a different way. But I could learn something from him.
Okay.
I could definitely learn something from him.
Spielberg is one.
Spielberg would be one. I think I could learn things about I could learn from Scorsese, but how I could learn from Scorsese is not like how he does anything. You know what I mean? Because how he does it is how he does it, and how I do it is how I do it. But Spielberg, Scorsese is so much film and love of film. I might be a better director if I just had dinner at his house every week and we just talked. Does that make sense?
Oh, of course it does, yeah.
All right, not about filmmaking per se. And I wouldn't doubt that he didn't feel that way about Fellini, too.
When Fellini died, he came on this show and talked about it.
I saw it, yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing, is that you two share that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never asked Marty this, but I think other people have talked about it. In fact, women in his life have talked on this program about it. Mm-hmm. When women come into his life, he has them watch films. Dawn Steele talks about that.
Yeah.
Do you do the same thing? Are you obsessed about movies so much? The history, the love, the differences.
I was.
Composition.
Not so much anymore.
That's when you were. Before you became a man?
Well, no, I don't think there's that much of a correlation between it. I think it's more like I have some money now, and I don't have to work so much, so I can actually live a life.
Okay,
all right. But no, that's a big deal, though, as far as like when you've had your eye on the prize for something for so long, and now you have it, and it's like under control. That's okay now.
Yeah.
So now I can kind of look up and see other things. Having said that, I've actually been giving Mira like a really wonderful film education. And you know what? It's educational for me, too, because I'm seeing a lot of stuff, like, really old stuff, new through her eyes. I was never, like, the gigantic Frank Capra fan.
Right.
I've liked Frank Capra, but I've never, like, just thought he was the beginning and end, like some people have. Well, I knew Mira would love Frank Capra, okay? And so I started showing her some of his films, and damn if I didn't like get really sucked into his technique and his world and his his comedy and his modesty. I don't know, just everything. I rediscovered him kind of through her eyes.
So the question she asked infuses and informs how you might approach this. Back to this. When you put that there, you said this is the goal. What was that for you? What is it that enabled you? What have you achieved? And what is that so that you can look up and see other things?
Well, this was a life in film, all right? And I didn't have an education. There was like nothing. I didn't have a film school education. I didn't have any money, and I didn't have any connections. And I was like the epitome. God, it's really funny. I was looking at like some interviews I did at the time of Reservoir Dogs. And I was like, I can actually see why I got kind of famous from those interviews, because I was about as much of an outsider as a person could possibly be, all right? And so it was like, in order to not fall back, I needed to just focus in on what it was that I wanted for my life and my art form. And the easiest thing to do in this business, all right, in any kind of, I'm sure it's the same thing in journalism, is it's easy to settle, you want this, but you settle for this. Because this is not this. This is not what you dreamed of, but it's damn close to it. Your life is still involved in it, and it's okay.
Yeah. The other thing about it is once you get this, which is partly knowing you can do it, knowing that you, and that's partly of a self-realization thing. You then can know how to push it towards whatever that dream is.
Yeah.
You know that you've got sort of a gravitas, a sort of a body of things that will push you on the journey.
But what's weird about directing is there's no other art form that has this kind of situation. You can think all you want, and you can work great with actors, or you can like dream up great shots in your head that no one else has ever come up with, or you can do anything like that. But until you've actually done it, done a movie, which means money, which means film going through camera, which means working with actors and working with a crew and running it all.
Right.
All right. You don't know if you've got what it takes to do the job. You got to convince somebody to put a whole lot of people behind you and a whole lot of money to just see if you can do it.
No, but I mean, my point was including having done it, so that once you have done it, you know you can do it.
Well, and
you know you can do it better and better.
Well, that's the weird thing about it. That's the bizarre thing that I noticed on this film. It was really weird when we did Pulp Fiction, because just having done one film, our knowledge on just the experience, all right, was like staggering. This movie was even different than that. This is the movie I became a professional. I've always Jackie Brown. I've always considered myself, you know, an amateur, and I'm kind of proud of that amateur status. All right, and I had a little worrisome moment actually in pre-production of Jackie Brown of like, oh my God, I'm a professional. I didn't know if I ever wanted to be a professional. All right, there was something bad in that. I didn't want to join the guild because I didn't want to be a professional. All right, I wanted to hang on to my amateur status. And right at that moment, I read Peter Bogdanovich's book, that book he wrote, his interviews with the other directors, old directors.
That was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, no, that was very shortly. Okay. It was just the one he just did recently.
Oh, about the devil, something like that.
No, Who the Devil Made It.
Who the Devil Made It, right?
And I got together with him. I just felt compelled to get together with him after reading the book, because here's all these old pros, and he actually knew them, you know. And so I got together with him.
Great conversation. I read it.
And I'm talking to him, and I was kind of telling him my feelings, you know, and he goes, "Oh, you know, Quentin, that's kind of how it is, you know. You're just going to have to, you know, get over that, because the truth of the matter is, after you've directed 2 movies, you kind of know how to do it. It's kind of easy. Once you've done it and you know how to do it, you know the job. The not knowing the job was the big question mark
for you.
Yeah, the first 2 times. Not the art.
So now you're a professional.
Now I'm a professional.
It reminds me of Pat Riley, the basketball coach, was here once, and he said at some point he realized, you know, for a while that he was just coaching, but he wasn't invested in it. He was doing the best he could, and he was doing well. And then at some point he said, I'm a lifer. This is what I do. I coach basketball team. That's what I do, and I'm proud of it, and I do it very well. And I'm pleased to call myself a basketball coach.
Well, that's what I have to put up with when I have like when I do interviews with people and everything. They go, well, do you ever just walk around and think about that video store and just pinch yourself? This is my life. All right? I'm not pinching myself for living my life. All right, this is what I do now. You don't see that often in most movies. A scene like that, you know. Or
what was different about it?
Well, it's like 2 people talking fairly honestly about themselves, and there's something kind of wonderful about the relationship going on there.
And but it's also kind of basic to it. So you did one cover shot.
Right. Oh yeah, no, it's not reinventing cinema.
No, which raises me to this question: what is it that makes a good director? What is it? I mean, is it choice of shots, or is it something much more profound and fundamental in terms of what separates boys from the men, what separates those who have genius from those who can make good movies?
At the end of the day, I just think there are certain people, you know, this is going to sound so simplistic to say this, but I think my heart of hearts I believe it. At the end of the day, there's just some people that God touched and just said, you know what, you're a director. Yeah, you're supposed to make movies. Now there's other people, the theater directors and television directors and all kinds of stuff, but there's some people that it's just like, you know how to make movies be movies.
And you think that was what happened to you, and when did it happen? When did you think that thought? Or did you just know for a while that I love making movies, I love movies?
Well, I knew all through my childhood, movies were like my one thing that I just adored and loved and above all others, all right? And, I wasn't that interested in athletics or any of that stuff. I was interested in movies. And when I started studying acting, and, I wanted to be an actor, so I'm hanging around all these other actors and stuff, and I realized that they didn't like movies half as much as I did, and as a matter of fact, they were pretty damn narcissistic, all right? They were just into themselves. And I seemed pure in my way of thinking about it, all right? And at a certain point, I just realized that appearing in movies wasn't enough for me. All right, I just loved them too much to simply appear in them. I wanted them to be mine. All right, I wanted to have ownership over them. I wanted to create them. And I mean, those were, even when I was an actor, my heroes weren't other actors. My heroes were directors that I wanted to act for.
I don't want you to get away with this question. You named 2 actors. Give me 2 directors. Give me 3 others that could inform you about the craft of directing.
Well, he died just recently, but I have to mention him because actually I learned a lot from Sam Fuller. Yeah. All right. So much of this stuff is very instinctual. You know, it just kind of seeps in. But you know, I have to also say, you know what? Okay, let me talk about people who I could know and what they could teach me, as opposed to from osmosis. Living directors. You know, I actually think off the top of my head, those are the 2 that by knowing them.
Right. Spielberg, Scorsese.
Spielberg and Scorsese, yeah. I mean, I don't think I would really learn anything from Godard. I don't think I would learn anything from De Palma except how he does his set pieces, and I want to do my set pieces my way. All right, and like it'll be like and I love De Palma, but that's like writing from David Mamet. Well, you learn how to write like David Mamet.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can learn a lot of professional pointers, but as far as like, you know.
When you set out to choose the next movie that you were going to make, having the enormous success of Pulp Fiction, all that came raining down on you, and did you have any sense that I have got to step up to the plate this time and hit a long ball?
No, not at all.
You refused to be prisoner to what you had done.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, everyone thinks I took a long time, and I don't look at it as taking a long time, because from the moment Pulp Fiction won the Palme d'Or to finally when they had the Oscar ceremony, all right, it never stopped during that entire time, and that was over a year, all right, so can't do another movie or even think about another movie while this express train is going on, all right? Robert Zemeckis didn't either, all right?
I mean, after Forrest Gump?
Yeah, exactly, yeah, we were in the same Super Bowl, basically, you know, took all of our concentration. I'm never going to be the kind of director that does a movie a year. I want, you know, I invest a year and a half in a movie. I want a year in return, come back, you know. And so I took that time, and then I started writing, and I wrote the script for a year. It took me a year to write it. All right, people are saying, "What's he doing?" I'm writing. I'm doing what I do. All right, it would be a different situation if I was Richard Donner or somebody like that. And I was like looking through scripts trying to find something I would like. Where I would be, and I talked with Paul Thomas Anderson about this. Where I would
who made Boogie Nights.
Who made the movie Boogie Nights, and he's kind of facing that now. And if I wasn't a writer, I could imagine it would be very easy to be self-conscious. All right. You know, if I had made Seven, if I was David Fincher and I made the movie Seven, I could imagine I would be very precious about what I would do next. All right, and like just trying to find just the right kind of material that really spoke to me, and then because I didn't write it, you'd always be questioning it. All right, I have the luxury; I don't have to do that because it starts with a blank page with me all over again, and it's all about the work. And I had never thought about Pulp Fiction like one iota while I was writing Jackie Brown. The only thing I knew is I knew I didn't want to out-epic myself, all right? I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to, if I did an epic, I would literally have to make even a bigger epic than Pulp Fiction, and I thought that was kind of stupid, all right? I wanted to do a smaller film. I liked the more character-based. I wanted to go underneath Pulp Fiction. But what I think this film shows is, I mean, people basically, and you know this, they talk about my career as if I've done 6 movies, and I've done 2. You know, people, I've seen your movies, both of them. Right? And Pulp Fiction was as different from Reservoir Dogs as Jackie Brown is different from Pulp Fiction, but you can tell I made all 3 of them. That's there. But they all have different things about them. And the feeling is, it's like, okay, now do you get it? I'm in here for the long haul, and I'm going to make individualistic movies. And you know what? My fourth one's going to be different from these three, and my fifth one's going to be different from those four.
I'm going to paint with different colors.
Exactly. But you'll always tell I made them, but I'm not a rock star trying to make the same album.
Is there anything that you have done? I mean, you have been in the white-hot glare of publicity since Pulp Fiction. I mean, I've read lots of stuff about you. When you look at all that, do you just say, hey, I had a great time, I've lived a good time, I've been serious about my work, I've experimented with things, some did well, some didn't do so well, but when I look at how I've spent my time since I made Pulp Fiction and became such a cult favorite and did well at the box office in addition, I got no complaints.
Oh, not at all. Oh, it's all been wonderful. I mean, it's like, you know, some movie magazine taking a swipe at me, that's not going to care. Who cares?
You want to go, and you are going to go, and act in a Broadway play. Hopefully, it'll be a Broadway play.
Right.
You know, try it out of town or somewhere.
Right, exactly.
Why do you want to do that? Just because it's the acting thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the thing about it is, I mean, I'm not precious about it being Broadway or not, or that whole thing. That's kind of exciting, but that is not the thing. I'm just it literally, they sent me the play, and I read it, and the part is a great part, and I know I can do this guy really well, and I know it would be a great role for me, and it really was no different than that. It was just down to that. It was like I thought I could do a really good job with this role, and I've been kind of precious about what I've done since I did my performance in Dusk Till Dawn. I was very proud. I did what I wanted to do with that. I was very proud of that work in there. And so I didn't want to do anything less than that. I wanted to do something beyond that. And I think this could be it. And to tell you the truth, I really, really like the idea of like, okay, you want to go in, you want to go into acting, all right, in a big way, all right, well, there's a stage. All right, you know, that's the actor's medium. It's right there, man. You know, you are there every night, all right? And there you go. And, you know, who knows? It's like if it works out in this play, maybe I might like make a movie and then go back to the theater and do a part as in a play. Do another movie, go back to the theater as an actor. Do another movie, go back to another theater as an actor. You know, rather than try to be in movies or something like that. Who knows? We'll see how it goes.
What kinds of films do you see yourself making over the next 5 years? I mean, do you can see something that's similar between Pulp Fiction and Jackie Brown? It feels the same. It's the conversation. It's the language. It's your language. Your language will always be there. You turn down Men in Blue. Men in Black. Whatever. Men in Black. You turn down Speed. You've turned down a lot of things. You know. Because they didn't, what?
It would be unfair to say I turned down Men in Black. I did, but I mean, it wasn't what I wanted to do.
Okay.
All right. But the thing is, though, I'm pretty self-generating. You know, it's like I'm not really in the market for like, you know, reading scripts and like falling in love with it. I want to do the stuff myself, either adapt it or be an original. You know, it's just like if you're dating. And you say, what kind of woman do you want to fall in love with? All right, you know, anytime you try to put it into words and everything, you'll be damn sure to fall in love with somebody else.
You know it when you see it, but you can't describe it.
That's it.
There is this said about you and about this film, is that Quentin somehow loves black culture, loves black music. What is that?
It's me. It's like this movie, I have different sides of me, and this movie is that side of me. I grew up completely surrounded in the 70s by black culture, probably the greatest time of black culture in this nation's history, where it's like out in the forefront. And you know, I went to an all-black school for a long period of time. My mom was a young lady, very young lady in the early 70s. She had black boyfriends. I hung out with them. Her best friend in the world, my second mother, is a woman named Jackie Watts. She's black. The whole house was like United Nations, all right? And I just grew up completely around black culture, and it's part of me. And I'm not a visitor to it. It's part of me. It's the same way somebody goes to Paris and lives for 5, 6, 7 years, comes back to America, you put them around a bunch of French people, all right, they're just kicking it in French, and, you know, and they just got it down, all right, and they're just doing their thing. that's me, except that was me through like my entire childhood.
And when Spike Lee comes along and says, you know, why is he using in his screenplay the N-word so much and putting it in Samuel L. Jackson's mouth? What do you say?
What I say is that's two questions, actually, all right? And you got to find out exactly which question he's asking. If he believes in his heart of hearts that I'm a racist, that's one thing. Okay, if he doesn't believe in his heart of hearts, and he knows that's not the case.
Yeah, he knows that.
All right, yeah. Okay, if he doesn't believe that, then has nothing to do with that. It's simply about me being a writer now. All right, and as a writer, I demand the right to write any character in the world that I want to write. And I demand the right to be them, I demand the right to think them, and I demand to tell the truth as I see they are. All right? And to say that I can't do that because I'm white, but the Hughes brothers can do that because they're black, that is racist. That is the heart of racism. All right? And I do not accept that. All right? If he came out with a statement and said the word nigger was used too much in Menace to Society or The Dead Presidents, then at least I still would completely disagree with it. Because as a writer, I have the right to do any damn thing I have the talent to achieve. All right? And to fail at, too. But to say that, but for him not saying that to them, but saying that to me, that is BS, and I don't have time for it. All right? And now the thing is, I can guarantee you, Ordell Roby did not lie in that movie.
It's a character played by Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, it's like he's the one that says the word nigger all the time. Well, that is how he talks, all right? And that's how that's how a segment of the black community that lives in Compton, lives in Inglewood, where this movie takes place, and lives in Carson, that is how they talk. I am telling the truth. It would not be questioned if I was black, all right? And I resent the question that because I'm white. All right, I have the right to tell the truth. I do not have the right to lie. And the thing is, you know, he says, if I said kike 35 different times in Mo Better Blues, they wouldn't let me make another movie again. You know, it's like, well, what are you mad at? Right? Yeah. Did you want to do that and they didn't let you? And you're going to blame me? Right? It's like, you know, he truly can't sit here. You know, he's somebody, but you know what, at the same time I'm addressing this?
Yeah.
I'm the maddest at the fact that he didn't call me personally. He talked to my partner, Lawrence, he talked to Harvey Weinstein, and then he went public, and he never called me about it, all right? And, you know, it's like, I just said what I said now. I'm not going to say it again about Spike Lee from here on in. The only time I'm going to talk about this again is if Spike calls me, and I'll talk to him directly about this.
Well said. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here.
As always.
I've really been looking forward to this interview.
Thank you. I am pleased to welcome Quentin Tarantino back to this table. It has been a time since we came here to talk about, first we talked about Pulp Fiction, then we talked about Jackie Brown, but the Pulp Fiction conversation on anybody's list of favorite programs that they have seen in the last 12 years on this show, he's on that list. So it's great to have you back.
It's an honor to be back, actually. I had to make a movie good enough to come back to do it.
All right. What have you been doing for the last 6 years? Give me the whole sense of leading up to this since the last movie you made.
Yeah, well, basically...
And you know why I'm asking? Because I caught you on a plane one night, late at night.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an overnight plane from, I think, L.A. And I go to bed, and I look over, and you're scribbling away. I wake up, and you're scribbling away.
Yeah.
I said, Quentin is under pressure.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it was, basically what I was doing in that time, you know, along with a little bit of living life and everything like that, I was writing. Right. All right, I was going to do this World War II movie, you know, first. And so I started writing that, and hell, that was like at least 6 months of research right there, all right? And so I started writing that, and then along the way, it started becoming this never-ending novel. Have you heard of a novelist that, you know, have this tomb, all right? They can never end.
A trunk full of notes.
Yeah, okay. This is a script, all right? And it's like this, and I can never end it, all right? And then finally I just said, you know, I think I'm going to switch over to something else for a little bit. And then I started writing Kill Bill. But and that took about 2 years, you know, about a year and a half altogether. So the thing is, during that time, I was working. I was just writing, all right? And I'm writing it like the way a novelist writes, I'm just kind of alone and just doing it. I don't have like cards or graphs about this has to happen by
And
this
do you write
page
it
or that
in
page.
longhand?
Yeah, totally write in longhand. And I know where I'm going, but it's like, I want to do it like a novelist does, where it's like they're telling me. They can, the characters can kind of go wherever they want. I push them in a certain direction, but then they kind of tell me the story. Like, for instance, in the case of Kill Bill, it's like, I pretty much figured by the time we got to the end of the movie, she'd kill Bill.
Right.
But exactly what their conversation would be, I didn't know. Exactly what they would say once they got to each other, I didn't know. And I wouldn't know until I'd gone on that 1.5-year journey of getting the bride to there.
Yeah. Well, here's what amazes me. I want to talk, first of all, the World War movie, since you brought it up here. Why can't you end it? I mean, what was it? You could not find in your head some logical concluding episode to sew it up.
And you know what it was more than anything else? It was it was writer's-itis. I just couldn't let go of it. I mean, there was this weird thing about it where I had directed Jackie Brown, and then I had then acted on this play and everything, and then it was like, okay, the writer in me, okay, now deal with me, all right? Let me take over. And like, great, it's time for you to take over. Well, I let him take over, and I just became too precious about the page. It was like, had to be the greatest thing I'd ever done. And I just couldn't stop writing. I couldn't turn my head off. It's just like you keep coming up with another idea after that and another idea after that. And by the way, this is a movie, all right? It can't just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it did, but I was so in love with the page, I couldn't stop. I mean, now after I've done Kill Bill, I know how to end it. I know how to do all of that. But at that moment when, everything was about that, I just couldn't get away from the desk.
Do you view this World War II movie as your masterpiece?
Well,
so far, having not filmed a single page of the script?
Yeah, what I would say, I'd say what I have written so far, all right, is the best stuff I've ever written.
Best stuff you've ever written?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is it that makes a Tarantino script? Because the dialogue is so riveting. Just watch the way they were talking there. I mean, you compel forward by the way people talk to each other. That's one thing. How do you create that?
Well, I really know it might all go away. But I mean, basically what I do...
What informs it?
No, what I do basically is, and this sounds... I get them talking to each other. I mean, it's just that simple, all right?
And you've got a good ear.
Yeah, I got a very good ear, and there isn't a lot of aspect when it comes to writing that relates to acting, all right? The way, like, two actors would improvise or something like that. But it's not... There's not that show-offy. Uma has a great line about it. She goes, look, if an actor is improvising and they're not using curse words, that's not improvisation. That's writing. All right? That's why you never see it. All right? If they're going to improvise, they're going to cuss. Yeah. All right? And so what happens is I just get the characters talking to each other. And what you're trying to do is create an environment as you're writing that Quentin isn't doing it. They're doing it. Quentin starts it off. Quentin knows the direction it's supposed to go. But then the characters take it over, all right? And then, like, an analogy I'll make is, okay, say I'm going to write a scene, and I'm going to get to the coffee cup right over here. And I'm heading him that way. And then all of a sudden, the characters make a left turn, and they start going over here. Well, that's okay, because that could end up being the best stuff in the whole scene. Eventually, they'll work their way over here if they're supposed to go over here. Yeah. If they never get their way back there again, well, that was Quentin's idea, and it wasn't a good one, and they were keeping me honest.
And the characters are better than Quentin at that point.
Oh, hands down. Hands down. I mean, to do it the right way, I should be like a court reporter or a court stenographer. I'm just jotting it down. They're doing it all. And then, like, the director comes in after the scene's all, I shot it out, all right? Then I go and kind of clean it up.
All right, but here's the question. What is it you have that most people don't, without flattering yourself, though? I mean, there's something you have.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's God-given talent.
The sense of hearing conversation and understanding the nuances of the way people react to each other.
I mean, it's really weird because, I mean, if you try to pin me down on exactly what my religion is, I would be evasive, all right? But I guess I do believe in God, and half the reason I do believe in God is because I guess I believe in God-given talent. And it's like, it's easy for me. All right, and it's just the stuff that's easy for you. It's obviously not me doing it.
Yeah. But is it the thing that you do best?
Yeah, it's the thing that I could. It's the thing I do best.
Put stuff on a page.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to dialogue, it's what I do best. I mean, I think I'm pretty good at doing a whole lot of other things, but that's the thing that I'll put up against anybody.
Do you ever want to work with other people's dialogue, with other people's script?
Oh no, I've read scripts that have fantastic dialogue
That you would direct.
Yeah, that I well, you know.
No.
I write my own stuff, so I mean, it would have to really knock me out and everything. And I kind of want to rewrite everything just a little bit.
Then talk to me about the editing process, because someone once said that Fred Astaire talked about dancing. He said, you know, what I do, I create a 30-minute piece, then I cut it in half, and then I take 2 more minutes off.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it. I mean,
Right, yeah.
is that what happens? So you create this dialogue, or when you put it on the page, is it pretty much there?
Well, you know, it's funny. Well, I think you should get it on the page. Get it to exactly where you want it to be. Where like, okay, it's right there. Like if the studio said, you know, take out a line. No, I won't do the movie. It'll not work without that. All right. But that's how the page is supposed to be. All right. Yes. But then you do the scene, and once you get the actors together and everything, it's like, okay, lose that line. That's a crappy line. Okay, that's a dud. All right. Lose that one. Hey, how about say this instead? I mean, just monkey with it just a little bit.
That's fine tuning.
Yeah, that's just fine tuning. But then when I get in the editing room, then when it comes to the dialogue scenes, even though some people might disagree with it after seeing all the dialogue scenes I have, how long they are, I'm pretty brutal with it. All right, it's like, okay, screw that line, that's no good. Screw that line, that's no good. And I start trying to pack it in.
But is it because it's no good, or because you simply have to make it tighter?
No. I'll never cut a dialogue scene just for like a running time.
Or just for momentum and rhythm and all that.
Yeah, no. If it's all good, then it's all good, all right, you know. But no, it's more like you got to be kind of brutal with it just to make sure. Okay, is that line really working? I mean, there's actually a nice little rewrite that happens on my scripts, especially when it comes to dialogue, after I get through auditioning actors, because now I'm actually seeing it on the floor for the first time. I'm not even talking about rehearsal. I'm just having actors coming in reading scenes. I'm hearing real people say them.
Yeah.
All right,
and so, what does that do for you?
Well, one, it's actually kind of amazing, all right, because I've just been hearing it in my own voice forever, because I'm always like, I'll write a scene and I'll read it to somebody on the phone or something, or read it to a friend. So it's always just been in my voice. So then when I actually hear other people say it, you know, it's like, all of a sudden there's a lot of humor in my stuff. So I see a joke that doesn't work, or I see a line that people keep constantly tripping. Well, that's not coming out of the tongue easy enough. It's hard. All right. Or like an actor just does some stupid little improv. They say one thing instead of what I wrote. Hey, that's pretty good. You know, I write that down.
But I'll bet you that Tarantino aficionados can listen to dialogue and not know whether even if they haven't heard it before.
Yeah.
And they can tell. If they hear 5 pieces of which 2 are yours, they'll pick the 2 out. It's just that distinctive.
Well, you know, but the thing is, you know, if Richard Pryor didn't do monologues, if he did what I did, if he was like put all his monologues into characters' mouths, all right, and create a realistic dialogue, I'd be able to tell Richard Pryor, all right?
Of course,
if I'd be able to tell Howard Hawks. Now, actually, when I say I'm telling Howard Hawks, I'm recognizing Howard Hawks. I'm actually recognizing Lee Brackett, Jules Furthman, all the writers who wrote for him, all right?
Yeah.
But there is a Howard Hawks sound to the dialogue.
Yeah. Is it better because you direct it?
Well, it's. I mean, nowadays
you can direct your stuff better than anybody.
Well, I mean, actually, one of the best movies that in my oeuvre is True Romance, which Tony Scott directed.
Right.
But I think, I mean, now it might go in the opposite direction, where maybe a director would be too faithful with my stuff. I mean, I can slash and burn it if I want. All right.
Yeah.
But before, I think it's the situation of I'm the only one that has the true confidence in my stuff. I have the confidence in my stuff that another hired director would not have.
Why is True Romance one of your favorites in your body of work?
Well, it's like a couple things. It's like it's the first script I ever wrote. All right, and that's one. And two, it's a pretty accurate portrayal of me and where I was at 25. I mean, you know, I wrote it when I was working at the Video Store Video Archives, and all those guys. I mean, none of that stuff ever happened. All right, but having said that, to us who worked in Video Archives, it's like a weird big budget home movie of our lives. That was our psyche. That was where we were at that time. You know, not with gangsters and stuff. And I had actually never had a girlfriend at the time when I wrote that script. So that
How
was
old
like,
were you?
I was 25. I was a late bloomer. All right.
I would say.
So it's like I went on a whole lot of first dates. I went on a lot of first dates. I was the king of first dates.
It was not by choice.
No. I was trying. All right. But what happened though was, you know, so that was sort of like my dream of what if you were actually lucky enough to have a girlfriend, what that might be like.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that some of those first dates now look at you and say, wow, why did I screw this up?
Yeah, hopefully.
This script, did it begin with a conversation between you and Uma on the when you were making Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, it's exactly where it began. I mean, it's kind of wild to actually remember the exact moment that it happened, especially with something that's taken 10 years to be made, and that's exactly what happened. We'd been shooting Pulp Fiction, and what would happen, it's an interesting thing. Uma was in this kind of like a weird situation in her life when we did Pulp Fiction. She had like 2 not so great experiences on movies. And, she'd also had like some success, like fairly early, like almost at 16 or 17 on movies. So, just like, when you worked hard to get something, it's something else. When it just kind of happens to you, it becomes something else, all right? And she had a couple bad experiences, so she was kind of talking like maybe she's not going to do movies anymore, all right? And she goes, yeah, I think I'll do your movie, Quentin, and then maybe I'll work a couple more times, get some more money, maybe buy my apartment or something, and then, maybe I'll do something else, Yes. Hey, it's too silly a life to live, all right? And so what happened was I had this weird thing going on where I was just like, I couldn't believe she didn't have more fun doing what she was doing, because I'd been waiting to do this my whole life, and I was having a blast on Pulp Fiction, all right? So as I'm waiting for her to show up, it became this thing about me that, like, it was almost as important to making a good movie as I was going to make sure Uma had a good time during this process, all right? She was going to enjoy this creative process. It's a damn shame she doesn't. And so I kind of worked 24/7 to make sure that happened. And we really hit it off and had a great time. And then she was sort of like, then started changing a little bit as it went on, all right? I'm getting to what you're asking. Started changing a little bit where she was like, hey, Quentin, I think, maybe I think I'm still going to quit. But whenever you want to make a movie, I'll come back, all right? And by the end of the movie, she was like, oh, I can't wait to work again. This is really great. But one night after shooting, like you finish for the week and you go to a bar, you and the crew, and you drink and you kind of unwind. And I remember exactly what bar it was. It was in Santa Monica. It's a bar called the Daily Pint. It's sort of a faux British pub. And we were sitting there drinking pints, and I came up with I said, I'm thinking about doing another movie, Uma. You would be terrific for it, is if we do a revenge movie. Now, Uma Thurman did not grow up watching exploitation movies, to say the least. All right.
Her father's a professor.
Yeah, I mean, he might have watched some of them. I mean, Bob is cool, all right. But anyway, what happened was I started describing it to her about you'd be the female assassin, you'd be the deadliest woman in the world, and these people have screwed you over, and you're going to track them all down and kill them and everything. Yeah. And so we started web spinning. And as I'm describing, and like, well, the way they always start is they always start with a person lying there and they're beaten up and they've killed their family and the people are looking down at them and everything. And she goes, hey, Quentin, I have an idea. What about you see me, my face is all bloody, and then the camera pans back and you realize I'm in a bridal gown. And that's when the bride was born. Yeah. That's when she became the bride. And then she eventually came up even with the first name of what the real name of the character is, all right? And then I proceeded to, like, write 30 pages. And then I kind of put it away. And then for the next, 5 years, every time I would see Uma, she would, say, so when are we going to do Kill Bill? When are we going to do Kill Bill? Well, I bump into her after not seeing her for 2 years, after I've been writing on this war script forever that I think is just becoming, my, I don't know what.
Now, this was, 99?
Yeah, this is about, 99. Yeah, that makes sense. 99 or 2000, one of the two. And I bump into her, and she goes, so when are we going to do Kill Bill? I go, yeah, someday. And I go home, and I take the 30 pages out, and I read it again. I go, this is damn good. And then just the idea of working with Uma again just seems so much fun, as opposed to this weird vacuum that I was in. And I go, you know what? Let me go and do Kill Bill, and that'll by taming Kill Bill, that'll teach me how to tame my war film, all right? And I'm thinking, I'm going to write it really quick. It's going to be this down and dirty exploitation movie, 90 minutes, all right? Cut to 4 years later, we are now on Kill Bill Volume 2.
All right, but how did it get to Volume 2? How did it get there? How did you end up with 4 hours?
I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop
of an
writing.
action-adventure film.
Yeah, I think there was this thing. I felt, not pressure like I was under pressure per se, but I was putting pressure on myself that people hadn't read a Quentin script in a long time. So the next one that came out, I had to be proud of it, and proud of it like a novel, not like a script. And I threw away all the script writing format crap and everything that I don't really like anyway. All right, and wrote it like a novel. All right, it's tons of prose, and and I'm coming up with my own way of writing scripts that are kind of weird. They're not quite novels, but they're bigger than scripts, and like the page count is like crazy. Well, that's just because I didn't write it in a script format. All right, now it's funny. I still think that that's a very pleasurable way to read a piece of work. All right, having said that, I kind of see now, I'm not writing a blueprint, I'm writing literature. All right, so this is not for the production manager, it's for ever. All right, but then what happens is
this will live forever.
Exactly. Okay, then I start realizing as I'm making this tomb, which by the way was so asinine that I actually wrote scenes in the script that I had no intention of shooting it that way, but on the page it was better.
It was so sweet.
Yeah, on the page it was like, well, in a novel, this is what I'd want it to happen. I'll change it on the movie day, all right?
You were applying.
Yeah, and so the thing about it was, it got to be, as I'm making the movie, I'm realizing why people make blueprints as opposed to writing novels, all right? Because basically, I literally had to adapt my movie from novel form to movie form every single day of a year of shooting. I just had a novel that I was adapting on the fly.
And so you end up with 4 hours?
End up with 4 hours.
Now, but did you actually end up with 4 hours and then or did halfway through shooting?
Yeah.
How did it happen that you had a meeting with Harvey Weinstein of Miramax and he says, you got 2 movies, or he confirms your instinct that you have 2 movies?
Well, I was, being a little bit self-delusional, all right? And what I was...
What way were you being self-delusional?
Well, I was keep talking myself into the idea. I figured maybe with 10 or 20 minutes left to spare that I would have to take out of the piece.
Yeah.
That if the first story ended at the first half of the movie ended at the 90-minute moment in mark, which would be after that snow garden fight with Lucy Liu. All right, then that would give me an hour 10 maybe at the most to wrap up the rest of the movie. I thought there might be a way to do that.
In one movie?
Yeah, in one movie. Okay, I have an hour to finish the story.
Yes.
All right.
And so in the end, it'll be 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it was going to be, I figured like 90 minutes for the other one and then another hour, all right, to wrap it up. All right, and so, maybe 3 hours, maybe a little less.
And that's okay. That's where you're delusional.
That's just the price of doing business, all right? I figured that was just the only option I had.
We're talking about a great script and we're talking about a genius, so why not?
Yeah, but the thing about it is, I wouldn't have had the balls, all right, to come out with a 4-hour, like what they used to do in the 60s, a roadshow print, like Battle of the Bulge, all right,
you would not have had the balls to do that?
No, not really.
You're Quentin Tarantino, come on.
Yeah, it's like, that seemed kind of daunting, all right, and with an intermission in the middle and everything.
Okay, but is there also this that's part of your own mindset? You have got to be good this time out. All right? Because you created Pulp Fiction. Jackie Brown, which you liked a lot, did not get the same reception that Pulp Fiction did.
Right,
know you've got to be good. You've done this acting thing, and you've been having fun. You've been hanging out with Robert Rodriguez and other things. But this has got to be good.
Oh, no, that's for
Quentin
sure.
has got to say, I have lost none of the juice that I had before.
But now, it's funny, though, because, I don't actually consider that, like, pressure in any negative sense or anything like that. It's like,
You don't feel like you created a bar that you have to meet every time? Or is that just where you think
Oh, no, that's just where I belong.
That's
where I belong, all right?
All right.
All right, no, I want to have, I have high expectations for myself, and I don't want to do slough off work and everything. And I want to live up there. That's where the minute, if I start living down here for like 4 films, then I quit.
All right, then the only reason you haven't created more Pulp Fiction since you created Pulp Fiction is because you got off on this track, took 4 years to write the great World War II classic that you have not yet found an ending for.
Yeah, I've got an ending now. It actually did work. It actually did work. That Kill Bill did kind of help me tame it.
All right, so you didn't feel like that you were losing anything. You knew you had everything going.
Oh, I was working on the script every day. It was blowing my mind.
Okay, so you've got a film. You think I can make this into 3 hours, maybe?
I'm full of it, but I'm telling myself I can, and with some few tears and a few bloodshed in there when it comes to taking stuff out, it can make it work because that's just the way it was.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, literally on the last month of shooting. Harvey Weinstein comes on the set
Right.
and comes up to me and says, you know, Quentin, I hate like hell, but you have to cut anything out of this movie.
Now, he's seen what?
He's
seen a
hasn't
rough cut?
No, we had
just shooting.
Yeah, just he saw some dailies.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, just a few dailies. That's all.
Now, is he thinking just commerce or is he thinking hard?
No. He was like, you know, he was literally coming. I mean, look. Now that everything's worked out great, all right, as per usual, Harvey Weinstein is the smartest guy in this town and Hollywood, all right? But people thought he was an idiot,
Exactly.
all right? And there was a gigantic chance that we took on this.
I mean, he didn't love the material so much that he said it's 2 movies. He had to have thought, well, look, Lord of the Rings showed that you can have one film that becomes 3.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, there was some confidence there because we had that the
audience will
template.
not be turned off by the fact that one movie was filmed and became 2.
Yeah. I mean, the question literally was it big enough to do it? Was it substantial enough to do it? I mean, it's one thing to be a big epic like Lord of the Rings and do it,
Right.
and whatever you felt about The Matrix, it was an epic.
Yeah, exactly.
All right? And so, it has some substantiality there. All right. To me, I was more worried about the second half because, like, I knew I had my big battle scene at the end of Volume 1.
Yes.
All right. So will it bear that kind of weight? But the minute he brought it up, it was funny because he brought it up to me and then I go, okay, well, let me go shoot this thing and let me think about it. I come back about 45 minutes later and I go, okay, Harvey, I figured it all out. This is what we do. And that's exactly what we ended up doing.
So he was like a teddy bear about all this.
Yeah, he was he was wonderful about it. He encouraged it.
All right, so here's the question, though. Do you have here 2 movies of which everybody's raving about the second? Not everybody raved about the first, except aficionados who love the genre, the subgenre.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are the people who said this is the better part of the 2 movies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, but most people, most average moviegoers love the second, and the critics love the second better than the first. Fair?
Oh yeah, well it was more split down the middle with the first one, critics. But yeah,
all right,
fair.
Can you, in your head, make an argument that I had one great movie here, one really great movie, and I ended up with 2 good movies?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, I think one of the reasons it would be very easy for them to say exactly what you said if they felt that way. One of the things that's happening that's really cool, and it's the only reason people are saying, oh, wow, visionary work or epic or whatever the hell there is they're saying, all right, is the fact that it's like when you see Volume 2, you also kind of watch Volume 1 again in your own mind, and you see it as one big movie. When you watch Volume 2, you almost feel like you've just seen Volume 1, and you've now seen the conclusion of the movie.
And you know what's great? You can go get the DVD for Volume 1 and watch it before you go into the theater to see Volume 2.
Exactly. And then one of the weird parts about this movie, though, it's really strange. I can't imagine ever making another movie that this would be applicable. Is just because of this weird way I did it, and with all these little chapters and so mini movies inside of other mini movies, it's like it's open for many different ways to view the film. All right, and what I mean by that is this. You can watch Volume 1, see that movie, and then you can go watch Volume 2 and see that movie, and then that's one experience. If you were to watch it as one big 4-hour movie with an intermission, you would have a different experience, but equally valid.
How is it different?
Well, it's just, but I'm not even finished yet, because it's also the kind of thing that if, say, serials were still a profitable thing that you could do, you could literally release, it's like 10 chapters of this epic, all right? You could release 1 chapter in front of whatever new movie opened that week, all right, in the theaters, and at the end of 10 weeks, you would have seen Kill Bill. You would have had a different experience, but there would be no compromise in in that experience.
Do you have a sense about where you are in your life and what you're doing that just simply, I got too damn much to do. You got too many ideas, too many things that you want to do. And so that the task for you is to focus?
Yeah, well, it actually proves now to be kind of problematic in writing, because when I get my imagination started, it's just really hard to stop it. And in the case of both, I mean, there's all this stuff that I wrote for Kill Bill that just I never even bothered typing it up, all right, because it already was big enough as it was. All these different avenues I could have gone down and stuff. And same thing with the last couple things I wrote. And it's like, what am I trying to do? Make movies that are bigger than movies? All right. I mean, I've seen a lot of really great movies, and they seem to be able to get it done in time. All right. I never really wanted to transcend movies. I wanted to empower movies. All right. But when I start writing, I write these crazy novels, and I don't know what to do about it.
Well, write a novel. That's what you
guess.
can do. Write a novel and don't make a movie out of it. Give me the ideas that spawn Kill Bill beyond the notion. Of all the movies you had seen, was there one or two that inspired Kill Bill beyond the notion of the opening scene where somebody has been badly damaged and they set out to do in the people who did them?
Yeah, it's like, there is this kind of fun aspect where at some point, but even way back when I was even talking about it with Uma, that this would be my exploitation movie, all right, where I empower and hopefully, make other people see exploitation movies through my eyes.
You wanted to make the best exploitation movie ever made.
No, I wanted to make the big Mamu of exploitation movies, all right? And, if you like them, then, okay, here it is, baby.
If this is what you want, I got it for you.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, by doing a chapter style, you can kind of change the format every time when it comes to a new chapter. But also, with a revenge movie, we've all seen revenge movies a million times, right? You've got like 5 people on the list, you're going to track them all down. Well, I was able to do a thing where, like, revenge movies, every third kung fu movie is a revenge movie, every third samurai movie, every third spaghetti western is a revenge movie, all right? So thus, I'm able to deal with all these different subgenres that I love and everything, all in the course of this one story. And each person on her death list, whether it be Lucy Liu's Oren Ishii or Vivica Fox, and brings the kind of Pam Grier movies into the film, all right? Each person kind of represents a different genre.
Right. And so what then happens in the second? So the second, volume 2, is just about killing Bill.
Yeah. Well, she's got 2 other people on the list she's got to take care of, all right?
But it's not really about killing Bill.
Well, it's about heading towards Bill. Yeah. And the thing is, there was an aspect where on volume 1, what I was all about on volume 1 is boiling down a revenge movie to its very essence. I mean, like I said, I just described what a revenge movie is. We've all seen it, all right? You don't need to keep emphasizing a story when you know what the story is, all right? So I'm able to kind of make a cool little action movie where I take all the boring scenes, all right? And we just go to the high points. And but also it was my chance to really prove to myself more than anybody else, to prove to myself that I'm a top director, that I can do action, because I've always considered action directors are like probably the greatest cinematic directors, all right? And even directors who like maybe don't just do action but can do action beautifully, like Francis Ford Coppola in the helicopter sequence of Apocalypse Now. I mean, that's just to me
choreography,
the pinnacle of movie making, all right? That sequence. And I've never really done that before. So if I'm going to throw my hat in the ring, I'm going to throw it in. I want to throw it in with the big boys. I don't want to be okay. I want to be as good as them, if not better. Not saying I am, but that's the goal.
Yeah.
All right. And at the end of it all, since I know action scenes and I know what gets me off, all right, then it's like if I didn't do it, I would know it. All right, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm not as good as I think I am. Stick to the dialogue. But there was an aspect about it that was quite thrilling of testing to see if I would hit my head on the ceiling of my own talent.
Did you do it? I mean, in other words, did you hit the head on the ceiling, or did you not? And in fact, tell me. You did not in your judgment.
No, I think I did it. Yeah,
you hit the head on the ceiling. In other words, you went as far. You were as good as you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hitting the head on the ceiling means like you've stopped yourself. All right. No, I think that House of Blue Leaves fight sequence, that battle sequence at the end, is as good as anything I've ever seen action-wise.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Yeah.
What action movie informed you other than the helicopter scene in terms of what you thought was the epitome?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, the helicopter scene was where I started, but also there's in particularly in that sequence, there's it's a staple of the old Shaw Brothers kung fu films of like the 1 against 100 fight. Yeah. That usually happens either in a restaurant or happens in a casino. All right, where Jimmy Wang Yu or whoever comes in and they send all the guys and they all have butcher knives and whatever, and they takes them all on. All right, and that's a classic scene in many kung fu movies, and like a couple of the movies that really informed that was this one Jimmy Wang Yu movie called the Chinese boxer, which has a fantastic, actually the first of those won against 100 fights, all right, in a casino that's fantastic. There's another movie, Shang Shi, who is literally like the John Ford of old school martial art films, Shaw Brothers. He did a film called Vengeance, which is sort of his version of Point Blank.
In that?
And there's a scene where this guy, where the Tai Lung, who is in The Killer, is murdered. But the thing is, before he's murdered, he fights like 100 guys. And they even have a sequence in it in The American Prince, where at a certain point it gets so bloody, it goes to black and white.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, wow, that's really cool, all right? Yeah. Then I actually saw the actual Chinese version of it, and they never go to black and white. I go, well, hell, I can take that.
Do you know of any relationship between a director and a star that's the same? Does any of that influence you? Do you look with all of your knowledge of movies, in the same way you know all these scenes, and think about, I mean, are you in some guru way shaping a career and a person that you have sort of total emotional and intellectual admiration for?
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would say.
How would you say it?
I don't know if I would say shaping. I mean, if I am, she's equally shaping me.
Okay, but
all right?
Go ahead. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's funny. I mean, the example I keep looking towards, all right, is the way Joseph von Sternberg and Marlene Dietrich, all right, had their relationship, all right? And then there's a little bit, even though if I say it, people go, ooh la la, because they were married, and that's not where I'm coming from, but the way Jean-Luc Godard and Anna Karenina, all right, had their relationship on cinema. And me and Uma are friends. We could never make a movie together again, and that would just be okay. Would still always be friends, all right? But I like that team partnership thing, all right, that the screen teams, you know, and Uma's not the only person I have it with. I have it with Sam Jackson too. I have it with quite a few people, all right. But the thing is, you know, with Uma, it's special, and the man-woman aspect of the director and the actress is a very special aspect to this. And I do hearken back to wanting to treat her like the way von Sternberg treated Dietrich and show her off in the best way. And one of the things about Uma that can be problematic with her when she gets cast in other movies and stuff is, you know, she's just so ravishing, all right, that like for instance, okay, if I'm going to do a movie that's supposed to be a realistic movie about a waitress in a coffee shop, all right, you know, it seems weird to cast Uma in that. That sounds Hollywood. Oh, what waitress in a coffee shop looks like Uma Thurman? All right. And now she actually just did this HBO movie, Hysterical Blindness, which plays this like Jersey girl, and she was fantastic in it. So she's showing me how wrong I am. But you know what? You know my point. Right. All right. But the way von Sternberg, when he's going to do a movie with Dietrich, you know, he built it around her. He knew her physicality. He knew what she could do. He wanted to bring out different aspects about her. All right. When you're writing something for Uma and want it to be, you know, the Uma show, all right. You know, I can write for her that willowy physicality she has. I mean, as I'm writing it, she's gonna look like the bomb in that yellow tracksuit. All right, I put her in Bruce Lee's tracksuit, and all of a sudden it's not Bruce Lee's anymore. All right, and then, you know, her long blonde hair and, you know, those arms that are all elbows and, you know, those legs that are all kneecaps, and she just kind of like bends with the wind as she's fighting with a strike. Oh, that'll look great. All right, and I try to, you know, push her strengths and actually take her in slightly different directions.
Do you like the idea that there is the mystery of people don't quite know what the relationship is?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, there is a little bit about that. I mean, the problem I have with it is people always trying to ask us to define it. I mean, one thing that's happened that's been kind of a drag is, you know, I said, oh, she's my muse.
Right.
All right. Well, I meant that. All right, I completely mean
And what did you mean by that?
Well, I guess, you know, what I meant is she's inspired me, especially when it comes to this movie. All right, you know, I mean, she completely and utterly inspired me. If Uma's mother never met Uma's father, there'd be no Kill Bill. All right. Yeah. Having said that, though, I was also, and I meant every word of it, I was also paying her a poetic compliment, too. And now you go to a press junket, and then everybody asks that, all right? And all of a sudden now they're dissecting it, and this poetic compliment is being put under a microscope, and all the poetry is being drained out of it, and it's kind of a drag.
I agree with you, but
you're not asking that. But
no, I'm not asking that. That's right. But I mean, it is just you just know that there's some dynamic here that's not normally there. Yeah. It is the dynamic is from that you reflected on with Marlene Dietrich, but and is also somebody that inspires you.
Yeah.
to be better than you are, and you inspire her to be.
I agree. I mean, I don't really want to nail what it is I bring out of her or what she brings out of me, because I don't really know, to tell you the truth.
Right.
But I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
And
when you feel it.
Yeah, and when I feel, or even when I watch the work and everything, it's like, oh, I'm a little different when I work with Uma, and she's a little different when she works with me.
She is the best of her. What? Finish it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to modern actresses right now, and she's as good as it gets. I mean,
as good as it gets.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Uma can go. Here's the thing.
All right.
If Uma is comfortable making the movie, if she's comfortable, if she's having a good rapport with the other actors, more or less, and having a good rapport with the director, more or less, and particularly the director. All right, if she's having a good rapport and she's comfortable, her work can stand up against anybody's. All right, but that's not the whole deal, though, because you have that. But then you add on the fact that she's the only actress, as far as I'm concerned, that has the true silver screen nitrate film glimmer, all right, of the, I can make the Dietrich analogy with no problem whatsoever. I can make the Garbo analogy. Not only that, it almost becomes weird. Like, God, Uma would probably even be a bigger star if she was in the 30s.
Yeah.
Because that was the time that people like Uma Thurman ruled Hollywood. And, there's one more aspect about Uma that I think we should bring up, especially after watching that clip and what we were talking about, is, you know what? As opposed to a lot of actresses out there, she's lived a life.
Yeah,
Uma Thurman has lived a life, all right? Her parents gave her a big deal life, all right? And her family and her brothers, and then her own adventures that she's gone on. And she hasn't just lived her life on movies.
She didn't start on movies when she was 7 and then end up with
and then,
other experience.
Or doing, all these movies back to back to back to back to back. So all she knows about life is her trailer and, and the sets and everything. She has an intellectual curiosity that's pretty much second to none. All right. And
an intellectual curiosity second to none among the people you know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This person might be this, but, her curiosity is right there.
You have a reputation for taking actors and maybe actresses, certainly actresses too. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, because of the way you cast them and the performance they deliver for you, it reinvigorates their options for performances and character roles. Mm-hmm. You've clearly done this for Carradine. I mean, why did you know? What was it about him that made him right for this?
Well, it's funny because I've always thought of David Carradine as like a magnificent actor. I mean, literally one of those great mad genius actors of Hollywood, with Nicholson and everything. And
and that's a perfectly way to say it.
And I've always, and the thing is, I've kind of followed his career, and even when he does like these crappy exploitation movies, not all of them are crappy, by the way, but when he does them, he's always delivering the goods. He's got that great old pro quality, and he's got that, whatever. Anyway, the thing is, as I was writing the script, I ended up getting his book. He wrote an autobiography called Endless Highway. And it is fantastic. His life, imagine, being John Carradine's son and all that stuff. He has lived a life worthy of a Charles Dickens novel. And his writing is really good. So he writes it like Kerouac meets Charles Dickens, all right, which is quite good, all right? And I was going on his life journey with him. And as I'm reading it more and more and getting more and more fascinated with it, I'm like, God, he would be a fantastic Bill. I mean, forget about all the kung fu analogies and all that stuff. That all ended up playing into it. But in reading the book, and it's like, God, he could be Bill. And I even had a compadre when it came to that. I gave Ethan Hawke the book to read. He loved it. And he goes, Quentin, this is your Bill. This guy's Bill.
After you thought about the idea and you're looking for confirming sort of sense.
Well, I just actually wanted Ethan loves to read. I wanted, you got to read this great book.
Yeah, right. I got you. Okay. Now, what did you hope for between the chemistry between the two of them? Mm-hmm. The chemistry between these two people, especially in a scene like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I always wanted Bill to be older. I wanted him to be more like a teacher, older, mentor, father figure kind of figure. But, they obviously were lovers. And, it's dicey when you're playing with this younger girl, older guy thing, all right? So I wanted there to be sizzle. In fact, there had to be, or it'd be nice try, but no cigar.
Yeah.
All right? And I said
Without the sizzle, the movie was not as good.
Yeah, well, the last thing in the world you want is like Uma goes to kiss Dave and the audience goes, ugh.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and I've been to those movies.
Yeah,
I've seen that, and I've heard
and sometimes they're married.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tell me about it. And, and so
Yes.
I've actually said that about a good matter. You're like, they have no chemistry.
All right, so you wanted to, and when did you know you had it?
Well, to tell you the truth, I felt I had it on the day, or else I'd probably still be there shooting it. But I didn't really 100% slam dunk know until we edited those scenes together. Because one of the things I wanted to do is just have this whole organic thing, like everything in its own time. It was going to be the journey that was going to tell us everything. You know, the writing of the movie, that journey would tell me what I needed to do when it came to writing the scene between Bill and the bride. Same thing of shooting of it. All right, we would do that the last thing. So by the time we got to shoot it, we would be informed by everything we've done.
Right,
Well, you know what? That was the same thing about the editing. I didn't let my editor, Sally Minke, who's worked in all my movies, don't do any assembly on the Bill and Bride stuff. We have to cut the whole movie together, and then we'll do the Bill and Bride scene. So I didn't know if I had my ending truthfully, like, slam dunk in my pocket until at the end of this process I cut those scenes together.
And how did you feel when you saw it?
Felt pretty good. I felt kind of relieved.
All right. I want to go to one thing here. Back to this relationship quickly because we got this on tape. This is Uma talking about the relationship between you and her on this show. Roll tape.
You give him a rule, he'll break it. You know, I mean, it's actually the great genius of being a self-taught, self-created person is that nobody ever told him probably or encouraged him that he could be good at something, you know, that he would be good at something when he was young and how to do it. So since he probably, I mean, I don't, can't speak for him, but he had to teach himself everything. So he's completely original. His imagination, his freedom creatively, he certainly trusted me a lot and has given me huge challenges. And that is an invaluable thing. I mean, when somebody believes in you and trusts you and throws on your shoulders, the power to change yourself, to do something completely different you've never done before, it's a real gift for the actor.
Right. What's the most important thing you've learned from Quentin?
What would be the most important thing I've learned from him? He always surprises me. I don't know. He once said that I gave him wisdom and he gave me courage. And I can't speak to any wisdom that could have possibly come from me to him, or where it's landed, or whether I possess any. But I certainly had to find a lot of courage, and more than I knew I had, in this adventure, in this battle that was this movie. Yeah, I guess he gave me courage.
That's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I didn't know that was what she was going to say, and that was the first thing that came to my mind. Is
you give her wisdom, she gives you. You give her courage, she gives you
wisdom. Yeah.
Wisdom. How does she give you wisdom?
I don't know how you describe that,
right,
but she's wise.
Well said. Congratulations on Kill Bill Volume 2.
Thanks.
There is going to be Kill Bill Volume 3?
One of the things I'm going to do, yes, is... one, it's going to take about a decade for me and Uma to recover from this one. All right, but one thing that's actually really cool about one, I like the idea of being an artist and being able to do this anyway, is I own my characters, so I can kind of do whatever I want with them. All right, and also that it's
you create them, you own them.
I own them, yeah. And Uma is something I'm going to know for the rest of my life, so I can make long range plans. All right, and one of the things that's really cool is I think 15 years from now, I want to go back to this character, all right? And what I want to do is tell the story of Vivica Fox's daughter, Nikki, all right? She spent the last 15 years getting ready to go and kill the bride, all right? And then I'm going to follow her journey as she tries to go and track Uma down and kill her. And it's very interesting because it's like, Nikki, the little girl, she deserves her revenge just as much as Uma deserved hers. And that will be the only way that the whole revenge cycle that started in this movie can ever end.
And then it becomes a trilogy.
Yes, exactly. But there's one other last thing. And that's, I love the bride. I mean, I really love the bride. And she deserves some peace. She's fought so long and she's gone through so much. I want to be able to let her put her sword on her shelf and let it sit there for a long time and not contrive some BS for her to take it down. She deserves a good life until, 15 years from now. I want her to have 15 years in peace.
The name of the World War II movie, which may be coming at some point, is called
Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards. And we now have an ending for that. Is that what you're going to shoot next? Or
Yeah,
not?
that'll probably be exactly what I do next. I mean, the only thing that's out there, I got to wait till I kind of chill out a little bit after this movie and stuff, is maybe I want to do some 5-week movie or something, some movie in between going onto another mountain.
Right. Sort of what Kill Bill started out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it started out to be. But I had a really interesting conversation. I met Ellie Coppola, Francis Ford Coppola's wife, and she just asked one question, like the people ask, oh, so what you gonna do next? So I ended up really answering the question, all right? And I'm describing, well, look, I've just been on climbing Mount Everest, and I don't know, do I want to climb Mount Everest again, my next movie? And so I'm trying to figure out, do I want to do that? And she sits there, and she's listening to everything I say. And then when it's all over with, she goes, well, I think maybe this is your time to climb Mount Everest. You're at the age to climb Mount Everest. You're at the passion to climb Mount Everest. There'll come a time that you won't want to climb Mount Everest anymore. I think this is your mountain climbing days.
I think she's right.
I think she is too.
Thanks, friend. Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Pleasure. Paul Thomas Anderson is the Academy Award-nominated filmmaker behind the critically acclaimed films Boogie Nights and Magnolia. His latest film is Punch Drunk Love. It has earned him the Best Director Award at this year's Cannes Film Festival and stars Sandler in what critics are calling the best performance of his career. I am pleased to welcome Adam Sandler and Paul Thomas Anderson to this table to talk about that movie and many other things. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great
to
to
be here.
Good evening. Good to see you again. We were just saying this is the third or fourth?
Third time.
Third time here. Where did the idea for this come from? Time Magazine?
Well, there's Time Magazine helped. There was a story about the guy who collected all this pudding, which is a true story. A guy went and bought thousands and thousands of dollars worth of pudding that equaled 1 million frequent flyer miles. So that helped. But the main impetus was wanting to write something for Adam. I think I had a lot of different chunks and ideas and notions in search of a story kind of thing. But meeting Adam was really the trigger to get to work.
Okay, now let me just get on that, because it is the notion, he's box office. Now, was it part that, but also something else? There was something about him.
Wasn't it all that? Yeah.
Or was it, what, go ahead.
No, I've been trying to sell out for a while.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
So, if you want to sell out big time. Don't go half the way.
Get some of that Sandler money.
Some of that Sandler money. Ride that Sandler wheel, that vehicle.
I think that
See, they're trying to hitch themselves to you, all of them.
I got
you got Joe Roth out there, and you, all you guys.
I tell you, Jonathan Demme too.
Demme too?
Oh my God, we have a competition for Adam
Demme
Sandler.
takes credit. You got 7 movies coming out. How many?
I have no idea. I have a production company too, so you know what I mean. I'm here to work, Charlie.
Exactly, me too. That's the way I say. They say, "Why do you do a nightly show?" I'm here to work.
Exactly. I'm not going to be happy until I get a pig bell. Seriously, you want one? I want one of those things.
It's made me a different man.
Right? I'm in.
It'll give you more energy.
That's
It'll make you better looking.
I hope.
More energy, more color in your face.
I got
happier,
to increase
funnier.
his vocabulary. That's what I'm looking to do.
Well, I've got the doctor for you if you decide to do this in about 50 years.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Does he have a jacket also?
Exactly.
What are you talking about? You need a jacket for the show? I've watched the show. I've seen guys not wearing jackets.
Absolutely. They've got almost everything here. So you get a call from him, or you're somebody.
Yes.
Now, do you want to work with him?
Well, here's what happened. Paul called and asked to come and hang out. We were shooting Little Nicky at the time, another movie, and Paul comes over, hangs out with me we hung out for like 5 hours, say, and he just talked about some of the stuff I've done in the past, and he's a Saturday Night Live fan, so we talked about that stuff, and I just thought he was a great guy, and I loved Boogie Nights, and then a week later, Magnolia came out, and I saw that movie, and I was like, "Well, this guy
knows what he's doing.
He's pretty damn good, isn't he?" And he said he wanted to work together and do a movie together, and I was just excited, and he went to work.
I mean, for you, knowing that you can make movies and lots of movies, to have the possibility of sort of stretching and working in a different direction with a guy who obviously is a craftsman.
Right, right.
Yeah.
It was exciting for that reason, for getting to do something different, getting to be with a guy that it's nice to make new friends too in life, and it was nice to meet this guy and like him, and also when you shoot a movie, you're going to be together a long time, and I was excited to try to accomplish something that I haven't really done before.
Go ahead.
Well, no, liking someone as an actor is one thing, but liking them as a person, you gotta know. All right, you're going to be fun to be with for a couple of years, because it's going to be a couple of years at the end of the day, and you're going to want to know them, and you want to know that they're going to have a similar work ethic. And Adam creates all his own movies, so it was just kind of like verifying what I thought about him to be the truth. It was sort of like, good, all right, I can see that you're a good guy. Are you really?
Yeah, right,
You know?
right. And only by hanging out can you figure out some of those stuff.
Yeah.
Here's what he had said about himself. He once said, I don't know if I'm the type of guy who wants to run the world like Spielberg or retreat to a mansion in London like Kubrick. I just haven't figured it out yet.
Oh, that's a bit arrogant.
It was, but it was a long time ago. Too,
yeah.
You remember that?
Or just figure out how to be myself.
Exactly.
Might be a smart idea.
Before we see the first clip, and we've seen the trailer, tell me what this movie is about and why.
It's about getting in tune. It's a love story between Adam and Emily.
Right.
About a guy with 7 sisters.
Right.
With 4 blonde crazy brothers coming after him, and it's just about getting in tune and finding your music, I think.
That's what it is? What would you add to that?
It's love, loneliness, becoming happy with yourself and comfortable with yourself, and trying to lose some insecurities and growing up.
Getting out of your house.
So who is Barry Egan?
Wow, that's Barry Egan. Paul sometimes says it's a lot of. I'm a lot like Barry Egan.
Yeah.
I think I've seen myself behave like Barry. I've seen my brother be like Barry. I've seen my friend Judd act like Barry sometimes. I've seen that. I stole from a lot of people in my life, and I just basically was trying to be this guy that he created.
That he created, yeah.
Yeah.
Were you instantly ready to do this? I mean, after you met him and liked him?
Yeah, I was instantly in. I was instantly, all right, I didn't know what the movie was going to be. I remember when Paul gave me the script and I read it and just I'm like, oh, this guy is me. Okay, this guy, am I going to be able to do this? I was nervous, but I was in. There was no way I was going to say, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, the experience is worth it.
Yeah, right.
Did you want to change after Magnolia? I mean, did you say basically, look, I just did a very heavy film with a lot of heavy talent. Let me go in a different direction with someone who has a different kind of temperament.
Completely. And I think I was also in a good mood. You sort of follow. Right. You always want to get away from where you were last. Your just instinct is always like, I want to go left. I can't stand any more cancer. I can't stand any more sadness. I've got to. And it was funny because at the time that I was finishing up the editing, like the chicken noodle soup to that was Adam's movies, and just kind of really being consumed like, I want a piece of that, and I want to learn how to do that because. You don't want to repeat yourself. You always want to keep moving forward.
Sure.
And I think I was in a good mood, feeling happy.
What did you discover about him that you didn't know as an actor?
I think I got even luckier than I thought I might get. It was like striking gold. Just his, most of all, his. The work ethic, like the ability to work really hard for a really long period of time, really intensely, and still have an amazing sense of humor
and humanity.
Yeah.
Well,
did you know? I mean, what is this work ethic about? I mean, is it just simply that this is what you enjoy doing, and you're on a wave and let's ride it?
I gotta tell you, I've been kind of having. Since I'm 17, I wanted to be a comedian. I wanted to be good at what I did, and I wasn't that great at it for a long time. I don't ever think I became a master, but I'm still trying to grow. But it's consumed my head. It's what I woke up thinking was I want to be good. I want to write jokes. I want to become comfortable as an actor. And I think that's what drives me is that I'm kind of obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I just, I was doing Paul's movie. I've seen Paul's other movies. I thought they were incredible. And I knew he wrote an incredible script, so I said, I better step it up in my head, and I didn't want to fail.
And you're continuing to grow in your sense. I mean, you feel you're growing, expanding, and you're just halfway there, wherever there is.
I don't know where I'm going. I know I'm 36 years old, and I have different thoughts than I had when I was 26. But and I don't know what I'm going to think about when I'm 46. So I know I want to continue trying to travel with in my career with what I'm thinking about, and
that's the job. That's the job, is figuring out where you're at at that moment, and you do that then, and then by the time it's over with, you want to go the other way.
Yeah, and it's trusting your instincts. Trusting your instincts, but you've also got to be. I mean, you got to. I would assume, to have the phenomenal box office success he's had. There's something behind that. There is trusting your instincts, but you are delivering something to an audience.
Yeah.
There's some sense of insight, intelligence.
Yeah.
Magic.
I would say that Adam. I've walked down the street with movie stars, and I've never seen anything like it when Adam walks down the street.
What happens?
It's he's there. He's present. He's not somewhere else, and people just respond to that, and that's what I respond to.
How many films do you have that haven't been released right now?
Oh, I have Paul's film. Right. I have an animated movie coming out, and it's a holiday movie coming out Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Shot a movie with the great Jack Nicholson.
Which one was that?
That's called Anger Management.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable in it. Yeah. And that'll come out next year. I don't know. I'm working a lot, but that's now I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm not. I don't have anything.
You have nothing to do now. You can take some time off.
No. I don't want to.
God forbid.
No. I don't want to really have to think too much about myself. I need to jump into the work and
lose yourself in the
keep
work.
Hiding. I keep hiding. I don't want to get to know me.
You don't.
It's pathetic.
Now, what about Barry Egan? Is he pathetic?
I think he's pretty.
What, savvy? So what? Pretty.
An actor's never going to say his character's pathetic in a movie.
No, it's not.
He's pathetic at times.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
What's the phone sex thing about?
I think that's loneliness. Wanting to talk. I don't think he's that.
Different from a lot of other men.
Yeah. Well, man, this guy, he's not. I don't think it's a sexual call as much as he wants to actually talk to somebody, and maybe at the end of the scene, he is a man. He gets excited about some of the things the lady's talking about.
Yeah.
Thank God we don't see that.
I was going to say we don't have that clip.
No, you don't want to see that ever in real life either.
All right, one more clip here before we move on to some other things. This is where Lena, played by Emily Watson, comes to visit Barry at his office. Take a look.
Do you have brothers or sisters?
No, I'm the exact opposite.
That must be nice. That must be really, really, really...
No, it's terrible. What's the pudding for?
That's something else. You gonna get pancakes?
Yes, we are.
You won some awards for this, but after the first 2 weeks of filming, you just scrapped it.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I think we were just trying to find our footing and trying to figure out what the hell we were doing, and I tried to figure out a plan on making this movie. Normally you go in, you've got a schedule, you're going to make that schedule, and you're going to do that.
Right.
But after having done it a few times, I sort of figured out how to spend the money properly. And not that I'd ever wasted before, but essentially you can shoot for a lot longer than you might normally think. It's just a sort of about proper money management. So it enabled us to really take our time. And the first couple of weeks, I think, there's some stuff that remained, but essentially we were just trying to find our footing.
Yeah.
And
or somebody might say, get your rhythm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And once it happened, you sort of look back, you go, okay, now we're getting to work. So you sort of throw some things out the window, but still stuff remained, so it wasn't completely a wash. But it was the luxury that came from just learning more about how to budget the movie and make it last.
Yeah. Do you think of yourself as a comedian who acts, or do you simply think that you have gone from being a comedian now, settled into that you are an actor?
Boy, I don't know. I don't think about what I am too much. I was obsessed with comedy, and I still am. But I also, I went to college. I studied acting. It was on my mind too to just be an actor. So I'm not exactly sure what the hell I am.
What's the best comedic experience you've ever had? I mean, is it Saturday Night Live? I mean, who taught you the essential sort of skills?
Oh, well, these two guys at Saturday Night Live, Robert Smigel and Jim Downey, were my. I became very close with them, and I think the writers that I laughed the most at their stuff, and I love their taste. And I'm not saying they love my taste, but I'm saying that if they laughed at something I did when Wednesday's read through, we would read a skit, and if I looked up and saw Downey laughing, I knew that life was good right there.
Are you born with timing, or do you learn timing?
I think you learn confidence. So that's what happened with me. My timing was. I can tell when I'm not funny. It's usually when I'm rushing and when I'm kind of scared and show the audience sees I'm scared. If I'm feeling comfortable, it's usually all right.
It's about everything, isn't it? I mean, it's true about sports. It's true about a tennis stroke or a golf stroke. Yeah. It's true about this. It's true if the confidence gives you an ease that that makes you do it, allows you to do it better.
If you see a pitcher looking a little nervous to face a batter, you usually can tell he's not going to pitch too well.
Exactly right. I mean, and pitchers who intimidate as if they, I've got your number and here it comes.
Exactly. Yeah. Clemens scares you.
Yeah, Clemens scares you for a lot of reasons. Clemens scares you. Yeah. Emily Watson.
Yeah.
She's
phenomenal.
Why'd you cast her?
She's I've been a fan since Breaking the Waves.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right. And you just figure, you just see somebody give a performance like that. It's the same thing as with Adam. You think they got balls. I want to be around them. I want to jump off a cliff with them. Someone that daring. And I think that I had in my mind, if you're making a romantic comedy where two people fall in love, they have to be a handsome couple.
Right.
It's like a prerequisite. And I thought that the two of them together made a handsome couple.
That's good.
Handsome couple.
Well, as good as I can get. Emily it's like 80-20.
Is your audience, you would know more about this, and perhaps you don't even think in terms of sort of this kind of analysis. Is your audience predominantly young, teenage guys?
Well, I've heard that. I've heard that. I mean, I think that's what's written a lot about.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm giving you a chance to say it.
And it's.
I happen to know a lot of babes watch me.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I just know I have different people who talk to me about my movies.
Well, probably if many people watch his movies as we believe, then all of them are there.
The entire world.
Exactly.
It's different age groups, but
right.
It doesn't matter. I have seen a lot of stuff where they say Adam Sandler's just young boys, but I've talked to some my mother's friends think I'm all right too.
Well, they have a bit of bias there.
Well, even the ones who don't like her think I'm all right, which is a big percentage.
Yeah. And what do you think of all these comparisons you see between you and Jim Carrey?
Oh, well, I think it's natural for that to happen. I know Carrie since I'm a young guy, I knew him since I'm like 22, and I love him, and we're both comedians. And
he's the best physical comedian there is.
Yeah, he is. It's funny, when I go to a Carrie movie and I watch him, I go, oh, wow, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do what he just did. So I know he does stuff that I don't try to do, and I think I do my own thing. Yeah. But I do love them.
Tell me, do you have any like dreams, obsessions, anything that you're desperate to do?
You know what I want to do? I want to actually become in life a little more centered and normal at home. Try to be able to just not have to work as much as I do.
Are you serious now?
Yeah, yes.
You're not putting me on.
No, I'd like to just be a normal person and not, I love what I'm getting to do. I'm not complaining about anything. Right. I want to continue working hard, but I'd like to be able to, take my girlfriend, fiance out there and spend a full meal without in my head going, man, I think I have to write something. I'm a little nuts.
Do you feel a little insecurity there?
I don't know if I'm insecure as much as I want to get a lot done.
Yeah. In other words, if you got this idea, I better give it. I want to make sure I give it full flight.
I do. I was talking to Paul the other night on the phone. When I'm not, if I don't try to accomplish something, I feel like I might be screwing up a little bit.
I mean, this is the reason he's so successful.
Maybe
it's a sickness, really.
It is a sickness.
I mean, I'm telling you, that's the reason, isn't it?
You not like that,
I mean,
Charlie?
I do like that. I am, of course, but
yeah. What are we going to do? We have to talk to someone
We
about
do.
this. You got to get a good shrink on the show.
Yes,
Help
we
us
do.
out.
As to why we keep working as hard as we do, and why we can constantly trying to make sure that, you know. I mean, it's like preparing for a segment. You just, you know, you
Yeah,
can
I'm
never
sure.
learn enough
I'm
about
sure.
somebody to explore who they are and what. You know, sometimes you don't do it as well as you'd like to, and sometimes you don't get around to all the things. But it's always that idea that maybe I can do this better. You know, maybe there's a key out there that somehow maybe I'll read something like the aforementioned quote at the beginning that will somehow unlock what it is about this person that makes them interesting. You know, constantly trying, whether it's an athlete or a scientist or a politician or whoever, you know, it might be. Did you have to rein him in at all? Did you have to say?
No.
Did you have to direct him at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
Just watching. Guy, keeping an eye on how he was feeling, you know. That's really just the job, is just being an audience and making sure they don't stray and watching.
Keeping them focused or not focused, but what?
Well, it's just being a collaborator. You're both after the same thing. You have your idea of what good is, or what quality is, and it can be, after 10 or 15 takes of trying to get it right for many different reasons, it can become really easy to just lose the plot a little bit as an actor.
Or lose a lot of things, urgency, or lose a sense of energy, lose a
All
sense
of that.
of moment.
Does not make you a bad actor. It's just natural. What did you eat? Have you eaten enough lunch? You know, all right, okay, where are we in the day? It's never going to happen today. We're going to try it tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the job, and it's just, you're looking out for someone's well-being. That's really what you do.
To be, actors can feel that too, can't they? That somebody's looking out for them.
Oh yeah, that's
that
right.
A director is, really is looking out for my best interest here.
That's right. Yeah. Well, it's also the fact that the movies he's made already, and to me, I love them so much that helped the trust of taking risks and saying he's going to do the right thing with my performance. He's going to make me. He ain't going to hang me out to dry.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to, if I'm not there, and if I'm doing something that what might not be right.
Right.
Bring it. Did you view this as a risk? This role?
After we were doing it, and I would hear people say to me, it's like me and Paul we became very friendly, and we were psyched about the movie, and we were talking about Barry Egan and Lena a lot, the characters, and then out of nowhere you'd hear, "Oh, you guys are doing a movie again? That's weird."
It doesn't make sense.
It's not weird when you're doing your work, and it's weird something snaps you back out. Someone says, "What are you working with Adam Sandler? Or we're working together?"
I remember you from Magnolia.
Yeah, and that snaps you back, but you're in the work, and there's nothing odd at all.
Yeah. Will you do anything you don't write?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. No. I mean, is writing what comes first for you?
Mm-hmm. Writing is great because it's the alone time, for the most part. It's the recharging of your batteries. You get to be working like you guys were talking about working. You get to constantly be working, but you can conduct a bit of a life at the same time, and you can go anywhere in the world, and that's sort of a wonderful thing. And it's alone time before it becomes a completely social experience for the next 2 years, when all you're doing is interacting with people. It's always nice to sort of come to the end of a movie. Great, I get to go be alone for a while now.
Don't you feel lucky? I am happiest, I think, when I am working with people that I care about. I don't mean a lot of people I care about, but the idea of working. The joy of working, if you're doing things you enjoy, and you're with people that you genuinely care about, and there's a shared passion.
There's nothing better.
No. There is nothing better. You agree?
I do agree. It makes you get to share I don't know, when people talk about the movie and they walk out of the theater and they like it, and I'm just glad I get to share that with Paul. and Emily and Philip Hoffman and Louis and everybody in the movie. It is cool to have that connection the rest of your life.
Philip Hoffman's great too.
Yeah, he's great in the movie too. Yeah, he's very nice.
Oh, he is amazing.
He's pretty hot stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's in Red Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you go to movies a lot?
Yeah, I'll go see that.
Of course.
I'm sorry. I do. I go to the movies a lot.
Yeah.
Me and the girl go there, sit down together. I enjoy popcorn. I enjoy the flicks.
But you do like them, and
I love
Can you go out to the theater or not?
I do a lot. Yeah.
But not in disguise or just
no,
like
no,
you are?
no. I just sit there.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I would too. Is he putting me on?
No.
No. Oh, no, he's not putting you on.
that?
I'd like to see him go in disguise, because
That would be
that
funny.
is so far from
Him?
him.
Yeah. No, I go to.
Oh, they'll let you alone? I mean, you can go?
You know, if I go to a movie and it's very light in there and it's crowded, people will say hello.
Yeah, right.
But once the movie starts, unless I'm in it, then it's pretty weird. You don't want to be have the whole crowd know you're there.
Oh, I
and
see. So
watching
you
your
wouldn't want to
movie.
be seen watching your own movies?
Well, that might affect the
Yeah,
audience
right.
thinking they have
Right.
to laugh harder for my sake, or boo harder.
How many times have you seen this film?
Well, I saw it with the man himself alone.
You
a
and
couple
P.T. sat
times.
there and watched it? And,
Yes, holding like this,
Now, what was
holding each other.
So just take me there. So you're watching this. Is it kind of clinical? Is it?
No.
You know, you're just having fun, saying, "Man, weren't we good? Isn't this work? This is great. This is better than I thought it was," or none of the above.
It was a lot of things. I remember when you showed me like 20 minutes of it.
I showed him cut scenes at the Avid, but I thought the best way, because we'd worked for so long and so intricately, that the best thing to do was for just him and I to go and watch it at my house, and sit there and just kind of sort of wonder what we'd done and talk about it some more, and sort of a weird thing, because it's over. It's kind of over for him at that point. He's got to stare at himself for an hour and a half. You kind of want to make sure it's a nice, comfortable venue. So
that's true.
there you are. How do you are you still alive? Are you breathing? Are you happy? You know. But I think we knew we'd worked so closely together. It wasn't like there was going to be a ton of surprises.
Right.
I think Adam. I think we knew where we were both working towards. So it was just kind of nice to share it, and I think we had some pride.
Yeah, right. It's a good
I think
word.
we
Proud of it.
I think we did have a really nice night that night, and felt a lot of pride looking back on 2 years worth of work that you couldn't help but be happy.
You feel good about it.
Yeah. Very, very proud of it. Very. I'm just excited for people to see it. It's like when we watched it alone, and then we were in Toronto a couple weeks ago and watched it with a big crowd, and it was like 11 o'clock at night. And I tell you, when we watched it alone, I didn't know how people were going to respond when they saw it. I know that the movies I've done before, I know the full intention is to make an audience laugh and get as many laughs as we can get. All of a sudden, when we were alone, I was like, oh wow, I don't know what the response is going to be. And then in Toronto, it was pretty interesting that Barry Egan his pain was getting a lot of laughs.
Mm-hmm.
And he got a lot of
Barry Egan's pain is getting a lot of laughs.
He was his journey.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
It's great to see you again. Thank you. The movie is called Punch Drunk Love. It opens on October 11th in New York and LA. It opens nationally on October 18th. The star is Adam Sandler. I hope you'll come back.
Hey, thank you. I'd love to.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
When Paul Thomas Anderson was 7 years old, he is said to have written in a notebook, "My name is Paul Anderson. I want to be a writer, producer, director, special effects man. I know how to do everything, and I know everything. Please hire me." His words have proven prophetic. By the time he was 17 years old, he made a film short that a decade later became Boogie Nights. That 1997 film earned 3 Oscar nominations and catapulted him to fame. Today, he is credited with being at the forefront of a new generation of young auteur filmmakers breaking from Hollywood convention. His current film, Magnolia, continues in that tradition. Magnolia has been named one of the top 10 films of 1999 by both Rolling Stone magazine and the Wall Street Journal. I am pleased to have the director back on this broadcast. Welcome back.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. This
Thank you
is
very
getting a lot of attention.
It's working.
What's this movie about?
None of us could figure it out, you know, and it wasn't like someone could figure it out and someone else didn't agree with it. It was really just well, it's too hard to describe, so let's just say here's who's in it, these are the characters, and, you know, I mean, I could probably go on forever about what it's about, but, you know, you'd hate me in the morning.
All right, well, that's true. But let me just bring several things to the table.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you said you have said in this movie everything you wanted to say about this sort of particular subject.
Yeah.
The movie's called Magnolia. Magnolia is the name of a boulevard in San Fernando Valley.
Right? Yeah.
Why the title Magnolia?
Well, there's
other
that.
than the fact that it's a boulevard in San Fernando Valley.
There's that, and on top of that, you know what happened is I had the title first, you know, and you start to sort of go, why is Magnolia sticking in my head? Why do these letters look so nice to me? And it is a boulevard, but I started to research a couple different things, and something that came up was the Magonia, which is this mythical place above the firmament where stuff goes and hangs out, apparently. You know, so a ship is lost at sea, you know, and then an anchor falls down at some farmer's barn in Iowa. You know, apparently the ship has been up in the Magonia for a while, hanging out, and then it dropped its anchor sort of 20 years later. So that sort of weird, sort of, you know, link, maybe, so I said, well, okay, this is starting to make sense.
What's this movie about?
You know what it's about? All right, you got me. I'll tell you what it's about. Here's what it's about. It's about parent-children relationships, you know, and how that informs who you are, who we are. It's about how you grow up and how that affects who you are.
Okay, now let me
Did I do a good job?
Well, you're getting there, but not quite. I mean, what's interesting about this is A, your skill, B,
Yeah.
and B, you said you poured everything you wanted to say about this particular subject matter into this film.
Yeah.
What we have in this film, 8 stories, 9 characters, 2 dying men, people who are affected by that death, a nurse, a trophy wife, we have a sex guru, brilliantly played by Tom Cruise. We have a policeman. We have a cocaine addict. We have all these characters.
They're all there.
And their stories kind of connect.
Yeah.
Someone said this is about American angst.
Yeah. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what happened? I just I'd said this before, but I set out to write something really small and cheap after Boogie Nights. I wanted to just make a movie.
Small and cheap?
Yeah. I just figured the best thing to do here with all this sort of Boogie Nights stuff that was happening and sort of attention paid to me, it was really nice, but I thought I should do my job, you know, and my job is to just make movies. So I sat down and I started to write. And there was so much happening in my life at the time, and I was just going through so much. Sort of personal things, you know, that I just kept writing. I kept writing what was going on around me, whether it was me or people that I knew. You know, I sort of just ended up sort of vomiting out onto the page all the stuff that was around me. So that's what it's about. You know, that's what it's about. It's about me.
What part of this movie is about you?
All of it, and that's not being really all of it. I mean, you know. We all have families that we, you know, have to figure out and deal with and try and explore what went wrong or what's going on.
Is that what interests you the most, a sort of sense of the angst or the dysfunctionality of a life?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's where the interesting stuff is.
It's you know, I think that you know, families are just endless, juicy ammunition for great stories. You know, they're never going to let you down for good drama or good comedy.
But here's what else they say about you: is that they say in talking about you that you love your characters, and it's all on the screen. You know, you're not too critical of these people. You just show who they are.
Yeah.
And that this is a director who loves these characters, or a writer who loves these characters, right?
Yeah, and I think it's true. But I think it comes from the fact that when I write movies, I write them for very specific actors, and these actors are my friends: John Riley, Philip Baker Hall.
All right, well, stop. Let's talk about that because that's really interesting. John Riley plays the cop. All right, he was in Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
It's almost an ensemble.
Yeah.
But think about who you've got. I mean, you've got some of the hottest actors in the world
Yeah.
in this movie. Start with Tom Cruise.
Okay.
How'd you get him?
He called me after he'd seen Boogie Nights, and that's the phone call from the President of the United States of movie land, you know? And because I wouldn't...
It doesn't get any bigger than that.
No, literally, it doesn't. You know, and what happened was, it was great, because I wouldn't have called him. I was a huge fan of his work, but it's that ungettable thing, you know, you just don't think, I'll never get Tom Cruise in my movie, so you just kind of think, well, maybe I should try and get somebody else. But he called me, he was a big fan of Boogie Nights, and so I was going to London to promote it, and I met him on the set of Eyes Wide Shut, and I sort of visited with him, and I got to meet Stanley Kubrick. It was sort of a wonderful thing. And so Tom and I just sort of chatted, and I was just starting to think of this character that he plays in the movie, and there's just something, just brought up the naughty side in me. I don't know what it was. I just sort of looked at it and I said, oh, I know exactly what to do here, you know? Yeah. And so I wrote Frank T.J. Mackey the part for Tom. And sent it to him 8 or 9 months later. You know, I said, so let me go away, I'm going to write. I'll send you that. I didn't tell him anything about it, but I said, let me go write this thing, and I'll send it to you. And so, you know, many months later, when he was finally finishing up Eyes Wide Shut.
Many years later.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I met him, and he'd been there for a year and a half already. So 8 or 9 months later, I sent it to him. And it was one of those dream stories where, you know, you send it to him, and the next day he calls and says, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm yours. Let's make it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but we spent 3 or 4 weeks really talking about, you know, sort of sniffing each other out, you know. I think he, you know, sort of, how do you like to work? How do you like to work? Okay, great, you know.
This is a long way from Mission Impossible.
Yes and no. I mean,
what's yes and what's no?
What's yes is the type of character, but no in that good acting is hard no matter what you're doing, and it's hard to make a movie, and it's hard to act, so it's all challenging.
And it's really hard to make a good movie that you want to make and an audience wants to see.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can make a good movie you like and want to make an audience doesn't want to see it. Sometimes you can make a movie that an audience wants to see.
I've been there. I've been there a couple times. I'll probably be there again.
So he says yes.
Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah.
You had him before.
Yeah.
He's part of the ensemble.
Yeah, because I know
can't be
him.
hotter than he is right now. Flawless. Ripley,
right?
Ripley,
and,
and
he's also in. He's in something else.
Yeah. There's a guy who's coming.
So great, isn't it? Yeah. It's an amazing thing to. I was such a fan of his since I saw Scent of a Woman, which is so long ago, and I sought him out, and he was in my very first movie, and he was in Boogie Nights, and it's just amazing to watch someone who you were rooting for get to the point where you can now go to a studio and say, Philip Seymour Hoffman is in my movie, and they know. You don't have to say the guy from, you know, the sidekick friend from. They know his name, and it's so great to me. And he's an actor who deserves it too, who's worked his ass off for a long time, been around for a long time, working really hard. He's just the sweetest.
And the talent is you just see it. It just comes out of every scene.
For real, every act. That was a great thing about Tom too, is that Tom was interested, in being in the movie and working with me, and that's but he knew Phil Hoffman was going to be in his scenes, you know, and that was that was a draw for Tom Cruise. I'm going to get to act with Phil Hoffman, believe it or not. I mean, that's how sort of respected
Phil Hoffman is. Says something about Cruise good. Says something good about Cruise.
Tom Cruise is the man. He really is. He's a pretty amazing individual.
Speaking of people who are hot, Julianne Moore.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you get her? She's got 3 movies out.
She's got 3 movies out. We had made Boogie Nights together, and I sought her out, you know, through a friend of a friend. I would have tracked her down no matter what, through an agent or some sort of official way, but I got to
say, let's regroup, let's get the ensemble back together, plus we're going to add.
Oh, in terms of Magnolia, no. In terms of Magnolia, getting Julianne, it was from the get-go. I called Julianne, said, I'm starting to write. You're in it, so clear your schedule vaguely about a year from now, and that's what.
And she said yes. Just like that, because of the respect she had for you and for Boogie.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, there's some sort of really great strokes here. Bill Macy is great playing the part he does. Jason Robards is great playing the part he does. Mm-hmm. But here's a fascinating stroke: is Henry Gibson. Who's seen Henry Gibson for a while?
Yeah, I know. But I sat down to write this part for Henry Gibson, thinking, you know, I need to see Henry Gibson more, and you know, I haven't seen him enough lately. He's so great, you know. Nashville.
So you wrote that part with him in mind.
Mm-hmm. And then I got really nervous that maybe I haven't seen him around in a while because you know, he doesn't want to work. Have I gone through all this and writing this part? I should have probably called him beforehand and said, "Can I write a part for you?" But
movie is 3+ hours.
Yeah.
Any qualms about that?
From
the studio.
No, well, no, they were very, very nice about it, actually, because they knew by the script. The script was very, very thick. It was 190.
But no one said to you, come on. You know, movies today have to be at 2 hours, not 3.
No, because they were really wonderful, and I was really upfront, you know, saying it's going to be 3 hours, and you know, they were wonderful in saying, okay, we're not going to tell you what to do. We'd love it if this was shorter, you know, but so just make it as short as you can, as short as you want. Be comfortable with it, but know that, you know, it would be nice. But they were wonderful.
But they said, we trust you. You're our guy.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
This is the word you see constantly in people writing about the film, Altman-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Do you buy that? Are you influenced by what you saw Robert Altman do?
Yes, but it's funny because I really was thinking a lot about Nashville when I wrote Boogie Nights. You know, I was sort of going, blatantly either ripping it off or totally being influenced or whatever. But I think what happens is it's in my DNA, you know. It's that I grew up watching those movies and seeing those movies. So, you know, it's just informed me and informed how I want to tell stories. So I've learned from that, and hopefully I can bring something new to the table.
Take a look. But I think what it is, obviously, is it a style of movie making you like to tell a lot of stories at one time?
Yeah.
And somewhere find out that the characters have some connection, or they are in fact, in the way you create the mosaic.
Right.
They have a body, they have a connection that you don't necessarily pick up.
Right.
At the
Well,
beginning.
I like it unique to this movie, and that's what I started to do with this movie was, I mean, a very specific thing. It's not as if I'm such a massively dedicated to ensemble movies. It truly was the idea with this movie, to have all of these different lives and try and see how they could either connect. Sitting down to write, knowing exactly how they'll connect, or sometimes discovering it myself. And the Altman-esque thing, there was somebody that said, you know, this is like Altman on amphetamines. So I appreciated that. So he'll smoke pot and I'll take amphetamine.
You have this reputation, and it's flattering to you, of getting great performances out of actors.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things they say you do well.
Mm-hmm.
What's that about?
I think it's about the relationship that I have to the actor, you know, because most of us are friends, and there's just this accident that's happened or whatever it is, I don't know, that they trust me, you know, and I trust them. So, and what that means is we don't second guess what we're doing. It just becomes what you do. It's funny because someone was saying, you know, how do you get these performances? And I think that my first job is to be a really good writer to the actors. You know, to not describe it in the script. So many times you see so much description of what the character is supposed to be feeling and stuff in screenplays, and it's just a big mistake. It has to be done through dialogue and what they do. What are they going to do? Are they going to walk across the street? You know, then that's a character trait, you know. They're making that decision. And so the scripts that I write for them are very clean. They're sort of very clean of a lot of sort of flowery explanation of what they're supposed to be feeling. I think the actors really appreciate that. It lets them do their job. It enables them to just act, you know what I mean? And what happens is that I think because we've spent so much time sort of being drunk in front of each other and at parties and at family gatherings and these sorts of things, that everything, that a camera isn't exactly rolling a lot of the times, or it doesn't matter that the camera's there. I don't know if I've explained that exactly.
But you were saying that you create an atmosphere of openness and vulnerability and friendship, all of that.
Yeah.
That makes what happens on camera easy.
Well, I hope so. I hope so, because I think that I'm so in awe of what they do, and acting is such a hard job. I mean, it's really, really hard, and I'm a really big fan. First and foremost, I'm just a fan who's kind of excited to watch them be great, you know, and I think that they're just, that they appreciate that from me. And so it just ends up being really nice.
You think you can make a case that the best directors feel the way you do? And I've heard Robert Altman say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
In awe of actors. Because there's some directors, I suspect, who treat actors and believe actors are children, period.
Yeah, that is true. And I hear stories like that, and it always scares me, or it makes me feel bad generally for these actors that I know who are my friends. But there's a little bit of voodoo magic in acting that I really don't understand. And I think every director is just a frustrated actor. Anyway.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, I know I am. And I would never.
If you could
that.
be, you'd like to be up on the screen.
Well. No, because I could be. Of
course you can, because you make your own movie.
Right. I could certainly be there, but
Oliver Stone put himself in.
Oh yeah, is he good?
Any Given Sunday? Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. No, I think that I'd just rather leave it to them, because, like I said, there's that sort of voodoo magic thing that they do that I don't. That's precious, and when they do it well, boy, is it exciting to watch. It's so exciting to watch.
And do you know what it is, that voodoo magic, or you've just got it stimulated?
No, I don't know what it is, and I don't want to know. I just know it when I see it, and I know that if I'm a good fan and it's a great atmosphere, and the only direction I should really ever give to an actor is keep it simple, or that's good direction.
Don't go over the top.
Don't go over the top. Just because it's very easy to get carried away with a performance. You know what I mean? Whether you're crying, you can start to cry too much. It's just very easy to follow through on the emotion. Tom's stuff, all of Tom's stuff, is very sort of big in the first half of the movie. It's sort of grandstanding,
right.
And that character is so easy to get carried away with. And every once in a while, you just have to say it's okay. Just bring it down just a little bit. That's the job.
Let me talk about music in this film. Amy
Sure.
Mann.
Yes. I could go on forever. She's really just at the start of the movie. I think what had happened was that I had a million ideas floating around in my head, and she's a really close friend of mine, and just a great songwriter. And she had stuff lying around that was B-sides or new stuff that she was working on, and it was something for me to latch on to, as a way for me to go, okay, somehow that makes sense to me, all these ideas buzzing around, and here's something to hold on to, Amy's songs. And I sort of set out at first to adapt her songs, thinking that I would adapt like you would adapt a book. I would just adapt these songs, and to a certain extent, it could be called that. But it was really this first line of her song, "Deathly," and it goes, "Now that I've met you, would you object to never seeing me again?" And that was the start of it all. Just thinking, that's good. I'm going to steal that, and I'm going to write a movie.
What are you saying about pop culture in this movie? It's about television. There's a little bit of network in it. I mean, you got a television mogul played by Jason Robards who's dying. There's his trophy wife. And
yeah, I don't know. I don't
mean message, but just what is it that's inside of you that comes out here that is shown through relationships, but says something about and Cruise's character for sure.
Well, what's inside me is someone who's 29 years old who's grown up on movies and television. Do you know what I mean? So that's there on display is a sort of, I think, a sort of channel changing mentality. Maybe that's why there's so many different stories. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of trying to, kind of in a way, reflect sort of TV sort of information overload in a movie. That's one thing that's at work.
If you looked at this movie at this moment, the one that is in the theaters today, it's the movie you wanted to make.
Exactly.
Is it the movie you set out to make?
Exactly. Yeah.
You did not at any point say, damn it, I've got these great episodes and these great movies and these great performances, and it's all great, but I don't know what to do with it. Where do I go for the last 30 minutes?
Yeah. No.
I mean, how do I have a climax here that brings it all together?
What are you? No, the funny thing is what you're hinting towards is actually one of the first things that came into my brain.
How it comes together at the end?
Yeah.
I'm not telling you. You're not telling.
Yeah, I know. I'm not telling you. So we're going to dance and never use.
But that's the first thing that came in your mind.
Well, it's one of the first things. Was that as a concept, that big sort of biblical or whatever it is. Hint, hint. I don't know. So it's not an afterthought. In other words, it's not an afterthought. What I thought I would do is write and write and write and write and write. And when it came time where I was written out, that's when what you're referring to would happen.
Cruise. There's a brilliant scene here, where with all of his self-help guru confidence, he's unraveled by an interviewer.
Played by April Grace.
Right.
This was great. Yeah, that was fun stuff to write and really fun stuff to watch them act. And that's really just...
So what's happening there?
Well, she's come in and she's going to sort of dismantle him. She's a woman, so obviously she's got something there on him because all of his courses are about how to seduce women,
right.
how to destroy women.
Right.
And so she's come in with that an agenda to destroy him, but sort of destroy him in a very, very, very personal way to catch him in a few lies that he's told. And it's rough. I think what's great about her performance and sort of what's sort of wonderful in those scenes is that she should nail him. You know, she should nail him. I mean, he's a liar and he's a bad guy for what he's doing, but the way that she does it is really delicate and it really appeals to his heart and smart. And you can see that she actually feels a little bit bad about having taken him down. There's a wonderful moment where she's such a great actress, April Grace. You just see this delicate moment where she says, boy, I needed to do this and he deserves it, but I actually feel terrible. Because she reveals a pretty desperate and sort of terrible secret about him.
Steven Soderbergh reshaped the independent film industry with his 1989 hit Sex, Lives, and Videotape. It won the highest prize at the Cannes Film Festival. In the years that have followed, he has made an eclectic group of films. They have included coming-of-age stories like King of the Hill, crime thrillers like The Limey, and the blockbuster hit Erin Brockovich. Soderbergh's latest film, Traffic, is a powerful, epic look at the drug war in America. I am pleased to have him back on this program. Welcome back.
Thanks. It's been a while.
It has been a while. Where have you been?
Busy.
You've made a couple of good movies since I last saw you.
Well, we're trying.
Of course, you think they're all good, though, I assume.
That's not true. I would never say that.
I want to talk about this and then sort of double back and talk about the career, because what happened that everybody knows is Sex, Lives, and Videotape, and then sort of people forgot where you were. They didn't know quite. They didn't realize you were making movies, and then you just had a series of big hits. As I said to you, this has been one great year.
Yeah, it's been a good year. I was just off basically for a few years working, but I think trying on a lot of different things to figure out what my strengths were, what my weaknesses were, and was willing to be under the radar while I did it. And then Out of Sight came along, which was a great opportunity for me. And since then, I've sort of gone back and forth between the larger films and the smaller films. I've just gotten a better look at material.
That's a nice place to be, I would assume, the capacity to go back and forth, the capacity
absolutely.
to do both.
Absolutely. And I think the business is shifting constantly, and lately I think the line between independent films and studio films has gotten much more blurry, which is perfect for somebody like me.
Yeah. Tell me about this one. What struck you about this movie that made you want to spend a portion of your life in making it?
Well, I think like a lot of people I've known, friends who've had a problem with drugs, and also I was interested in how they got put through the system. And so I was interested in how the system got designed, and I was also interested in how, since a lot of these drugs don't originate in the United States, how they were getting in to the United States and getting to, in this case, a street corner in Cincinnati, Ohio. So I had a vague idea in the back of my head a movie about drugs could be interesting, but it wasn't much more than that until I ran into Laura Bickford, one of our producers, and she owned the rights to the British miniseries, and I thought, oh, that's a movie.
It's
absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah. Or what did it give you?
It gave us the shape of the canvas. I knew it was going to be a big canvas, but I wasn't quite sure of the diameter, and it really defined that diameter for us. And you can imagine a big canvas with 3 bands running across it, and it just seemed to be, in a sense, the shape of a film screen. I just thought it was perfect.
Did you like the idea of telling these multiple stories at one time?
Well, I felt
the 3 bands that you're talking about.
It was the only way to do this subject. I mean, otherwise you're making a movie about one of these group of characters, and I just thought it was bigger than that.
Tell me about the decision to approach it the way you did, and what you decided to do.
Well, my instinct was, the more you felt the movie was caught instead of staged, that would be a good thing. And to that end, we adopted a very documentary-like approach and pitched all the performances in a very naturalistic way. And we moved very quickly because I felt that momentum needed to come across on film. So I wanted this feeling that we were chasing the story as it was occurring.
Does it have a message for you? That it's screwed up in Washington and the war against drugs is not being won?
Well, I don't think anybody on either side of this issue would say with a straight face that we're winning the war on drugs. Part of the problem is that we're calling it a war. And one thing that's been interesting to me is that my feelings about this issue are more complicated now than they were 2.5 years ago when we started on this.
How so?
Because even when you take some of the magic wand ideas that you hear floated through to their conclusion, they're not really practical and they're not really workable, and they're certainly not something you can implement anytime soon. So you need to back up a little bit and think about what can you do that can work and that we can make happen today. Prop 36 in California is a great first step. And I think...
Tell the people what Prop 36 says.
Well, in California now, from what I gather, nonviolent users, instead of being sent to prison, the first 2 times they're arrested can demand to be sent to rehab. That idea of treating drug addiction as a health care issue instead of a criminal issue, I think if we could get everybody thinking that way, that would be a huge shift, and I think we'd see a big difference.
So you get the storyline. The decision to to be the cinematographer, was that your decision from the beginning, or did you slide into that because no one else was available?
No. It was something I'd been working toward, and this seemed to be the movie to do it on because of the sort of run-and-gun nature and the fact that 50 to 60% of the film is shot with available light, and I wanted to strip the crew down and just move really fast.
And so that's why it's dark in all those room scenes.
That's right. One lamp on, that was it.
Is that right?
Pretty much.
And how much of it was mobile cameras?
Almost all. I think there are 4 shots in the film that are shot on a tripod, and the rest of it literally was me and the other camera operator, because we were running 2 cameras almost all the time. Camera right on the shoulder, just going.
Casting.
The second most important element in a film after the script.
Right.
And in this case, a wonderful casting director I've worked with before, Deborah Zane, who, because we had such difficulty in setting the film up, had 4 weeks basically to cast what started out as 136 speaking parts. And we made very fast decisions just based on instinct, and called in a lot of favors, people like Albert Finney.
So what does that mean, call in a favor?
In
Albert,
this case,
here's the conversation. Hello, Stephen, what's happening? What do you say?
Got something for you, need a favor. Here are the dates. After you come here, we'll send you anywhere you want for a week, but I need your help.
Let me go back now with Sex, Lives, and Videotape. You make that movie, it made over $100 million.
Worldwide, not here.
Worldwide, I understand worldwide. You were hot. You
for a week, yeah?
Well, no, more than a week. You didn't go for obvious things that I assume would have been given to you. I don't know that for a fact. You went for sort of low-budget, independent,
yeah, I wasn't.
Small films.
I wasn't. There were a couple of things that I had in mind that I wanted to do, and I think instinctually I understood I wasn't ready to enter that arena yet. Yeah. Directing a studio movie with movie stars in it is like standing in the wash of a jet engine for 4 months. And it's just, I really don't think I could have withstood it at that point. I didn't know enough about my own craft yet, I felt. And so I purposely set about to try these different things.
Well, what were you about? I mean, what were you looking for when you made Kafka?
I thought that was going to be a huge hit.
You did?
No. Okay.
Come on.
I'm not quite sure in retrospect what I was thinking. But what
I mean, do you look back on that now, that period of time, and say, look, I was just out there trying to finding myself, and I don't really know what I was doing. I made some movies that I'm proud of, but it may not necessarily have been the wisest thing for me to do.
Oh, I don't regret any of them. The ones that turned out poorly you end up learning more from than the ones that turned out well.
Ah, but was there any part of you that was nervous, saying, I may be throwing away a real head start I got here?
No, I felt if you don't take advantage of it, then you'll regret it. But I did know that when Out of Sight sort of presented itself, and I had to pursue that movie. I wasn't even in the top 10 of people they were speaking to. That very consciously was a decision to enter that side of the business, that frankly was off limits to me because of my, marginalizing myself.
That's a good way to express it. You were marginalizing yourself.
And I was concerned about that.
Consciously marginalizing yourself.
Yeah, but it is a dead end, just as making all studio movies with movie stars.
So how did you get Out of Sight?
Everyone, I'm not being glib, everyone else said no.
Because they didn't think it would make it? It wasn't a good movie? It had no potential?
A variety of reasons. Scheduling, one of them had just done a crime movie. One of them, some person said, I don't think George is good for that.
Clooney's not right?
Yeah. And one of them was just too busy. I mean, there were a couple of people who were who were hotter than the center of the earth. And they said no.
So they're going down and checking them all off and they say, Soderbergh, whatever happened to him? Let's take a chance.
They got down to the S's.
And there you were.
And I went in and found a very receptive group of people to the kinds of references that I was making for Out of Sight, which is talking about 70s films and talking especially about Hal Ashby and about a movie like The Last Detail, which I found had a perfect blend of drama and humor. And I said,
this is the Nicholson film?
Yeah, terrific movie.
I remember the train scenes.
Yeah. Great. And I said, that's the feel I want. And luckily, they all knew that movie and all agreed that was a great sort of Rosetta Stone of reference.
Okay, help me understand the reference in terms of how it translated to Out of Sight.
Well, The Last Detail is, I think, by definition, a drama, but has a lot of humor in it, but all very organic. It's not gag humor, it's character humor. And that combined literally with the fact that a lot of it took place in winter and had a feel that I thought would be similar to the Detroit material in Out of Sight. So they believed me, and I got it.
And then came Erin Brockovich?
No, then I did The Limey.
Oh, The Limey was
immediately after. And then while we were...
Well, that got a lot of attention. That was a favorite movie for a lot of critics.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it was a fun movie to make, and Terrence Stamp, is a great actor.
And so is Guzman.
Yeah.
Is this when you got?
Louis Guzman had a very small part in Out of Sight that whetted my appetite, and he had a much more substantial part in The Limey. And then when we were developing Traffic, in those two roles, the DEA agents, I had said to everyone, I want Don Cheadle and Louis Guzman.
Together?
Yeah. Oh, together, for sure. They should have their own show.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Why don't you make a buddy movie with them?
Well, everybody was talking about a prequel because
how they came
I won't tell. One of them doesn't
the early
make
adventures
it.
of.
Yeah, exactly. They're terrific actors and provided, in this case, some very needed sort of humor, to give you a release.
Erin Brockovich, what happened? How'd you get that?
Jersey Films, who produced Out of Sight and Erin Brockovich, when we were finishing Out of Sight.
That's Danny DeVito, isn't it?
Danny DeVito, Michael Schamberg, Stacey Sher. Right. When we were finishing Out of Sight, they said, well, we'd like to work together again. We'd like to talk to you about this idea that we have. And they told me the story of Erin Brockovich just verbally one day when we were finishing. I said, that sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard. Why would you think I'd want to do that?
And we've certainly grown from being number 10 on the list to that's the worst thing in the world. Why would you ever think I would want to make your film?
Yeah, I was, putting on
a couple of years make a big difference, don't they?
Less than a couple years. And so I went off and made The Limey because there were certain narrative ideas in Out of Sight that I felt I hadn't gotten to explore. And
like what? What does that mean?
Well, Out of Sight had a sort of a time loop
sort of flashback time loop throughout. And I thought that you could be even a little more aggressive with this sort of fragmentation, even within scenes. And so I called Lem Dobbs, who wrote Kafka, actually, because I knew he had this script, and I said, let's rethink this, because I want to, I have some narrative things I want to play with, and because the spine of the film is so straight, I felt I could get away with this kind of fragmentation. But coming out of The Limey, which was another crime film, I felt, as I often do, that I wanted an experience exactly the opposite. And literally one day, as I was frustrated by our attempts to come up with a structure for The Limey, the script for Aaron Brockovich, which they'd sent me anyway, was on my desk, and I picked it up and read it and put it down and called and said, I want to do this.
Well, did you preface that by how stupid was I not to get this in the first place?
Of course not.
Oh, it shows you I don't understand anything about Hollywood, doesn't it?
Jeez.
You basically called up and said, this may be your lucky day. I've reconsidered, and maybe I'll give you a chance to allow me to direct your film.
God, probably. But I did it. I said this. It's all about when stuff hits you. And coming out of The Limey, I wanted to do something very straightforward. I knew Julia was attached already and read it and thought, this is a role that she's absolute, it's just going to be, she's going to give a towering performance in this.
This is just coming.
And it was a female protagonist. She was in every scene in the film, and I felt like I hadn't done that yet. Even Sex Lies was sort of an ensemble piece, and I wanted to make a movie in which there was a female character that we followed.
What do you do now, as a matter of course, that you didn't do 5 years ago?
I don't think so much.
Really?
Believe it or not. Works in politics, why can't it work in filmmaking? I really don't.
Well, no. I mean, the point is well taken, though. In other words, you develop your instincts and you trust them, and you don't have to sort of,
Yeah, I mean, I don't agonize over. I've gotten better, I hope, at determining. There are strategic points throughout the process that you really need to focus your energy, and I've gotten better about figuring out where those are, and also just going on my gut and not looking back.
Wow. When you finished that, did you have lots of options, things you could have chosen, or was traffic just the thing you wanted to do?
Lately, they've been overlapping so much that in the midst of Aaron Brockovich, we were having meetings about traffic, and in the midst of The Limey, I was having meetings about Aaron Brockovich.
Does that drive you crazy, or
no,
can you
it's good.
segmentize and categorize?
It's good in a way because it makes you very dispassionate in a good way about what you're working on. You become very objective and non-precious about the movie that you're working on. I find it really helpful.
You want to be the cinematographer for all your movies?
Well, it would be hard to go back.
Really?
It would be hard to, and that's not to say that believe me, there are 300 people in local 600 that are better cinematographers than I am.
Yeah, well, by the way, you had to join the union before you could do this.
Yes, absolutely. But to insert somebody now between me and the film would be really hard. So, but there's a lot of on-the-job training going on here. I mean, there's stuff I reshot on Traffic. If somebody else had been the cinematographer, the guy would have been fired. I mean, I'm not kidding. I mean, stuff would come back, and I just go,
"Oh God, how could I have done that?
We're doing that again."
Now, what was it? Because you didn't have the right lens, you didn't have the right focus, you didn't have the right what?
Well, as you know, the looks in each of the stories are sort of extreme.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
And so we're, in terms of lenses and processing and exposure, we were often in territory where, like being a pilot, you're sort of flying on instruments, because what I'm seeing through the lens bears no relation to what I'm going to get back from the lab. And sometimes we missed, and I just go and say, we got to do it again.
Benicio del Toro. Crucial to this movie?
Yeah.
He's sitting out there, so is Laura sitting out there, but I'm a huge fan of his.
You should be.
I know, right? Exactly. I deserve no medals for this, it's obvious. How crucial was he to this film for you?
Well, what's great about Benicio is he's thorough, and half of getting to something better is asking
questions. And the characters originally envisioned was a bit more of a guy who was actively and consciously trying to manipulate a lot of different people and situations to his own ends.
Yeah.
And during the early conversations that I would have with Benicio, he would say, "Gee, can we talk about the fact that maybe that doesn't leave me a lot of places to go? And is there another way into this guy that, for the audience, is a little more empathetic?" And we started talking about somebody who is basically a good cop, who just gets caught in this web that he cannot get clear of. Or he does sort of at the end, but at a great cost. And so I talked to, we would have these long discussions, and I would go back to Gagan and say, "Hey, I talked to Benicio, and what do you think about X, Y, and Z?" And we would sort of talk.
Was he unique among the actors? Did you do the same thing with Douglas or with Jones? Or
I had conversations like that with almost all of them, but that story and that character were really open to the most play, I think. And the fact that it wasn't my culture, that I was trying to portray, and I was trying to be really open about whether we were sort of getting it right and whether we were making it interesting. So it was great. I mean, that period of time, it's so fun to talk about when it's all potential and you're not on the set.
Leads me right into my next question. Is it the movie you wanted to make?
It is. I think almost more than any other film I've made. I don't know why. It just...
what you intended to do, you did.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it feels exactly the way I hoped it would feel.
And what do you think the audience is going to come away with, other than this has been an entertaining... How long is it? 2 hours
220.
Plus? 2:20. That's about as long as you can make it, isn't it?
Oh, no, I can't. Made it a lot longer.
What was the longest you ever made?
This is the longest film I've ever made. Yeah. I mean, there's an hour more material.
Oh, you could have.
Oh, yeah, the first cut was 3:10. But
is it better at 3:10 than it is at 2:20? And just in terms of you, forget marketing people and theater people and all of that.
No, I don't think so. I'm luckily one of those people that, the version that's released, that's the director's cut. I'm not one to whine about, having to cut my movie down.
Under what circumstances would you give up director's cut?
Oh, on paper,
yeah.
I've only had it twice.
Really?
Yeah.
And how about this one?
I had it on paper up to a certain length, and I went over that length. So I sort of had it.
Well, come on, explain this to me.
Well, meaning if the movie was 2 hours and 15 minutes, then technically I could do anything. I could do Schizopolis 2.
Yes. Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, exactly. If it was under 135 minutes.
Yeah.
Now I went over that, but I think, it's a moot point. I mean, the film. Everybody sensed and going in, I said, people, this movie's 220, 225. It's a 165-page screenplay.
Yeah.
Just get used to the idea. And so it wasn't really a problem.
What's next for you?
Ocean's 11.
Clooney.
Yep.
Plays Martin?
Well, no. In theory, he's
the
playing
character Martin played.
In theory, he's playing the Frank Sinatra character, Danny Ocean.
Right.
But it doesn't really track like that. We've taken the basic idea and thrown the rest of it out and started over. But it's a big heist movie. I love heist movies. So
there's always crime in every movie you do.
I don't know why. I can't imagine that. The closest I ever got to crime before I got out of high school, I had to have been looking at somebody's paper, in class. But I guess for somebody like me, it's genre films are a great way to sort of sneak things in and indulge preoccupations without people noticing too much. And so I guess that's why I keep going back to it.
I should make this note. Traffic is slated for release on December 27th in New York and Los Angeles. The filmmaker who brought us Unforgiven and last year's Mystic River has outdone himself once again with his new film. The director's Clint Eastwood. The film is $1 Million Baby.
It is a story set in the world of female boxing. Clint Eastwood not only is the star and the director and the producer, he wrote the score. Critics and fans alike are honoring this film with incredible reviews and praise. For his effort, he has been nominated for several awards, including 2 Golden Globes and a Directors Guild of America. Earlier this week, I sat with Clint Eastwood to talk about this film and his career. Here is that conversation. Here's what one critic said. More than Unforgiven, more than Mystic River, it is Clint Eastwood's autumnal masterpiece.
Obviously, very sensitive, intelligent man.
Of great judgment. Of great judgment.
Whoever that critic was. No, that's what I don't know what I'd say to that other than I've got a. That's very nice. I don't know whether it is those other 2 pictures that you mentioned are pictures that were. That I thought I did as best I could, but this I thought I did as best I could too.
So your answer is all shucks.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's not I have no answer for it. I keep always harping back to the theory that once you finish the picture, it's no longer yours anyway. You put it out. Once you release it, it becomes the eyes of the beholder and whatever they want to think about it.
Why did you want to make it?
Well, I like the story very much. Al Ruddy sent me the book, Rope Burns, about 3.5 to 4 years ago. And I read all 6 stories, and this particular story was the one that he was pointing to, and this is the one that everybody thought had potential. And then I didn't hear from him for a while, and then all of a sudden he came back with a finished script on it, and the script was really good. So I said, yeah, I'll do this.
So then you go see Warner Brothers and say, you're in my studio, I know you want to back this.
Well, actually, that didn't quite come out that way, but a group called Lakeshore Entertainment, they were involved with it. They had helped finance the writing of the script, and so they were kind of tied in, but they couldn't afford to do the whole thing. They said they'd do part of it. So I went to Warner Brothers and said, "Would you participate in this?" And they had looked at the script, but they weren't nuts about it. They were a little afraid of it, and so. I said, well, I'm going to make this as the next picture wherever I do it, if I have to go out and borrow the money myself. So I took off, and a few days later they called up and said, well, we don't want to let you go somewhere else, so why don't you, we'll come in for half of it. We'll split it with Lakeshore Entertainment. So that's the way it came about.
This is not a big budget movie, is it?
Not by today's standards, no. I think somebody told me the other day that the average is $68 or $9 million per picture. So this would be way less than half of that.
Took you how long to shoot it?
37 days.
It's about what?
Well, it's about a lot of things. It's on the surface, it's about a woman who wants to become a boxer, but then below that, it becomes about people with dreams and aspirations that are a real long shot to come through. And it's also about searching for family and regret with prior relationships and forming a relationship, a surrogate father-daughter, a love story. It's a lot of things.
3 principal characters. First is Frankie. You play Frankie. He's a guy who owns a gym. He's a trainer. Why did you play it?
It just was very appealing. In first place, it's in my age bracket. it's a subject I knew a little bit about. I didn't know any of these people. I had to sort of we had to sort of go research them. I was on my way to retirement as far as being in front of the camera.
That's why I raised the point, because you had said, unless I see something really terrific that I ought to do, I'm not going to do it.
Sure. Well, on Mystic River, I thought it was very comfortable being behind the camera and watching younger people out there performing, and it was a very satisfying experience. So I thought, well, that'll be the end of that. But this came along, and I said, well, this is a role that. This was a good role. I don't know whether I was inspired by the enthusiasm all these people had on Mystic River, but I just thought, well, maybe I'll jump back in the fray here. So I did this role, but I figured I'd also direct it. It wasn't a hard picture to do technically, but it wasn't hard for this in the sense that I had Morgan Freeman, who was solid as the rock.
Worked together before.
And we'd worked together once before, and I was always thinking about a project where we could work together again. And then Hilary Swank, who I've always admired but never worked with.
Huge demand on her. Physically.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you knew she could act, but you got to figure out whether.
I knew that, and there was always a question in my mind as to whether she would be able to really put forth for this kind of thing, or any actress. It's a tremendous job because you have to really dedicate yourself to it. You always hear stories about people training for physical roles, but they go in and they run around the block and say I'm trained up. But we needed to really bulk her up a little bit, and give her a little bit more skeletal muscle, and we also needed to train her boxing and teach her about boxing. And she started on a boxing training here in New York City, and then I brought her out west, and she trained a little bit out there, and she started training with a fellow named Grant Roberts, who was a weightlifter, and put her on a diet and had her do all this lifting, and she put on 18, 19 pounds.
And that left hook could go.
And she did. And a fellow named Don Framilton and Don Dinkins were boxing trainers out there, and they taught her how to punch with leverage, and it was great. It's great to watch her because it's great to see somebody that enthusiastic and who can sustain it for a period of 3 to 4 months without giving up 4 hours a day.
You're thrilled by her performance.
Yeah, I was. I think she. I love the work ethic. I love the fact that it's kind of like it's a performance that's. It's kind of like being an actor. You have to really dedicate yourself to it, or not do it at all. If you're going, you can't just flirt around with it. And she dedicated herself to it.
Do you direct someone like Morgan Freeman?
Well, we talk about the part a little bit, but what I do is I just. He'll come up with suggestions. We come up, and he's got
he's a one-eyed person who lost his eye in a fight.
Lens in his eye, and we talk about little technical things, but we don't really. What I do is let actors act until not being done properly. If something's going wrong or the character's going off, then I'll start questioning it and I'll start talking about it. But I'm not one to use a lot of energy in conversation. I feel it unnerves the actors sometimes and breaks down their confidence. I don't want to do that. I like to set an atmosphere of which a person can work with the most confidence, and they have to have. And I like to have people be confident in their instincts. And a guy like Morgan Freeman has terrific instincts because I've worked with him before, so I knew exactly kind of. And we talked about the script, so I knew exactly where he'd go. And with her, I kind of, after talking with her, I just kind of understood she would be on the right track. And once in a while, I'd work with her with tempo or something like that. And I'd say, no, I want this with more. I want this to be a little more glib, these scenes or stuff like that. Just minor things, but by and large, she was right on track. They were all on track.
Who watches your performance?
Nobody. It's just there, you know. Somebody. I'm just there. I kind of go by feel. After you've been doing it for half a century, you kind of get a feel of when you're clicking on all 8 or when you're not.
50 years since you began.
51, actually.
51.
I was looking at the Screen Actors Guild card the other night. That's 51 years. That's a long time.
Here's what's amazing about you, and I want to talk about it later. They think you're doing your best work, critics. Lots of people today, your very best work. As an actor, as a director, as a filmmaker.
Well, I think it's just...
And you're 74 years old.
You had to remind me. Why not? I mean, why not? As a person ages, hopefully you gain more maturity about things. You gain a different insight in things. You have more information. It may become a point where you start losing information. But at this particular point, you're kind of cooking along, and I think it should be that you improve. But maybe that doesn't always follow suit. I don't know. Everybody has their time in life. Some people shine very early. I was a slow learner.
Yeah, but it's 51 years of remarkable nuance, and I'd like to talk about that later. I want to stay with this movie first. It is you not only direct, produce, act, you wrote the score. Mm-hmm. Music informs every movie you do.
Well, I think music's very important, and the use of music, the selection of where to use it, when not to use it, these are all things that you have to. They're sort of dictated to me by the script or by the screenplay as it's unfolding. And so what I do is I started just writing some things as we were cutting.
I don't want to sound too highfalutin about this, but is there some similarity for you between jazz and making movies, especially when you get to the editing process?
Well, the only parallel I can find there between jazz and making movies would be that there is a certain improvisational, depending on who the director is. I sort of swing free and easy like that, and I add things that I go and make up things. I suppose if I went and started from scratch and made the picture again, the scenes wouldn't be exactly put together the way they are now, because that's how you felt about it at the time. And a month later, people used to get mad at Coleman Hawkins years ago because he didn't play Body and Soul like it was on the record. Well, that was only a one-time deal. He said he never played it the same twice. So that could be a parallel. But I feel there's a structure to the movie, as there's a structure to music.
That's what I was thinking about, and a sense of rhythm, and a sense of a rising action, falling action, and reaching a crescendo, and then watching it sort of.
Exactly. As the structure's very similar, but it's written out in a screenplay, as it could be written out in notes of a song you're playing, but you may interpret it different at different times in your life. I suppose if I went back and made a movie that I'd made 35-6 years ago, like Play Misty or something, I'd approach it differently now than I would then. Maybe not as good, but I'd still approach it differently.
First movie you directed?
Yeah.
You would approach it differently simply because, by definition, you've learned and you've grown and you see the world differently and you see the characters differently.
Yeah, absolutely. You just you might just see it differently. You just add nuance that you maybe didn't think of the first time because you don't have the information in your head at that particular time. Plus the fact that the first picture was terribly nervous or a little more tense. The fact that it's the first one you're doing as a director, so it doesn't quite have the confidence that the later films do.
Yeah, but what's interesting about it, though, is it is one more time where you began to use strong women. I mean, you have always. This movie is a perfect example. Have been, from the time you watched movies, in love with the idea of strong women, and especially on screen?
Well, I think the only we went through a period in the 60s and stuff where strong women left the screen for a while, where they in the 40s and the 30s and 40s they were a tremendous presence, but then there was a time there when the strong women's roles went out and they became secondary to male camaraderie movies and what have you. But I thought it was there's something missing, because a strong female role certainly is a great catalyst for a strong male role. I don't see how that got lost. And when I grew up watching movies, we went to a lot of pictures where the whole story was based around the woman's life or adventures or what have you. Just as maybe not as often as the male roles, but pretty close to 50-50. And the actresses of that era, the Betty Davises and Joan Crawfords and Ingrid Bergmans and what have you, there was a lot of tremendous roles for these women. But and nowadays there's some indication that that's come back again. But in the 50s, 60s, it got kind of lax.
There's also in this film religion in lots of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie, your character, goes to Mass every day. And then he has a conversation with the priest about how they see life. What's going on with...
Well, I think he's a guy who has doubts about he was brought up, obviously, he's brought up in that religion, Catholicism in this case, but he obviously has doubts about how he fits into it at this particular time in his life. And so he kind of has a confrontational relationship with his priest, and they just kind of he's just questioning a lot of things. He's questioning a lot of the rhetoric of the church, and for what reason? It's probably due to a lot of his own disappointments and a lot of his own doing. But somehow he has certain questions that are not resolved in his mind, and yet at some point he has to go back and rely on counsel from this priest. So it becomes an interesting dilemma for him, among a tremendous dilemma he's faced with later on.
In this movie, not only do you have a score written by you, but you also add a narrative by Morgan. Scrap provides a narrative link.
He does, yeah.
Wasn't part of the original?
Yeah, it was a part of the original screenplay.
It was always there.
Not necessarily in the
short story.
In this story, because the story has the narrative written into the description. But this had we brought the narrative out, so play in the open, of which works in some films and sometimes doesn't. But I think it worked here.
It works because this is a story of a man who's writing a letter every day. Mm-hmm. or every week to his daughter, and they're all returned. Mm-hmm. And he's late 60s, early 70s, whatever he is. And then he meets this young woman. Is the relationship there, the relationship of father-daughter, or is it something else? Mentor-protege? Is it just somehow an ability to connect with another person?
Well, I think
which
he
comes
doesn't
out of the hunger of the pain of the daughter.
Yeah, I'm not. I think he's trying to reestablish the relationship. We don't know, in the story, we're never told exactly what the dissension was. Whether it was a bad divorce and the mother poisoned the waters, or whether somehow he had some problem with the daughter. We just know that there's been a real break in the relationship. And so we know that he wants to reestablish that relationship, so that there alone sets up the problem. But and obviously she wants no part of that. And who knows, in his younger life, maybe he was off training fighters, never get the attention as a young man, and somehow she just never grew to know him or love him or care about him.
But clearly it's a pain for him.
Oh, it's a pain for him, and whether it was a pain for him always, or whether it was a pain for him in later years as he looks back and thinks of what he's missed. But he's kind of grown alienated towards any kind of thing other than his friendship with Scrap, Morgan's character. But then eventually, through the charm of this young woman, he finds the daughter that he hasn't had.
One critic, David Denby, I think, found this sort of extraordinary. I mean, he thought that one of the best things about this movie was the relationship between Frankie and Scrap.
Well, I think it's a good. Yeah, I think it's a good one because they're both sort of down and out. Scrap is a guy who had his dreams, much like the young girl, and he had his dreams of certain success and never panned out. So he's become sort of his only friend in life is this guy crusty guy who owns this gym, and so Scrap is trying to. Just to have a nice existence. He doesn't care much, doesn't have any demands for anything, and Frankie is his only friend. It's the only person he'll really confide in.
Here's what you once said about making movies. With each story, you learn something new about yourself. Once you know everything, you've had it. You're destined to be just repetitive or boring or both. I feel I learned something on every movie about actors, about storytelling, about myself. What did you learn about storytelling, about actors, about yourself?
Well, everything. Everything. You learn. The exciting thing about movie making for me is the fact that you do learn something new every picture. You learn something. I'm not trying experimental. That doesn't mean I'm doing some gymnastics with the camera and rolling it around and dropping it off a building or something. Though I've done that, there's just some challenge to overcome, and that challenge in this particular thing was just to play the character, to play all the various elements of the character, and to have the other actors get all of the elements of their character in there, and it's always fun to watch it unfold when you have it on a piece of paper and you say, okay, this is it. And then when they come in and say it, that's what a lot of times people joke all the time because I come in and say, let's just start shooting. I'll say the camera, I sort of lay out a camera routine, and our crew is so good that
they've been with you for 3 decades.
They can adapt really fast. And sometimes you rehearse it. Some scenes require a lot of rehearsal. Some scenes require a lot of takes. Other scenes, but I always like to try for it at the beginning. Psychologically, it makes everybody feel like they're on key. They're part of an act that's going on. The fact that you're trying for it, they know you're not just kind of, well, we'll do 5 or 10 of these things and see if one of them puts us on the road. I don't do that. I do that so that everybody knows we're trying for it.
You want their best effort and the most real effort the first time out.
Yeah, just to see what happens. And if it doesn't go anywhere, the worst you can do is do it again. But rather than to rehearse, then do it again and again and again, doesn't appeal to me so much. So, but what I enjoy, I think, is the unfolding that first time, because an actor's always trying to make the dialogue that they say sound like it's the very first time it's ever spoken, and sometimes the very first time it's ever spoken is quite interesting,
and should be the best.
Yeah, not always, but there's no rule on it, but it's worth taking the try. The worst thing in the world, and I've had this happen, is when you do a rehearsal, and I've seen it over the years, where everything just works perfect. And you go, okay, now let's roll one of these, and nothing works. And you just sit there, and it just burns, and it gets down and down, and it loses its tempo, and it loses its enthusiasm, and everybody gets frustrated with it. So I like to make sure that we're at least trying to grab some of that film while it's happening.
When you look at all these experiences, the word that keeps coming up about your career is, I don't want to be repetitive. You have been able to move beyond each genre of movie making.
Well, I've been repetitive within the genres. I've done sequels. I've done 3 sets of sequels of different films in the Western genre and the Italian
Spaghetti
Westerns, and then
the Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry, and then.
Yeah, but I mean, you haven't gone back. You wouldn't go back to Dirty Harry today.
No.
You wouldn't go back to the Spaghetti Western today.
No.
You wouldn't go back to. You might go back to a Western if that was a great story.
Well, the Western genre is great, yeah. But I felt when I was doing Unforgiven in 1992 that this would probably be a great last Western for me, because the way it sort of summed everything up. And
about you, or about your sense of?
Well, about the way the Western, the whole genre, the way the whole thing played out, and the way the West was diminishing, at least in that particular piece. But that doesn't mean it wouldn't be good for somebody else, and it may even be, if somebody else could write a equally interesting story, I would certainly entertain it. I love the genre, but I'm not searching for it. If it happens, it happens, but I wasn't searching for it when that came along, and I wasn't searching for a female boxing picture.
Yeah, but are you searching for anything?
No, I'm just good stories whenever they come. If you just read enough, or something comes along, you kind of, sometimes it falls into place. It's a luck of the draw. It's kind of a crapshoot sometimes, and you can't plan. The next picture I'm going to do is going to be the story of a guy who is a pharmacist who goes insane. You can't do that because there's no
a pharmacist who goes insane.
Yeah, I mean, they would now with all the imported drugs from Canada, stuff like that, and everything went bad. But there's all kinds of stories out there, but you never know which it is. And one of these days, somebody's going to throw another story. I mean, it's totally different than anything I've ever done, and I'll probably do the same thing. I'll jump up and down and say, "Yeah, let me try this."
It makes you excited to go outside the box.
Right.
It does. I mean, it really does drive you to find what you have. There is, it seems, this sense of wanting to be tested.
Well, I don't think I'd be making films now if I was just doing repetitive. If I just stayed in like you mentioned, doing a Dirty Harry 10 or something, there'd be no reason to. There'd be no reason to do that again. I've had people suggest it. They suggest it all the time. But what am I going to do? Play a retiree? Dirty Harry's driving along with a little fifth wheel trailer behind his car and an AARP sticker on the side of it, and all of a sudden you get him out of retirement, and he comes back and he's got a cannon the size of a howitzer or something.
Of course, he would be 104 now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you don't. I mean, not for me. Not for me. I guess if somebody might think that would be fun, maybe 1 or 2 people, but not many.
You have said that you're on the back nine.
Playing the back nine of life.
Yes.
Sure.
So when you think about that, I mean, do you think Mystic River was last year? This year it's $1 Million Baby. I mean, that's rather remarkable to me. Do you're just waiting for somebody to present you with great ideas? Or are you in search of great ideas? Or do you say to yourself, as they said in the movie about boxing, your movie, you don't want to fight one fight too many.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Scrap did. One too many.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he lost his eye. I mean, what are you thinking about in terms of the movies? What's not done? What you want to do?
I don't know if there's one movie too many. There is maybe there is as an actor.
There was one fight too many. I mean, clearly that's true.
Yeah, there is, and if you look at history of real boxers, very few of them have ever quit at the right moment.
Sure.
1 or 2. Who do you think? I can only think
Marciano.
of Gene Tunney, Marciano.
Right.
But that's everybody else goes on too much. but that's an athletic endeavor that is very precarious after a certain age. But with the movie, you can go on. You can go on and make them, and then all of a sudden, if you start making them and they start trailing off, or they're not, or you're losing touch, with stories. You're not coming up with anything interesting or appealing. Then you have to rethink it all. And I'm making movies for adults. I'm not making program movies right now. I'm not making a movie for 13 to 15-year-old audience. I feel that there's too much of that going on. I think I grew up with a wide variety of movies out there. I'd like to see that again.
Well, you have said that too many movies are made for teenagers and young adults, and therefore they become remakes of television series or sequels. Mm-hmm. That's all they're doing.
Mm-hmm. They're doing a lot of that, and I don't want to be part of that.
Are your movies becoming more intimate in the stories you want to tell?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I think they are.
Stories of characters.
I think characters, character development, obstacles that the characters have to overcome. It's always been there in the history of writing and literature. There's always been great characters to play, but we're in a period now where everybody does, like you were saying, the sequels or and I've done that. Been there, done that.
Been there, done a lot of things.
Yeah, don't remind me. But anyway,
but here's the thing about you. I don't think you have regrets. Do you?
Well, I think everyone has a certain regret, but you don't dwell on them. You say there's a lot of things. Let me put it this way: there's a lot of things you say. If you were doing then with the knowledge you have now, we all have that.
Of course, I know.
So you maybe handle things differently. But for the most part, I've been lucky and moving along. And
but you've made your own luck. You have made conscious decisions to grow, conscious decisions to test yourself, conscious decisions to explore comedy, to explore a whole range of things. A conscious decision early on that you wanted control.
Well, they're conscious decisions, but this luck plays a part in it. You have to get the material has to come across you. You have to maybe to have the instincts to grab onto it when it floats by you. You don't let it float on down the river. You have to grab it.
Seize the moment.
Yeah, seize the moment. But if you don't, and I suppose there's a lot of projects that have come by me that I maybe passed on that maybe would have been interesting in the overall scheme of things. But there's a lot of them that I didn't pass on, and so thing I thank the little voice that's inside me somewhere.
If you look at this whole thing, do you see any common threads in terms of what attracts you? The kind of character that you like? Are they loners? Are they outsiders? Are they people who are looking for some kind of in search of something?
Well, I think they are. I think they're dreamers, which I always was as a kid. I think they're...
You're a dreamer today.
Yeah, absolutely. They're people who have dreams of doing something, and when they see it, they can live the dream. When you don't see it, if you don't have the instincts to go for it, I'd say intelligence, but it's not intelligence. It's because there is a little bird speaking in the back of your brain somewhere that said, yeah, this is right, and that is not right. And so you have to kind of rely on it. You have to kind of go with it, go along with that.
I read something you said the other day in which you talked about, as a young man, you were angry and lonely, and today, with this remarkable wife you have, Dina, you sit in the living room having a drink and you look across at her, and somehow you said, maybe in the last 3 or 4 years, not recently, but probably more powerful today than it even was then. You have a sense of peace that you didn't have earlier.
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of that is at some point you say, at some point, when the acting profession is such an odd profession anyway, it's such a feast or famine thing. And you start out in it and you figure, I've got to, there's very few jobs and a lot of people wanting different jobs, and every time you go on an interview there's 50 people all up for the same thing, and you're sitting there thinking the odds 1 out of 50, what are the chances of me getting? So that you finally go through all this in your life, and then so when you get a brass ring, you kind of want to hang on to it, and you work incessantly. And I became obsessed with work as a young man. When things started happening for me, from television series right on through Leone and pictures, and I just worked constantly. But now, at a certain point, you change your priorities, and you say that family and family relationships, much like probably Frankie Dunn, the character in the picture, would like to do, are the most important things in the world. And I guess that's where I am now. And
so you've found some balance between love and work.
Yeah. I still love it, and Dean is very supportive of me working, and she knows it's part of my life. So it's not that she's saying, "Oh yeah, go out and work and bring me some money too," you know.
Yeah, you said the other day
Get
somewhere
out of here.
She wouldn't let you get away with things.
But it's just kind of it gets you out of the house. But the same token, if I have something to do with the kids or something, that'll come first priority.
I read a magazine on the way back from Texas yesterday, and there were things they were talking about, you living by a code, and I wrote this down, in which it's a wonderful lesson, and I think everybody finds it. But this is what it is, sort of rules from Clint: call your own shots. You started early, figuring that you're better off if you can call your own shots. When did you learn that?
Well, I just learned to rely on, I think what helped me the most was going and working in foreign pictures, where I was off in a foreign country working in different languages and doing all these crazy things. And I just thought that I saw different people's outlook and different opinions on how to make films, and I just thought, yeah, you have one shot at doing all this, and you have one good go at it. Why not try to at least live or die on your own decisions rather than the decisions of someone else? That doesn't mean that you don't have to work with an ensemble or work with other people. And but so that's what got me interested in directing, and I think Don Siegel encouraged me in doing that. He always said, you have good instincts on things. Why don't you do it yourself and try it yourself? And then I threw it back at him. I said, well, you try being an actor too. Come on. So we kind of would play around like that. But
you ended in fact the credits on Unforgiven. You made a special credit to Sergio Leone and Siegel. Mm-hmm. As I remember, because they'd been friends and they taught you things, and I assume what you've just said is what they taught you.
Exactly. Well, I learned a lot from both of them. I learned a lot from a lot of directors I've worked with, and all of those years in television. Every person you come in contact with, you can learn something if you want to.
If you're open.
If you're open to it. Yeah. And that's what it takes to, if you're going to be in a film thing, a business or theater or whatever, where you're interpreting life or segments of life, you have to be open to people and to other people's dramas and other people's feelings in order to be able to recreate those.
Another rule was be fearless. Push the envelope. There was the Secret Service man in the line of fire was crying. There was the reformed killer receiving redemption in Unforgiven. I mean, each time these are characters pushing.
Yeah, well, even in Line of Fire, the guy's seeking redemption. And in the case of Bronco Billy, of course, it's a dreamer who's always had this dream, and it's out of sync with life. It just never quite syncs up. So
that's exactly interesting, different from Maggie Fitzgerald, is that there's a person who was seeking something, and at first glance it was unreal.
Yeah.
And that's why you rejected her as a trainer. And then Morgan saw some of the passion, some of the will, and knew even though she was over 30, she might be able to do it because some combinations of human quality lived in her soul.
Sure. Well, Morgan's character saw a lot of his own life in that.
In her.
In her, yeah, his own dreams, and dating back into the Bronco Billy characters, it was a guy who's a total dreamer, but that's what was the charm of it, that he dreamed and had determinations even when they took him off, and they never quite were with society as it is today, and even in the case of $1 Million Baby, these people are all living on the periphery of society. We don't. A lot of people don't get a chance to meet these kind of people. There are the people like this, though, and you go down to some of the gyms, and I've done this when I was doing the film. You meet an awful lot of people, and you go into these gyms, and there's a lot of young kids in there, and they all have these dreams and aspirations of becoming something, and the odds are tremendous that it's not going to happen, but they're people with dreams, and they you don't know where their life is. That's a lot of them are minorities or people who've come from economic backgrounds that they've never had a chance, educational backgrounds where they don't have a really good shot at it, and here's this shot to be something. With Bud Schulberg. I could have been somebody, Charlie. I could have been a contender. Quote, a famous line, and they
could have been a champion.
Could have been a contender, Charlie. Right, and somebody wanted to be somebody and lost it, and that's the way it is. That's all there today. It's all out there. There are people like that. We just, unless you go looking for them, you don't find them. You don't see them.
I'm going to move through these because I think they're fascinating. Keep moving, that you've talked about that. And the audience, I'm hearing these words for the first time. Keep moving. Love your job, which you clearly, none of this would have been possible if you didn't love the work.
Oh, yeah, you have to. If you don't love the work, there's no sense in doing it. And it shows, and the people won't respond to you.
Speak softly. You tell an amazing story that you went to see Gerald Ford, and you noticed that the Secret Service people whispering into their ears or were always quiet, speaking so calmly and softly, and you somehow believe that maybe that's the way it ought to be on a set.
Absolutely. I could never believe these sets where they're always ringing bells before every shot. They'd have, on sound stages, they still do it at studios. They ring the bells, the assistant director gets out there and yells, "Quiet, shut up, everyone," and everybody's all on edge like this. And I'm sitting there at some White House dinner years ago, and these guys are going, and I thought, how the hell can they do this? We have all this modern equipment. We're in the business with modern equipment and sound equipment. Why can't we? So we did it, and we actually shut down these things. We have radios that go off. You've heard it. You even hear it now with police officers on the street. Sometimes you hear their radios going off and everybody directing traffic. You don't hear anything on the set. They can actually talk while the scenes are going if necessary, but they don't. I mean, an assistant director may say, "We're shooting now, so don't move, don't talk."
Let's cut back to golf, and the more tension there is because the less well your strength, the less well your rhythm would be, less well your sense of.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep it quiet. You keep it. Even the guy who comes out and does the clicker is. In the old days, the guy come out and go wham, and you're sitting there like this. Oh. Okay, what was that? Now, what was I supposed to say? Oh, and you're out of the sync. These are all little things that a lot of people probably don't realize, but actors do. Actors know that, you know, if you get into a nice, comfortable mode, then you're ready. You have no distraction. The less distractions, the better chance you have of doing a decent job.
3 more of these. Don't be predictable, which defines itself. I mean, your life is clearly that. Don't be predictable.
No, yeah, that's... I don't
I love
recall
this
saying
one.
all these things.
Well,
but
I mean,
might
by the
have.
God, I've got it.
I must have.
But I've got it, so the only one. Here's the next one. Find a woman. Find a woman.
Did I say singular? Woman?
Well, in your case.
I don't recall saying all these, but they're all very good.
They are good.
Whoever did
this.
It's
All
a
right.
terrific job.
So, okay, but here's the next one. Somebody made this up, but they did a good job. Learn to play a piano. I mean, music has been... In the beginning, it goes back to the previous one. In the beginning, music was a way to attract the women.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, it certainly inspires. Yeah, a lot of people get into get different incentives in it to.
Whatever gets you there is good.
But I don't know about a piano. But I think a person can play a musical instrument. It's always a great fun, a great thing, a great hobby. But if you don't have a knack for it or a feeling for it, then of course find something else. Badminton or something.
Yeah, I can't see. You ever played badminton?
Yeah.
Yeah. You are what you drive. You drive.
Well, I drive. I've got a bunch of junk. I got everything from real trash vehicles to
helicopters.
Yeah, I have a helicopter. Yeah.
Where you can get in with your sandwich and go up to the top of the mountain and commune
and
with.
I've done all that. Yeah, that's great. And that is, you're just a number in the sky. When you call in or check into airports, you're just a number in the sky. But with a helicopter, you do have the advantage that you can land anywhere. You can land in a meadow in the Sierras or the Rockies or somewhere and have that sandwich, take a walk, get back in, and fly off.
The last one was avoid extreme makeovers. We've talked about that. You are what you are, and you look the way you do, and you've become whatever it is that shapes a man or a woman shapes you, and therefore be proud of it. This is an extraordinary movie, and for you to do all that you do in this movie is a remarkable achievement. And I don't know anybody who is not deeply, deeply moved by the ending and what you have put together. So thank you very much for sharing this hour with me.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. I'm glad I'm very happy you enjoyed it.
Clint Eastwood for the hour. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. In 1922, F. Scott Fitzgerald published a collection of stories called Tales of the Jazz Age. One of those was A Curious Case of Benjamin Button. It is about a man who was born looking old and then ages backwards into his youth. Many filmmakers have tried turning this idea into a movie. None have succeeded until now. Director David Fincher and actor Brad Pitt are here. Their earlier work is signature in the dark and gritty films Seven and Fight Club. I am pleased to have Brad Pitt and David Fincher here to talk about not only this film, but this rather remarkable relationship. Tell me what it's about.
Oh, it's about so many things. It's about love and death and children and parents and families and extended families. But it's kind of, I look at it as a story of a relationship where the backdrop it was an interesting thing because I didn't actually kind of register to me until I saw the movie, is that when you see somebody who's 50 years old, you don't realize how much time they have left. Have no kind of but when you see somebody who's aging in reverse and they're 11, there's a certain kind of poignance to that.
Yeah. I said to you earlier, as you watch it, you get more and more drawn in, and then you're not sure how they're going to end it either.
Yeah. I was, but I hope so. Yeah. I had a vague notion.
Yeah. What is it about the two of you working together? Well, we just saw 3 movies.
Both are probably cynics at heart, and
I don't know. When we first hooked up, we had just a mutual conversation of the films we loved, and there was I guess an agreement was made then, and since then, I don't know. There's just a we have great laughs. For as dark as the first two scenes, we just have a great laugh.
Yeah. How did this get to you?
Through Finch. Finch came to me. Yeah.
I had read a script years ago and then sort of put away all hope that I could ever be involved. Steven Spielberg had it, and then it kind of disappeared and languished. And then our mutual friend Eric Roth did a draft, and that started circulating. And then I got a call, and I gave it to Brad. And actually, I think there was an interim period of time where I was deemed unfit,
which is usually the case when the initial discussion about Finch directing.
He's unfit. Not his kind of story.
Yeah, they said there's not a body count here for you. Yeah. So we talked about it at that time because it had gone to Brad, and I don't know whether he had brought it up to me and saying, you know, have you read this? And of course, knowing that I wasn't involved at that time. Oh yeah. That's nonsense. But no, we started talking about what it could be, and I remember there was because I don't think either of us wanted to do the love story, you know.
Well, this was our first discussion what it wasn't, and as Vince aptly titled, it would not be the Ballad of Codependency.
Yeah.
So that's which is usually the trap, and I think one of the successes of the thing is that it doesn't devolve into sentimentality and there's a cumulative effect to it, as one's life is.
Since it's not out, we should talk about this. I mean, who is Benjamin Button?
He is a man who's a child who's born old and ages backwards, and so he's experiencing life as we do it, but his body is running backwards.
So he's looking at life in a very different way.
Yeah.
It's defined by the people that die around him, and defined by what he's learning. As he's getting younger, all these people are dying.
Yeah, yeah, and not the loneliness of that, but the galvanizing effect of that.
And what's the love story?
Well, the love story works as all the people come in and out of his life and he in theirs, respectively. We always described it as the people who, if you think of all the people in your life who have made dents, who have left an impression along the way, and inevitably, the thing about love is what follows that is loss. That's the trade-off, and the greater the love, the greater the loss, and it's the big inevitable that we all have to deal with in some way, right up to death, and so she is that person who has the biggest impression of him through many stages of his life, and he for her. But what I find most, what I appreciate most about it is that there's a real acceptance of this things must end, and a real mature and beautiful take on that.
What I love about it is that you have these two people who are interesting characters. She has become a ballet dancer, but she was an early friend of his when he was young, and she's growing older, and he's old and growing young. And they are looking at this world that they have found, and they're in different places, and they both are in love with each other in some way, and they both know in a different way it can't last, cannot last. So they're dealing with the possibility of death, and also he's getting younger, and the possibility of how do you figure out, and how do you accept, and how do you deal with this finite time that they have together.
Which is a real embracing of that time together.
Yeah, exactly. And that's his...
really enjoy those moments.
First script that I read years ago, the first, was very much about, or it seemed to me, it was very much about two halves of a whole, and two people who were meant for each other, who weren't going to make it without the other. But there was the sense that they
would be complete without the other.
They were less than.
This is the antithesis of complete.
Right.
And what I loved about what Eric came up with is they spent so much time apart, but their time together is defined by that time apart. Who they who they became in earlier loves, you know, who they
That's
became.
nice. I wish you would have said that when we were doing it.
Yeah.
That's good direction.
I just wrote it down.
Have you finished making the film? Maybe you could add it still.
Yeah, no, it's
been 2 years of post, by the way, for him.
2 years of post-production for you?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because that's normal?
No, well...
Depends on the director.
Well, the CG is so complicated. I mean, if
What
I
does
can step
CG
in,
mean?
the computer generated,
Okay.
the effects of it, which are quite extraordinary because they seem so simple. But basically, Finch, perverted all the technology that is being used out there now for the great, monster and war movies, and used it for this finely detailed aging process. And it's taken. I mean, just to do the scenes that you've seen, we've had to film in so many different incarnations, and then they had to sculpt the face and put it on another actor. Right. I mean, you can describe it.
All right, so how did you use the CG?
Well, the CG was it's like mortar between bricks. You know, we sort of use it to, the first baby is a remote-controlled, puppet, and then we put CG on top of it so we could manipulate its face more than what we could do, or more smoothly than what we could do with servo motors and those kinds of things. And then there's a handoff to a small actor who wears a hood, and we take Brad's
his face and put it by sculpture. You take a sculpture of it or the head of it, and
well, it doesn't exist in the real world. It's a sculpture. It's a virtual mask, or it's a virtual head. I mean, so the hair is computer generated, the skin is computer generated, the eyes are computer generated, but the process that was difficult about it was to make it so that it could be puppeteered by an actor instead of, that everything that he did could drive what you would see, because we didn't want to hand this over to a team of people who said, well, I think in this scene he should do this, or we wanted to, the dream was, I want to be able to Xerox this performance. I don't know if I'm a trademark infringing, but Xerox this performance and through this computer pipeline and take these pixels and make him 85 years old and put him on the shoulders of another actor who was in the scene, in the wheelchair, and on the crutches.
Is this the kind of movie you like to make?
I certainly do. I mean, I like the scale and scope of it. I like that it's, certainly, it seems in these last few years there's been so much focus on our differences. There's been so much, it's been a divisive time. And when the truth of it is, we're probably all 95% the same in the sense that, we want opportunity and freedom and love for our family, and we don't want to die. And this film focuses on these universal themes that are true for all of us and across the world. And I appreciate that.
Is there something about you and Kate that you work well together?
Well, I just have great respect for Kate. I mean, any of the guys will tell you she's been elevating our performances for some time. So we know.
Is that right?
She's gonna,
if you play with her, you'll be better.
She's going to up our stock.
What does she have?
Know this too.
Yeah. What does she have?
She's just got she's got an incredible grace and elegance to her, and a very bright mind, and her interpretation of scenes I find quite sharp. And she's got also the manners of a trucker, so she's good fun.
So you can deal with it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be sensitive and frail.
Oh, no. She can get right in the gutter.
You can go right in with her. I have read somewhere that someone said that the better the actors, the better your performance. That may be true for everybody, but you think it's true for you. I mean, they bring your game to a higher level.
Yeah, sure, because you give a bad tennis analogy, but
exactly.
you're hitting back and forth. So
right. If they hit the ball back to you well, then your chances of bringing out your best stroke is better.
Yeah.
What's the relationship between the two characters in this film? Daisy, who goes to New York, becomes a ballerina dancer, who then comes back after she's in a terrible accident. I don't want to tell too much, do I?
No, I don't think so.
I know. I should stop about right there. But she comes back. Right. Give me the sense of how you saw this relationship, which is the love part and the death part.
I saw it just, again, that at this point they'd both gone on with their lives, and that was okay. Whatever shape the thing was going to take was okay.
They were open to whatever.
That's the way I saw it. And the fact that they get this reprieve, or this at a different age, this shot together was nothing but a gift. But you know, there's always that thing that's hanging, that it's got to.
It's going to end.
Yeah, but not to sour anything or make melancholy. It's just it's back to what we were talking about before, man. Keep those moments. Take those moments.
Is one or the other wiser about this?
It's usually the woman, isn't it?
Always.
Always.
At least that's what they tell me.
Well, you ought to know.
Is one of the characters why? I think Benjamin has a real kind of patience and wisdom, and you know, people describe it as a stoicism. You know, the character. I mean, he was but I didn't see it. I always saw it as being somebody who was sort of tempered by the people who kind of pass through his life. It's like, so he sort of accepts the fact that things are, you know, always in transition. And I think that there's the meet in the middle part, the big romance, you know, the honeymoon period. It's an interesting thing, because when we were scoring the movie, you get to the point that's so beautiful. You know, we're in St. John and we're shooting sunsets and sunrises, and yet there's something kind of so sad about that moment where you just go, oh, this is so, we know this is fleeting, because we've been trained to know that people pass through Benjamin's life.
But this is true too. So much is time and place, and that's what this moment is. I think that's better said, because they're coming in different directions, and it works.
So when they get here, they know
it works. Yeah, it works at this point. But so I mean, so much of people coming together is just time and place, chemistry, time and place.
What else?
That's it. That's all I got for you. Yeah. You know more? Tell me.
Yeah. Well, yes. Yeah. I'll tell you what you have here. You have location. You have New Orleans.
Yeah.
A place that you know and love and care about.
Yeah, very much.
And was that your idea, or did that come from Eric or from you, or who?
No, it was originally set in Baltimore.
Exactly.
And then
the Fitzgerald.
Before Katrina, this came up because they were offering big tax incentives.
Right.
And suddenly, when that conversation came up, it completely changed the film. It was like another character to the thing. It completely colored it. It's like, you know, New Orleans has this palpable sense of magic and mystery and death, and it placing it there immediately.
There's this patina, you know, the filigree and the
it's everything. It's color, music, it's everything.
And there's so much music,
and the architecture too.
Yeah, and the architecture is very specific. But to speak, you know, specifically to, you know, I had been protecting the short story, and you know, we have to do what Fitzgerald wanted, and it was a production account that we worked with, who proffered this idea of Louisiana, and we sent a location scout down, mostly out of just, you know, okay, well, there won't be anything there, you know. You do that a lot as director. And all of a sudden these pictures started coming back, and I was showing them to Eric Roth, and he was like, wow, this is beautiful. This is amazing. Like, and we sort of...
You weren't were you promoting this idea at the time or not?
No, this is 2000.
This was before you were...
This is before the levee break. But I was certainly, it certainly made sense to me. I mean, I'd already spent time there and loved the place. I had a great love for it.
Go ahead.
I was a proponent of the move, certainly.
Yeah. All right. How are things going down there? We'll come back to the movie in a second.
Truthfully, it's dismal. To be frank, it's stupid. It's really stupid.
And who's responsible for it being stupid? Yeah.
I think there's a listen. That people think that Katrina was about a hurricane, and that's what you get for living on the coast. But that was a levee failure. That was a man-made problem, and thousands of people died, and just continuing to die, and they really don't have a clear road home. They're given they're incentivized to come home by giving a big chunk of money, but not enough to build what they had before, and certainly not enough to build safely, which is a key issue because those levees are still a problem. So there was just no clear direction. No one said we want to move New Orleans, and no one said, okay, we're going to bring you back right. No one made a plan either way.
Who should have?
Well, I believe there's a government responsibility here at all levels.
Federal, state, and local.
Yeah, absolutely. But listen, I also have to say there's some incredible movements going on, and there's a lot of great work going on there, and there's a great spirit and a great fight. But I just think it's still just absolutely ridiculous that we couldn't get that thing together.
Are you hopeful that a new president might sort of?
Yes, I'm hopeful. I mean, there's so many problems we're facing right now that need to be addressed.
In terms of foreign and domestic and economic. And
we don't just go, well, that one is what it is for now, because it's a big part of America. It's Americans, and they're still suffering.
You were in Chicago the other day doing Oprah.
Right, we both were there. Yeah.
And so you were there for the night of the election.
Yeah.
What was it like?
It was an incredible moment when they announced it. The hair went up on the back of my neck. The world changed, and I mean, Fincher talked about people who were absolutely weeping, just weeping.
Including Jesse Jackson. There was a sense of.
Well, just the people. We were in this tent, and there was this guy who was a pollster who obviously hadn't slept in 3 weeks or something, and you could feel this kind of, they knew, they wanted, they believed, and then when it happened, there was just these tears just rolled down these people's faces, and you just went, finally they could kind of like,
It was the most extraordinary political job I've ever seen. Yeah. Not even close. I mean, they have now, the country and the world has invested so much in the idea that they believe he represents.
We reignited the idea of America, the original idea of America.
And even reignited some sense of, certainly the American spirit, but also the American youth. I mean, I don't mean young people, but the idea of America as a frontier country, prepared to, to push the boundaries of a whole range of areas in terms of leadership.
Yeah. Yeah, well said.
Back to Benjamin. Other characters. So you got Kate playing Daisy, this woman who's a central love affair. Here's what's interesting about this. So you got this story that you want to tell, which is somebody who's born old and ages backwards and becomes young, and you have this woman Daisy falls madly in love with, who has an early involvement with. They always connect, and then they end up meeting each other.
It is a love story, so it's about how long you can keep them apart.
Right. It is also interesting how you frame the story. I mean, you start with Daisy. I'm not telling anything, because you'll see this, I'm sure, in the trailer.
Yeah.
She's on her deathbed.
Yeah.
And she's telling a story to her daughter.
Yeah.
And her daughter's looking at letters and things from Benjamin. How did you come up with that?
I didn't.
Eric Roth came up with it?
Yeah.
Mr. Roth.
Yeah.
Mr. Roth.
In the room.
We know Mr. Roth a lot, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we certainly do.
No, Eric came up with that. He had gone through the death of his own mother and had been there, in that.
Exactly what he said.
Yeah, in this kind of, that last death watch, that last couple of days, and he's just, he took a lot from that. A lot of things that were said are in the script. And he felt like, and I think he was right to have another set of eyes on this situation, to have the fantastic nature of it to be sort of filtered through somebody on camera who's saying, what is this? Is this true? To have somebody there who's kind of pre-filtering, because the audience is going to be asking the same thing. How serious am I supposed to take this? And so I think that...
how do you get past something like that? How seriously am I supposed to take this? I guess you either have to... It's a little bit like you have to invest in the idea or not.
Yeah.
If you don't invest in the idea, you're not going to be taken on the journey, and therefore you're not going to enjoy it.
But it's not a choice. It either works or...
It does.
Yeah,
it happens.
You've rolled the dice. The dice are out of your hand. You've let them go. But part of it is, originally in the script, Daisy's deathbed with Caroline was in the same house where Benjamin was found and grew up, and so it had this kind of, and my first question to him was, why do we want to have this cycle? Why do we want to have this? Aren't we making this a little too picture perfect by having that? So then we moved it to Kaiser, and when we did that, all of a sudden it kind of grounded the thing in this, it's those little decisions about how much of a fable do we want to play into, how much of a fantasy do we want to support?
Tell me how you shaped this after you got involved.
Not a whole lot, really. I mean, really, a lot of the script's final form came from Eric and Finch sitting down and really.
That's not entirely true.
Yeah, I mean, there was two sit down. I mean, the story. That's why I said, why do you work together? There's a sense that.
But Finch had also gone through the death of a parent and
the birth of a child.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
And also is a father that I admire, which I hate saying in front of him, but it is true. And this, I really felt this filter. I felt this infused into the story, and this to me is what kicked it.
But we did a lot of discussion. There was a lot of talking about.
So he's trying to minimize his role with collaboration.
Not completely. I certainly wasn't. I mean, these guys were grinding away at it for a few years. We talked about it off and on for 3 years, approaching this film. That's how long it took to investigate even if the technology was going to be ready in time. I mean, he really
to get the money.
To get the money, right? But but Fincher timed this thing. As technology, he had to forecast where technology was going to be, so when they would intersect as well, that hopefully.
In fact, somebody said you couldn't have done this movie 5 years ago. Is that fair enough?
I think
the one you did
with as much as I would hate to admit it, because we told everybody 5 years ago, yeah, we're ready.
There's a famous story in which somebody came up to you and said, "This is feasible," and you said, "Yes." Everything's always feasible.
Well,
if you can put it on paper, we can put it on the screen.
Well, yes, I believe that you can do anything, but if you define the things that you're not going to do, because obviously you can't do everything. So you have to. So if you choose exactly what it is, and we felt. And we were wrong in some cases. I mean, it was, up until 14 months ago, 15 months ago, there were serious questions about whether or not it was going to work. But
at what stage was this?
When we got all the
elements.
No, I think that the story worked. I think that the movie was working, but the actual. Manipulation
the
of the
stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
The level of detail is, I mean, pupils dilating, hair follicles. The face has how many muscles?
Yeah,
thousands of muscles.
Hundreds.
And his eyes also were always there, so you had that to work with.
They're CG, but they are mapped from his eyes, so they are a mathematical and interpretation of what his eyes will be like at 85.
Did anybody make a movie about the making of the movie that shows all this stuff?
I'm sure there's all kinds of material that viewers will be flogged with for many weeks to come.
That's certainly in the DVD.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's interesting now, but a week from now you'll be bored with this.
Yes. No. I'm so interested in it right now. I mean, I was really excited about doing this beyond seeing you again, beyond meeting you, but this idea of what this movie is about. Well, how often do you see something you like as much as this? If, in fact, you like this as much as I did.
Films?
Yeah.
I do like this as much. I'm really happy with this, and which is rare.
Yes, I know.
But I don't get to see a whole lot of films anymore. They usually the ones I do get to see are the ones that are highly recommended by friends. But it's every year it's been the same. It's a handful of films, a handful of CDs.
Yeah, but I mean, back in terms of your own choices, you get to do pretty much what you want to do. I mean, there's a story that Brad Gray said, "Find me a movie for Brad Pitt."
Well, to some degree, I mean, it's not that simple. But I know Finch well, and I know what he's after, and I'm going to be on board on basically anything.
Or if it's Kate, you'll be on board.
Yeah, sure. Well, we'll see.
They're like siblings.
Yeah. Are you and Angie going to do another film?
I don't know if it makes sense. It's always dangerous territory. Sense. Yeah, dangerous territory.
Why is that?
If you look back throughout history, that doesn't bode well. But maybe we'll remake the remake of The Getaway.
There you go. I like that. I'm in.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Now, you told me last time you were here that you were thinking about 6 to 9 kids. What's the new number?
Well, we're at 6 now, and we got the like the McDonald's scoreboard outside the house. And
Yes.
we're keeping track of that.
6 and counting.
Yeah. I try to talk about it, and I always fall short. But it's just the greatest endeavor I've taken on. It's the most rewarding and the most painful and the biggest love I've ever had. And we are very fortunate to have the means to also widen our home, to give someone else, to give some great kids a great home. And we don't see any need why can't find a reason why we should stop now. So it'll probably grow.
I mean, about a dozen maybe.
I don't know. No. Probably not. Probably not. Because at some point we will want to sleep again.
Yes.
But
you like being a father.
I love being a father. I do.
And what is it you like most about it?
And this is why I always
like Oprah or no?
This is why I always
don't
fail.
ask about his tattoos.
Yes, right.
I always fail.
I don't know about tattoos. So.
Thank you. I always fail, but it is. I love them so much. It's my one. The only thing now that can hurt me is that if something happens to them, it's that
something will happen to them. They'll become teenagers.
It's the most authentic thing in your life. Isn't it?
But it is, and it's the greatest. They teach me so much, and I enjoy teaching them, and I just find it very, very rewarding.
Now, did anything come out of this film that made you think about your life? And I mean, I'm talking about now, time with kids, and just the whole idea of what living is about.
Very
because
much.
You have an opportunity to do pretty much what you want.
We start when I had begun filming, and it was around the time when Angie's mother died, Marceline, and it was just a bit unexpected. And given going through that moment or that period with Angie and her brother, and then dealing with the subject matter we're dealing with, which is that that there is an end to all this, and it scares the hell out of me. But we do not fight. I mean, we'll have our flare-ups, but what occurred to me was that, man, I care for this person very much. I respect this person. I'm not gonna. There will be a day when I will not get to see this person anymore. Whether it's some kind of split or whether it's death, and I do not want to waste time being angry at this person, because that's not my biggest. That's not really how I feel. And since then, it just evaporates. And am I making?
No, you are very much. I mean, I think very much, and it's even powerful. What's interesting about it is that some people come to this, but they only come to it after something terrible happens to them. I mean, you have gotten to this point in some very interesting evolution. Maybe the death of her mother, or maybe making a movie that has to do with, our other movie has to do with life and death and children.
It's all that. It's all that, and I just don't want to. I don't want to miss a moment. So.
And you? Does this movie teach you anything?
I don't think you can kind of, work out these scenes or try to figure out the context for the stuff without, digging into your own backpack and kind of, figuring out what it means to you, and a lot of it is autobiographical. It's
exactly for Eric, who sat there and thought about his mother dying.
For Brad, I mean, obviously, behaviorally, you see. I mean, Kate, who worked in an old folks home, and had heard what it sounds like when somebody's on their deathbed, and when my father died, a lot of that kind of just the way he was in his last day. And
this movie has so much potential, I think. I mean, it is dealing with those kinds of things. I mean, you feel it and see it from the get-go. Yeah. I mean, there's a clock first.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? In other words, there's a clock at the beginning of this movie, America, in which it's going backwards, and he creates a clock.
He creates we argue over whether or not it's a fable. I don't argue with Eric, but we argue.
We don't argue with Eric. Eric is that strong and powerful and good and.
No, he's usually right.
Right.
And as much as I hate that, no, it doesn't even matter if he's right. He's convinced. We have this thing with Eric that we always he'll write things in scripts where people will say, in order to evenly bring this water to boil, you have to turn it to a lower heat or whatever. And I'll say, Eric, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but I like the sound of it. You go, but that's not physics, Eric. We're gonna have a character like saying that. He's like, okay, we'll take it out. You know.
Now, how old is Eric?
60.
63, 4, something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
He's one of our great American screenwriters.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah, total pro and absolute artist. You know, at the same time, which is a rare thing. You know, a lot of times you have guys who, I remember when we first started rehearsals and we would talk about, you know, Brad would say, but this could change, could this be, and I would go, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, dude, you have to make this look a little harder, because I know you can do it, but it looks like you're just selling yourself out, you know. And he would be like, no, but I can do it, I can make that work. And I was like, oh yeah, I know, but
Eric would say that.
Yeah, he would say, oh yeah, no, we can change that. And I was like, you're supposed to be protective.
Let me tell you about his reputation. You tell me how much of this is true.
All right.
He basically has
legend of David
the legend of David. The legend of Finch.
Let's talk about his tattoos.
Here is the legend. The legend is that he says about actors, I expect you to come here knowing the text. You know, and you're not a child, and you expect you to know the text, and we're making this movie, and if you can get what I want right, then I'm happy to listen to everything that you might have to say about this.
I've never heard him say that, but you know you're dealing with a certain caliber of film, and a filmmaker, and so you come prepared. You better come prepared. This is why we're here. But I've never heard him say that, and as far as, and I've never heard him say you do it my way. There's always a very a careful hand of guiding where the scene can go, but it's a complete mutual endeavor.
Tell me about that process. Just, I'm interested in the notion of I mean, here you come, and there he is, and there we've got this Eric Roth script, which we all have already credentialed.
Well, I immediately think of a time when it's if I have the wrong take on it, if I'm trying to force something, then I really find David very helpful in guiding me back on to what the larger intention is. You know, when I get off the rails, when I find it most helpful.
Now, where was that most helpful in this movie?
In this particular film, I don't recall.
No.
I don't recall much. There's, you know how when I think of this film, you know how the dialect, the New Orleans dialect, there's this kind of lovely syrupy cadence to it, and you know, I was born under unusual circumstances, and then the shoot went that way for me as well. There was a real ease and comfort to it. So.
But most of what we, you know, most of it is pre-verbal anyway. It's kind of like,
fair enough.
You know that thing where you just so I'm really,
Well, so what?
And most of the time, you know, direction is just like you go, you know,
too far here.
You know that thing you're using. It's like, well,
you know your thing that you were just doing. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. You know that great thing you just came up with? A little less of that.
You know, that's it.
Just more.
Yeah. Well, usually, I mean, for the most part, we've pretty much discussed it, and it's just a question of, you know, making the other element. I mean, most of the foreground is not the issue for me. Most of it is, you know, when you're staging stuff, you know, I know he's going to be good. I know Kate's going to be good. You know, I know Julie Ormond's going to be good. It's kind of what's happening behind it. Make sure everybody else supports what that stuff is. It's very rare that you have somebody that you just, you know, go, oh my God, we got to start all over, you know.
So Benjamin gets on a tugboat.
Yeah.
He realizes he's ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to go out in the world.
Yeah.
Looks old, but he's
Jack
young.
London
He's a teenager, right?
Yeah.
You know, and he ends up on a tugboat that goes to Russia.
Yeah.
And he has, I assume this is like first experience, except he's an older man.
Yeah.
First experience.
Yeah, his first love.
Yeah.
Or the woman who, ironically, looks very similar to Kate Blanchett.
Yes,
Benjamin. Benjamin has a type.
Yes, he does. But it's just
he meets this woman who's kind
I'm
of
such a sucker for this. I'm just embarrassed.
Well, she's sort of sad, and she's sad and regretful, and that's his first kind of. That's the first. You know, Eric and I talked about this. He said, well, I said, why does he fall in love with her? And he says, I don't know, because she wants him.
I mean, he's older
He's older, and he's a teenager. He's
Yeah,
17
teenager
or
is
something.
older, yeah.
But he looks 60, 63.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
So people approach him and dismiss him like he's older.
Yeah, like he's older.
Yeah.
And even though and therefore he learns from all this. That's what's interesting about his experience, because of the difference, he's learning things in a way that nobody else does.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know, it's never. Each segment is not about learning one particular thing. It doesn't take shape that way. It's this the power of the film is by the end it's this accumulation, this thing stack upon stack that has this residual effect that I wasn't even aware of that was growing in the piece. And I think that's where it wins. What I'm trying to say is it's not a lesson movie.
I understand that idea, but you're doing that for commercial reasons, or you just want to say this is not a movie with a message? Nor do I want to indicate it, but it is a movie about hope and romance and
sadness and love
and all that.
Yeah,
but not jealousy. Here, let me talk about two other things.
Interesting. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Good jealousy. Yeah.
No, good.
Not jealousy.
Not,
no. Yeah. The idea that's changed a little bit here, Eric, again, is that in F. Scott Fitzgerald's short story, Mother and Father Live, in Eric's, this version, it's worked its way through Hollywood and finally ends up with him.
Him?
Well, no, ends up in Eric's hands.
I see.
They don't live.
No.
And you introduce a large role for the nanny.
Yeah.
Played brilliantly.
Taraji P. Henson. Well, I saw her in Hustle and Flow.
Yeah, I saw
where
that
she
too.
was, where she's this crack-addled. I mean, it's a brilliant performance, but I mean, the two things couldn't be. When Lorraine Mayfield, who's the casting director, came in, she said, "Here's the DVD. Put this in and watch it." And I watched it, and I said, well, "That's not Queenie." She goes, "No, you have to meet her." I said, "Okay." You have to make the leap. I was like, "Okay." So she came in, and she was just, this living thing. She's bigger than whatever, she expands to fit whatever.
What a great
space
feeling that
she's
is,
in.
too, isn't it?
Yeah.
For you?
Oh, God, yeah. There's nothing better than knowing I get to take credit for this.
That I can like.
I get to take credit for this.
Yeah, so basically I'm having a hard time understanding what your role was in this.
Yeah. As was
Eric
I.
gave you the great script.
Exactly.
Brad's going to give you a great performance.
Exactly.
You just discovered a talent that's overwhelming.
Yeah.
You've got Tilda, who's never made a bad movie in her life.
No. Well, the Tilda story was
go ahead.
There was an interesting story about Tilda Swinton because we had done a sort of search of people, and we had a list of names, and we sort of knew. And I had proffered a name to Brad, and he said, "I don't know." And I said, "I think she's great. I think she's perfect." And he said, "I think there's better out there." And of course, this is it's not like he says this a lot. I think there's better. I think there's a better way to do this.
That's why I like him so much. He's always there's a better way to do it.
And I took umbrage with this, and I said, "Okay, if you can come up with a better name, give me a call in 5 minutes, because 5 minutes from now I'm making a call." And he said, "Okay." So hang up the phone. I'm in the editing room, and phone rings. I pick it up. He says, "Tilda Swinton." I go, "That's better."
And what did you do in the 5 minutes?
I don't recall. I probably
You didn't do
Well, Helena Bonham Carter.
Are you denying this?
In Fight Club, that was his idea.
See, you're denying collaboration when in fact you're always saying we can do better, or you can do better, or maybe it's better.
He says it as well. So it's like it's a kind of one-upmanship, I think. Is
little Fight Club here.
Yeah, there's a real grace to Tilda as well.
Oh,
what was hard about this as an actor?
Getting up at 3 in the morning and putting on 5 hours of makeup, and then an hour to clean up. It was a bit arduous, that was. But
what do you do when 5 hours of makeup? You listen
you
to
sleep.
music? You sleep.
You read a little paper.
They tie you down
Actually,
and then
I grew to like that time. I got a lot done in that time, including sleep, which I get, which is rare.
Less than
that was really the most difficult. The other thing, and even that became quite comfortable. I mean, it was the best of situations and the best people doing it.
Can you make an argument one way or the other that because now all of this love that's sort of part of you now, understanding that you better make the most of it because you never know, and you've got the kids which have added so much, does it affect your creativity and your art?
Yeah, I think so. It's It's less important and it's more important simultaneously. It's less important as far as any kind of worry or worry about how you come out of it. It's more important because it's going to mean something to them at some point, hopefully. And I can't help but think they'll see this and they'll see their father at this particular time. And how nice a gift that is to be able to give my kids in some way. So I want to make sure that I do give them something.
Do you want them on location with you?
Yeah, we by law we keep everyone together. We take
the law
turns.
between you and Angie.
Yeah. The
family law is that the family does not split because one of the others can go make a movie.
Yeah, no. Family first, and we'll alternate jobs accordingly. So someone is always with the kids.
You really want to work together again?
Yeah, I have ideas for stuff that I bounce off him, and he says.
Wait. Your first call, if you see a project that you think's right for him, is to call him.
No,
Yeah.
not necessarily. If it fits. If I fit the piece.
That's what I mean by right for you.
Yeah.
Or for the piece, not for you, but for the piece. Yeah.
It's different. I'm looking for an author of the piece, which is the director. You know, I come in and fill in my bit, so it's different. I'll throw everything at the wall and see if he grabs something. I don't think you've always brought everything, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have. I don't think you've taken anything that I've sent your way.
Which is not to say that
exactly,
all of it was good.
What does that say to you?
I'm just realizing that.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No, of course, like to do something again. It's more important too as you get older, just to work with people that you appreciate and respect,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Yeah, because that's not a trap.
Sure.
I don't want to waste time with that.
No,
I don't
say
mind
you don't want to waste. I mean, it's a
don't
little
wanna
bit like
waste
you're talking
time.
about children. I mean, you do, at some point you reach an age in which you say, I don't want to waste any time here. I mean,
No, because even I think about, well, am I past the halfway point? I'm 44 now. I probably am. Do I have a year left? Do I have 10? Do I have 20? I mean, I've started to think this way, so, I can only imagine it's going to get worse.
I guarantee it's going to get worse. Can you imagine how I think about that? But you can only hope that, as it did for me, it just gets better and better and better.
Well,
and better
that's
in
proven.
terms of
that's proven true. If you're following the life you want to lead, I think so.
And you find the world getting more interesting and more exciting. And
Yeah,
more
that's the thing makes me sad. I do find it so interesting that I'm not going to be in 100 years to see the shape of the world, where we are and where we're at, and how far we progressed as a civilization. I would really like to know.
Me too. I'll tell you a story that when he first said it to me, I didn't understand it as much, but I've done a series of conversations with Warren Buffett, and he actually said to me once, he said, if I could give up, I so much want to know, and so excited about the future, and I so much want to know how it's going to turn out, that I would give up the last 6 months or a year and just say, here, I'll end it earlier if you'll let me see where it's all going. How's this going to turn out? Give me a little periscope to see the future.
Yeah, nice.
That's what you just said.
I don't know if I'd give up my 6 months, but I am curious.
You're also making a movie with Sean Penn?
We did.
Made it?
Yeah, we did something together. I mean, we crossed because we're in different sections, but Penn is one of the greats to me, and it's with Terry Malick, and it should be interesting, really interesting.
And then you and have another film, Inglourious what?
Inglourious Bastards.
Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards.
Which is about the war,
right now.
World War II? Or?
It is. It takes place in World War II. I don't know if it's about World War II.
Tarantino's made a movie before, or is this his first?
He's an up-and-comer, but I think you're
taking a shot on it.
I mean, you're going from Fincher to Tarantino. I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Great to have you here.
Yeah, you too, man. I mean, we're really glad that you came to see us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to see the movie.
It is The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, a film that has all these themes that we have been talking about, and somehow connects to my life, as your life, and the people who will look at this and find all of these interesting questions to ask of themselves as they are entertained by an interesting film. Film has always been the definition for me, and I think I stole this from you, maybe, David, of something that has both wonderful commercial and storytelling merit as well as great art. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
The film is based on the first of the 3 mythological novels by J.R.R. Tolkien. It is the story of a hobbit named Frodo and his quest to keep a magical ring out of the hands of evil. I am pleased to welcome Peter Jackson to this table for the first time. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is this the movie you set out to make?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because as a director, I have quite a good ability at the very beginning when we're first starting to write the screenplay. I have quite a good ability to imagine the film in my head. Like, you know, even the very first page of the script, as we do it, I can start to imagine the camera angles, the music. I can start to feel how the film's coming together, and I sort of have this imaginary film starting to be put together. And that's right back at the beginning, and I mean, in this case, we started this process about 5 or 6 years ago. And then what happens during the course of the movie is that this film that's playing in my head always gets modified, because as you design the sets, you know, then the sets that we've designed replace the ones that I originally sort of imagined. And then as the actors come on board, their faces fit into the characters I imagined. And so my little internal movie is always changing and being updated, so that it's you know, it always ends up better. Every time my film in my head gets changed, it's improving all the time, because all these other people are coming on board and giving their input into it. And so yeah, I mean, I'm incredibly proud of the film. You know, I mean, the reality is it's probably better than what I imagined, because I imagined something at the beginning. I didn't imagine Ian McKellen playing Gandalf at the beginning, you know, and when he comes on board, wow, and Elijah Wood and all the other actors, so it's exciting. Creatively, it's exciting, because there's always new things happening when everybody else gets involved.
Yeah. What's amazing about it is that you have made 3 films in one span of time.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. That was... It's really, you know, a tribute to New Line Cinema, to Michael Lynn and Bob Shea, because they've taken a gamble that I think will probably go down in history as one of the all-time, you know, Hollywood gambles. Because, you know, nobody has ever said we'll pay for 3 films, 3 big-budget, expensive, complicated films. We'll shoot them all together before we release the first one, because we don't even know if the first one's going to succeed or not at the box office. I mean, it's a hell of a risk.
And a hell of a burden on, I mean, a hell of a weight for you to carry.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, there hasn't been a single day while we were shooting that we didn't feel that weight.
That you didn't feel the weight of, we've got a lot riding on this.
Oh, the responsibility. I mean, the fate of the studio, to some degree, we were told was riding on these movies, that it would have disastrous consequences for the studio, for the company, if these films didn't work, or the first film didn't work, in actual fact.
Did you, as you were making these, I mean, can we expect the second and third? The first is out. There's a lot of good reviews when we look at all the nominations, and people are saying terrific things about it for the most part. Do you think the second film and the third film will match that? I mean, well, that's the other side.
They have to be better, don't they? They have to be, because that's sort of the way it needs to work. It's an interesting process, because what you have to imagine is that I'm not really in a position now as the director of the Fellowship of the Ring, which was released at Christmas, and it's been, as you say, reasonably successful. I'm not in the
I'd say reasonably successful, yeah.
I'm not really in the position to sort of say, okay, now I'm about to start working on the next film, so I've got to now do this, this, and this to the next film to make it bigger and better, and where we had this in the first one, we're going to have 10 of those in the second one, you know, because I'm not really in that position, because they're all filmed. They were all done at the same time. Yeah. So, to some degree, even though we're editing, we're cutting the movies, and we're still able to do a little bit of creativity and shaping and things, there's definitely more opportunity for that. The films are what they are. The 3 of them were shot together at the same time. They're a continuation of the same story.
So if you like the first one, you should like the second one.
Yeah.
And even more so because you'll be more into the story.
We made it at the same time, They were all filmed together, you know. So we were just on a roll, going through this great sort of essentially 9-hour story.
Now, what's the status of second and third?
Well, there's rough cuts of both those films. I mean, I've seen them both, and they're very, very, very rough form. And what we're doing now with the second one, because that's where all of our attention is on the second movie, and I'm about halfway through doing a proper kind of fine cut.
Here you are at 18 years old in New Zealand, English parents who moved to New Zealand.
Yep.
Lived there, early on began to make little 8mm films.
Yeah.
At 18,
years old, you read Tolkien, right?
Yep, I did, yeah.
At 34, you start making the movie.
Yeah, 34, 35.
Began,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
the whole process.
Yes.
You're now 40, 41?
40, yeah.
40.
Yeah.
You're investing a lot of your time.
Yes. Yes, I mean, it's going to be 8 years, but from the beginning to the end of the third movie, when we release it next Christmas, it's going to be 8 years. But I think they're 8 years incredibly well spent.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a filmmaker, as you say, ever since I was a 10-year-old, and, you know, The Lord of the Rings, but for somebody that loves escapist cinema like I do, that loves visual effects, that loves films that sort of transport you away, and that's what I want to do with my life. I mean, I'm very, very lucky. I'm one of those people that get to do their hobby as a career, basically.
And knew early when you wanted to do.
Yeah, but you know, I regard myself as being incredibly lucky, and especially, you know, I mean, The Lord of the Rings is the ultimate project. I mean, why wouldn't I want to spend 8 years on 3 Lord of the Rings films? I mean, why not?
Yeah.
It is the wonderful book to adapt. It's fantastic.
Yeah, but then, are you going to go through the rest of your life people saying, how can you top this? Or do you have to do something dramatically different?
Dramatically different, I would say. I mean, I don't have a career plan, but I mean, people are asking me, the common question that I'm getting asked now quite a lot is, wow, this, you know, they see me as this New Zealand filmmaker that's always lived in New Zealand, and I've made, you know, low-budget films, and now everybody says, wow, after this it's going to open all these doors, and you've got the key to the kingdom, and you're going to be able to come to Hollywood and rule Hollywood. And I actually just want to stay in New Zealand, making my stuff down in New Zealand. So, in a funny kind of a way, without wanting to sound sort of ungrateful, I don't see this film really as opening up particularly doors that I care to go through. You know, I'm an independent filmmaker. I have my own little setup in New Zealand that I've been making films down there for 10 or 12 years, and I'm very, very happy to continue. Probably make it a little bit easier to get finance for films, however.
Yeah. You mentioned New Line for a second there, and the bet that they're making on this.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, I understand it, you always wanted to make the 3 of them at one time, but you presented the idea to Bob Shea to do 2, hoping that he would bite and say, why not 3?
Well, there's a longer.
Is that a legend, or
there's a longer story behind that. I'll try to give you the short version of the long story, if you like, the history of it, because it is very interesting. I mean, people don't realise really how close this film came to not happening at all. It was originally a Miramax production. We started developing it with Miramax in about 1996. You know, quite about the rights in '95. Saul Zaentz had the rights. He was a very famous producer.
Yeah. Made English Patient.
English Patient, and we called Harvey Weinstein and said to Harvey, you know, we'd love to do this. We had a first look deal with Miramax, which meant we had to take any project that we wanted to them. So we called up Harvey and said, we'd love to do this. He said, who's got the rights? And we said, Saul Zaentz. And he said, well, that's great, because I'm making The English Patient with Saul right now. And he owes me a big favour, because The English Patient was
about not to be made.
And then Harvey stepped in and grabbed it. So that was our first piece of great luck, is that Harvey happened to be working with Saul, and Saul had the rights. So that legal stuff happened, and the rights became available to Harvey. And so we started to develop it with Harvey. We pitched the idea of 3 films, and Miramax didn't really want to take that risk. But we agreed on 2. 2 Lord of the Rings films, you know, 2.5 hours, like 5 hours total, which we thought we could adapt the book. The 3 books in that way. So we did a screenplays. We developed it over the course of about 2 years. At the same time as writing the scripts, Miramax were also putting a lot of money into basically pre-production on the film. We hired a team of 30 or 40 people. We were designing the movie. We were location scouting. We had visual effects being done. We had monsters being made. Computer work was happening. A lot of money was spent. In fact, it was about a $20 million got spent during this time. And then we ran into a real snag, because by the time we'd finished writing the screenplays and doing a lot of the development, we were able to come up with a much more definitive budget of what it was going to spend. And it was going to, at that point, these 2 movies were going to cost about 130, 140 million to make. And Harvey said, well, I only have an ability to go up to 75 million on a film. And, of course, Disney owns his company. So I understand, I'm not entirely certain, but I do understand that Harvey went to Disney and he asked permission to spend extra money to make these 2 films, and was refused that permission. So Harvey was in a real jam, and he turned to us and said, look, you know, I've got a problem. I just cannot go ahead with these 2 films, so why don't we just make 1? And we said, so you want us to make the first one first and release it, which is sort of the common sense approach, and then if it's successful, we'll go make the second. And he said, well, no, I just want to make one Lord of the Rings film, so we've got to figure out a way to lose all this story and to compress it all into one movie. So we didn't really feel comfortable with that at all. In fact, we just felt it was a recipe for disaster, but that anybody that had read the book that went along to a movie titled The Lord of the Rings was just going to be disappointed. Was going to be shocked at what this 2-hour version was actually going to be like. And we just said, why would you do that when it was guaranteed to disappoint? But anyway, Harvey had no real choice, and he said, this is the only thing I can do. So at that point, we literally walked away from the project, and we said to Harvey, we can't be involved in this anymore. And we'd been on it for 2 years. So it was we were over here in New York and had this rather gruesome meeting at the Miramax office and just said, look, we can't be involved. And Harvey said, I mean, he understood. It was like we were both in a jam, and Harvey's heart was always in the right place, but he had nowhere to go. And so we got on the plane back to New Zealand. It's like a 20-hour flight, and we felt now that we'd come to the end of The Lord of the Rings, which was a tragedy. It's because you put so much emotional investment into these things when you work on them for so long. And our agent, Ken Cammons, in the meantime, while we were flying that 20 hours back to New Zealand, he had called Harvey and he said, look, Peter and Fran, who's my partner, they've been working on this for 2 years, Harvey. You've got to give them at least a chance to take this somewhere else. If you can't do it, there may be someone who can. And so because Harvey was prepared to hire other filmmakers to make his single film version, because Harvey had spent $20 million and he wasn't able just to kill it. He was now going to have to find someone else to do his movie, so he could at least get his investment back. And so Harvey said, okay, there's two conditions. One, it's got to be the two films. Somebody's got to agree to do two films, because I'm offering to do one, so somebody's got to agree to do two. The second condition is if somebody wants to do it, they've got to write me. They've got 4 weeks from now to write me a $20 million check. So we were now faced with the job of having to go to LA, to Hollywood, and try and convince somebody to write Harvey a $20 million check and finance 2 Lord of the Rings movies. So we arrived in New Zealand with this news, and we had 4 weeks. And so we had all this visual material, all our designs, our creatures. We had a lot of stuff. And rather than just go into a Hollywood office and just like do a verbal pitch, we thought we've got to make use of all this wonderful visual material that we have, because it was pretty amazing. And so we decided to make a documentary. And so for the first week of our 4, we got a video team in. We interviewed ourselves, talking about The Lord of the Rings. It was like a making of The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Before it got made,
Right.
But the interesting thing with that tape is that we're all trying to sit there, be really positive and confident. And I'm being interviewed, and I'm saying, the most wonderful thing about Tolkien's story is but we're all dying inside, because this is like the project is going to, unless this works, it's all over, and we're hoping, but we're trying to not show that, and we're all, and so we did all this lovely photography of these monsters where we turned them on turntables and lighting them, and we did it all pretty swish. It ended up being 36 minutes long, and so then in week number 2, we go to LA, and we now have to hit Hollywood with our videotape and try and get someone to do this, and by the time we arrive in LA, our agent has gone through every studio, every producer who could possibly raise money, and he's virtually been turned down by everybody, even without seeing the tape, without meeting us. People just say, no, we don't want to do it. Lord of the Rings, 2 movies, $20 million check to Harvey. No. And by the time we arrive in LA, there were only 2 meetings. There were only 2 people who wanted to even meet with us. Everyone else had passed. And the first one was Polygram, who saw our tape, and they loved it, and they said, look, this is fantastic, we really, really want to do it. And we thought, great. And then they said, but our company, this was 1998, and they said, but our company is being sold. Polygram was now was up for sale, and they said there's no way we could do this until the sale process is complete. And we said, well, we've got 2.5 weeks. How quickly is it going to get sold? And they said, oh no, it's going to be months and months away. So that we walked out the door. That was a no-go.
You had one last shot.
New Line Cinema was our last shot, who had agreed to have a meeting. And at this point, we were worried that we were going to be known as this failure. So with New Line, we tried to create the impression that we were really busy taking meetings. And so you know, we had this one meeting, but like we'd phone up New Line and say, meeting at New Line, 10 o'clock. No, we can't do 10. We've got a meeting. No, 1 o'clock. No, we're busy at 1. How about 3:30? And we tried to create this impression that we were kind of really being sought after, and we were going, because, I mean, it's terrible, isn't it?
And you had nothing.
We had nothing, no. So we turn up at our New Line meeting. And Mark Ordesky, you know, who's an executive at New Line, who was an old friend of mine in actual fact, and I knew that he was a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Mark had set it up, and Mark was really excited about the idea of doing this. And I met Bob Shea, who I'd known earlier, and Bob is a really straight guy, so, you know, we knew we'd get some sense from Bob of what he was going to do. So we sat down. He had a private meeting with me first, and he said, look, Peter, I just want to, before I see your tape, I just want you to know that if we don't do this, I want you to know that you're always welcome to bring projects to me in the future. So I thought, oh, well, this is the classic kind of...
He's setting you up for the fall.
Setting me up for the fall. So we went and we put the tape in, and he plays it. I mean, he just sits there completely silently, just watches it, and we're just nervous. We can't stand it. We're in the same room as he is, and he's just watching for 36 minutes. And as the tape comes to an end, he says, I don't get it. And I thought, oh, okay. And he turns and he says, I don't get it. Why would you be wanting to do 2 Lord of the Rings films? It's 3 books, isn't it? Shouldn't it be 3 films? and I thought, what's he saying here? What's he saying here? And he said, look, we're interested, but we're basically interested in 3 movies. And that was that.
I hope you got up and went over and kissed him.
Well, I felt like hugging him. Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable. And these sorts of stories don't really happen.
Yeah.
They are not.
So you left there saying, I want to make 3 movies, we're going to go back to New Zealand.
We went back to New Zealand. The Miramax and New Line lawyers got hammering it out.
Right.
Harvey got his check.
Right.
And
Plus he got 5%.
We were on board. Yeah, no, Harvey's done fine.
And a title as executive producer or something like that?
Well, he deserves it. I mean, Harvey was there at the very beginning and gave us a lot of support when we needed it. So, everybody's come out okay.
Okay, so all of a sudden it's a go. You're going to spend how much money for 3 movies?
Well, at that point, you see, we only had budgets for 2 movies, so then we had to rewrite the script. So we had to throw out our scripts, we had to rewrite the scripts, because the scripts for 3 films is a very different structure to 2. So there was another 18 months. I mean, this is now getting into 1999. They they ended up budgeting it out at $270 million, because we were able to put a whole lot more stuff back into the movies that we'd cut out, and we went into production in October 1999 to shoot all 3 movies, $270 million budget, 274 shooting days, and we got going.
Talk about casting.
The casting for The Lord of the Rings was vital. It was vital on several levels. It was vital, one, because it's one of the most beloved books of all time, and everybody that reads that book has a mental image of these people in their minds. And we do too. I mean, we're fans of the book. So we were determined to get the casting right, that we had to cast people that felt like they had stepped out of the pages of the book. We didn't want to cast big stars, because that is distracting. I mean, I think if you're taking characters from a famous book and bringing them to life, you don't want a huge superstar face, because the book and the star don't gel. We wanted wonderful actors who are like chameleons, who could just bring the characters from the book to life first and foremost. Secondly, it was important because we were asking our cast to come down to New Zealand, where we were shooting, for 15 months. I mean, really 18 months, because they had to come down 6 weeks ahead for rehearsals and. So we're saying we were asking all of our actors to leave their homes, their families, or bring their families with them, come down to the strange country that they'd never been to for 18 months. So we wanted to make sure that we were casting people that really were prepared to commit to that. And the byproduct of that, which I have come to realize, I didn't really think about it at the time, is that the spirit of the cast was wonderful, because I realised that none of these people were actually making a job decision. They weren't making a what's my next film going to be? Oh, I think I might just do this film. You know, I've got 3 or 4 I can choose. I'll do Lord of the Rings. I mean, because it wasn't that. Normally they'd be on a movie for 3 or 4 months. I mean, the decision to come to New Zealand for 18 months was like a lifestyle decision, much more so than just a gig. And so we ended up with actors down in New Zealand that basically, as a group, felt, well, we're not going to spend this amount of time on a single project without ending up with something we're really proud of. You know what I mean? It's like, and that wouldn't happen on every movie. It's like, this was not a job. This was like 18 months. I want this to be great because I'm here for 18 months, and they just arrived. They just said, "Let's get going. We want this to be great," and that lasted through the entire shoot. And I actually think that spirit is a spirit of putting your heart and soul into something, and I think that shows on the screen. I think that really comes across on the screen.
And New Zealand as a place contributed to that for you as the movie.
Well, New Zealand as a location for the Lord of the Rings is perfect. You know, I mean, I'm a New Zealand filmmaker, and I live and work there, so for me it was easy. But I think that if any filmmaker anywhere in the world was doing the Lord of the Rings, New Zealand would be like right up on the location.
Because it's an unspoiled Britain, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, you know, Tolkien. I mean, the Middle Earth that Tolkien wrote about is not on another planet. It's a mythic prehistory of Europe.
Yeah.
And so these sort of, New Zealand has these unspoiled kind of primitive European landscapes, essentially.
All right, talk about the casting. First of all, we'll see in a minute Frodo, but Elijah Wood.
Yeah.
The most important casting?
The most important casting. You know, I mean, you know, the problem with getting the casting wrong, if you cast a Frodo, for instance, that sort of irritated you, you know, and you always see movies where somebody annoys you, bugs you, then we were not sort of spoiling one film, we were spoiling 3 movies. So you know, it was a lot riding on it. And Frodo is a very, very important character in the movies, but he's also an incredibly difficult character to play and to cast, in actual fact, because I always regard Frodo as being the everyman character. That, you know, when you read the book, this is like from the book, when you read it, I think you sort of channel a lot of your imagination through the character of Frodo in the book, because he's experiencing the journey, he's the innocent, he's like us. I mean, we're like the hobbits, really, and he's going these places, he's going places that we'd never want to go, and he doesn't want to go, you know, and yet he's having to deal with it. So in a way, Frodo is the audience of the film, and those sorts of characters are fiendishly difficult for actors to play, because they have no gimmicks, you know, they have no quirks.
So tell me why Elijah.
Well, I'll tell you about Elijah. I mean, we were convinced that Frodo was going to be an English actor, because we wanted the hobbits to basically be English, as Tolkien really wrote them. So we went to London and we started auditioning. We couldn't think of any actor to play Frodo. I mean, you know, names like Ian McKellen immediately came up for Gandalf, and Ian Holm for Bilbo, but Frodo, we had nobody in mind. So we thought it would be an unknown English actor, young kid. So we went to England. We auditioned. We were in London auditioning for about a month, and we'd probably seen about 300 Frodos, young English actors. There were 2 or 3 that were okay, but nothing magical, you know, because Frodo had to be magical. And every time the casting room door opened and some nervous young actor would come in, you were saying, "Is this going to be Frodo?" And you sort of know within 10 seconds that it wasn't really Frodo, and it was a worry, but we were plugging on. And then our casting director, John Hubbard, said to us one day when we arrived to do some more casting, he just said, "Oh, a package has just come in the mail." And we said, "Oh yeah." He said, "It's from Elijah Wood." And it was a videotape, a VHS tape, just in a package sent to London. And I had heard Elijah's name, but I'd never seen a film he'd done. So I actually had no face for Elijah. I didn't know what Elijah looked like. But Fran Walsh, my partner, had seen The Ice Storm, and she said, "Oh no, this kid's pretty good. He's an American, but he's got this really interesting face." And so we put the videotape in, and Elijah had basically, he was in LA and heard that we were in London and weren't going to come to LA, and so he really wanted to get this role, and so he'd hired a dialect coach to teach him. This is all what he did himself without us even knowing about it. Hired a dialect coach, teach him an accent. He'd gone to the local costume hire and he'd got this sort of cheesy kind of hobbit costume on. He'd gone up into the trees somewhere up behind his house with a friend, and he'd just videotaped his own audition where he was, because he didn't have our script, so he was reading from the book, and he was like doing Frodo parts from the book. And I put this videotape in, and literally, I mean, not having known who Elijah Wood was really, I just thought, he's wonderful. He's absolutely great.
Bingo.
And so Elijah cast himself.
Then there is Ian McKellen.
Yes. Now, Ian was quite different to Elijah. Ian was a name that we had right from the very beginning, where we thought about all the perfect Gandalfs. Who would be the perfect Gandalf? It was fantasy casting. We were the lucky people that could sit there with the Lord of the Rings and say, now, if we were making a movie, who would we cast? because we were making a movie and we had to cast somebody. So Ian McKellen was it from day one for us. I mean,
no other choice.
No, we
no
never.
Anthony Hopkins. No.
Anthony Hopkins we thought would be interesting for Bilbo, but then
Ian Holm.
But we fell in love with Ian Holm, and we loved the idea of Ian Holm.
Why McKellen?
We wanted obviously an English actor. We wanted an English actor of a certain stature, and we wanted somebody who would bring Gandalf to life in a way that didn't. He's a chameleon, Ian. That's what I love about Ian. Is he's not an actor who puts his own stuff right in your face when he's playing a role. He absorbs himself into this character, and out comes the character emerges, and that's the sort of actor that we wanted. And we wanted somebody obviously who can, I mean, the Shakespearean quality of Ian as his experience was perfect for Tolkien, because Tolkien's language is kind of heightened. And it's not easy. It's not easy to say the dialogue that Gandalf has to say in the film without it sounding a bit cheesy. So you need a great actor to make it sound wonderful. People should just realize how absolutely difficult this role was to play, because I have a huge dislike of wizards in films and books. I mean, wizards are not great characters, and The Lord of the Rings. Obviously, my biggest problem was the fact that you have a wizard, who in a sense, in one way, they've become cliches. They've become cliches since The Lord of the Rings. I mean, Tolkien created this character, and since then, and since the 1950s, everybody has obviously just done versions of Gandalf and all sorts of different things. So this is the prototype, but nonetheless, it's the long beard, it's the pointy hat, it's the staff, it's what you imagine a cliched wizard to be like. And so Ian and I worked very, very hard to basically play him not as a cliched wizard at all, but to take a lead, obviously, from Tolkien, because Tolkien had designed a character in Gandalf who is an ancient spirit, a very powerful spirit, an immortal who never dies, who's been sent down to Middle-earth to combat evil, to help fight this evil. And he is, for some reason, I don't quite know why, but he ends up being put in the body of an old man. So you've basically got a mind which is young and vibrant, but he's stuck in this old carcass, and with creaky bones, and he doesn't have the energy that he really wants, and it's frustrating for him being stuck in this body, and that leads to all sorts of interesting possibilities.
You said about this that you wanted the costumes and the actors to give the audience a sense of authenticity.
Make it real.
Make it real.
I think that was important, because the fantasy genre, in terms of movies, I don't think has ever really succeeded wonderfully well. I mean, there's been some movies that have been okay, but Hollywood seems to lack confidence in this particular genre for some reason. And, you can name, over the last 100 years of cinema, you can name the great westerns and the great spy movies and the great cowboy films, I mean, the great musicals, but the great fantasy films, I mean, it's a genre that no one has really kind of come to terms with very well, I believe. And I thought, well, we need to reinvent the genre a little bit. And I just thought, well, why don't we just take our lead again from Tolkien? I mean, it's there in the book. He wasn't writing fantasy. I don't believe in the 12 years that he was sitting down in his little attic room up in his house writing this thing in longhand. I don't believe for a minute he thought he was writing a fantasy story. Not 1 minute. He was an Oxford professor who dedicated his life to a love of mythology, ancient mythology, which is not fantasy. It's very different. Mythology is different to fantasy. And Tolkien always mourned the fact that England's mythology had been eradicated by the Norman invasion in 1066. The mythology is based on oral stories that are passed down from generation to generation before the printing presses. And, the Greek mythologies of the Trojan horse and Achilles and things, they survived through the years. The great Norse sagas survived through the years. But England, when the Normans invaded, whatever stories had been nurtured were eradicated by that. And so England's mythology was like medieval stuff like Robin Hood and King Arthur. I mean, it didn't go any further back than that. So Tolkien thought he wanted to create a mythology for his country, for England. And this is what he did. He spent his lifetime doing the stories of Middle-earth and the saga, and the history of the mythology, the concept, because he always says, he said, I imagine this took place in England and Europe some 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. And so we thought, okay, so what we'll do with the movie is we will pretend that this is history, just as if we were making an ancient Roman film or making Braveheart, you know, about Sir William Wallace, you know, that we'll pretend that these guys existed, it's history, it was real, that let's make the movie with that weight of authenticity in the designs, the look, the performances, everything. So that was our mantra.
You said that you made the movie, that you didn't make the movie that Tolkien would have made, but you made the movie he would have enjoyed.
Well, I hope he would have enjoyed it. I've got no idea whether he would have enjoyed it.
But you had some reason to say that.
I made what we tried to do with the movie, because there's also a lot of themes in Tolkien, obviously more than just the plot. There's all this. Well, there's I mean, there's a lot of themes in Tolkien. Friendship. I mean, he was he was in the First World War. He was in the trenches. He went into World War I with his classmates, you know, his school chums, and by the end of World War I, only 2 of them were still alive. He saw men die. He saw friendship under fire. He understood what that was like. And Frodo and Sam's relationship is very much based on that. He said he was born 100 years too late, that he would have liked to have lived in England in a pre-industrial age in the early 1800s, before, in the middle of that century, the chimneys and the factories started sort of spreading across the landscape. And a lot of The Lord of the Rings is about that, the destruction of forests and the rise of metal and machines. He hated machines. He said that the most evil creation ever visited on this world was the internal combustion engine. And he hated the idea of people being slaves to the machine. Like when we turn on the TV, the TV is controlling us now. We're slaves to the television. We're slaves to the motor car. The ring in the movie, in the book, the ring is a symbol for the loss of free will. That the ring takes away your free will. He also, and obviously, it's relevant today, but it was written. You know, this book was largely written in the 1940s. One of the strong themes, you know, everyone talks about the good versus evil, which is kind of true, but in particular, a strong theme of the Lord of the Rings is that if you turn your back on the lessons of the past, if you ignore what's gone before you, and he's obviously probably talking about post World War I Germany. And what happened during the 30s. If you turn your back, if you ignore what is happening, and you don't learn from the lessons of the past, you know, you will suffer.
Did you have some kind of mechanism, in a sense, so that you could make sure that you were true to Tolkien?
Well, we didn't want to put any of our own, certainly in terms of the thematic material, we didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it. And we thought he cared about things. The countryside and the rise of evil, and he cared passionately about certain issues. And we thought what we should do to honor him is to make sure that what he cared about ends up in the movie. That's what we tried to do.
One of your actors said that the most inspired moments of making this movie came from doubt and panic.
When you're in any movie, you are basically you have a feeling once you start shooting. It's the shooting of the movie, the thing, and obviously that's when the actors are involved. You're on a train you can't get off because the machine starts rolling. You know, upwards of $1 million a day is being spent by this huge organization. And it often feels it's not only just like you're on a train you can't get off. It feels like you're running in front of the train, laying the rails down as the things coming up behind you, it creates a very exciting, adrenaline pumping kind of creative time when you wake up in the morning at the end of this day. You've got to shoot this part of the movie. You're not going to get any other time to do it because it's got to be done today. And often in our case, you know, at the end of the day, we were all getting in buses and driving to a completely different location, so we didn't even have a possibility of coming back tomorrow to finish it. So you just go there and you want to make the best film you can, and you just it's just creative energy that happens.
One thing you added to this is female characters.
We didn't add female characters, we expanded a little bit. When Liv Tyler's character was really the one that we expanded slightly, not a huge amount.
In order to serve an audience?
Well, it wasn't for commercial reasons. I mean, if we were strictly commercial, you know, Liv would have been in the film from the beginning to the end. Yeah. I mean, because she's obviously wonderful, and the more that Liv lives in it, the better, really, to some degree, from a commercial point of view. But that obviously would not have been Tolkien. No, the character of Arwen, who Liv plays very, very wonderfully, she is barely in the book. I mean, she's just such a tiny character in terms of what Tolkien wrote. And yet she does play an important part, because she is the elf. She's an elf. She's an immortal. She never dies. She lives forever, and she is in love with Aragorn. And Aragorn is a mortal man, just like we are. He has a lifespan, a natural lifespan, and the only way that the two of them can be together is if she gives up her immortal life and becomes and stays with him and dies with him. And so it's a wonderful bittersweet love story that's there in the book, and we just simply wanted to have a little bit more screen time to make that work for the movie.
Who's the audience for this movie? Is it adults and kids?
It's a whole range, 8 to 80.
8 to
and beyond.
You had final cut?
I can't remember on our contract. I think I share final cut with Bob Shea, but you know, it was a very collaborative process. And I mean, as you know, I just had the most wonderful experience as a filmmaker, because there was never any real argument or conflict. That any time we had disagreements, we'd sit down, we'd listen to each other's points of view. New Line were very collaborative, and you know, I mean, as a filmmaker, and as an independent filmmaker, as somebody who does pride their independence and doesn't consider themselves a studio guy, I have no complaints. I mean, it was a wonderful filmmaking experience for me.
Nothing, now that you look at it, that you would have, do differently?
Well, it's probably a better question to ask me in 10 years' time, because that's when you get a little bit more perspective on the film. I've just finished cutting an alternative version of The Fellowship of the Ring, which was interesting because...
Why would you do that?
For the DVD.
Ah.
Because we, obviously theatrically, you see, we had a lot riding on this movie, as we discussed. I mean, you know, a huge amount at stake. The first film had to work at the box office, or it would have been something you don't even want to think about. It would have been terrible. So, so we had a lot of there was a lot of discussion, obviously, about how long the film has to be, and I obviously believe ultimately that films should be as long as they need to be, because a film is something that you just have to feel your way through it as you're cutting it. And we ultimately, obviously had a movie that was nearly 3 hours long, which commercially is a little bit risky, but nonetheless, everybody felt strongly that the film worked at that length. But in doing so, we cut it at a pretty quick pace, which is one of the reasons why I think at 3 hours people enjoy it, because most people come out of it saying it didn't feel like 3 hours, and I think that is because it paces long. But what we had to lose in our cutting process is a lot of little character moments where most of the characters, in fact, have wonderful little scenes where they get developed, where we learn more about Aragorn and Merry and Pippin and the guys. And so I've just recently, just before I came over here actually last week, I finished cutting a DVD version of the film, which is 30 minutes longer. So there's now a 3.5-hour version of this movie, which I love. I love the fact that DVD, it's not really a director's cut, because I consider the director's cut's the one that went out in the movies. But this is like an alternative, extended version for people that would like to see it.
So what would I see in that version I don't see in the original version?
You'll see a lot of scenes. The 30 minutes of extra footage is like sprinkled all the way throughout from the beginning.
So it's not one whole... one sequence.
It's little character moments. There's little character developments where they pause. A couple of guys have a little scene together and then they move on. I mean, it's good. It's pretty good stuff actually. And I looked at that and I thought, well, this is actually. This is good. I don't think it would have been a good idea to release that version in the cinemas, but it's good that people will be able to see it on DVD.
Your fascination with the notion of escapism.
Yeah.
is what?
Well, I believe strongly in breaking the barrier when you go see movies. And what I mean by that is that obviously the movie-going process is one in which you walk into a darkened theatre, you sit in a chair, and 20 feet away there's a screen, and you watch the screen. And when I was a kid, as we all were, I'm sure the same to you,
Yes.
Every time I used to go to the movies when I was 12, I'd leave my chair. I wouldn't be in my chair anymore. I'd just go into the screen, and I'd be there. I would just be lost in the film. And as an adult, that doesn't happen very often to me anymore now, you know. And I don't know whether it's because I'm getting older or because the films aren't doing that anymore. But I tried as much as I possibly could with The Lord of the Rings to recreate that type of movie where the audience can just get lost and just go into the movie and just become part of the film.
Because that is your passion, whether
yeah.
it's this kind of genre or not,
yeah.
is that what you think distinguishes you as a filmmaker?
I don't know.
Some sense of being urgent about that idea.
I mean, Hitchcock came up with my favorite quote as a film quote. He once said, some people's films are slices of life, mine are slices of cake. And I love that. And that's where my heart is.
Slices of cake.
Yeah.
What was the most difficult hurdle to overcome? For example,
yeah,
you've got characters of different size.
Yeah, that was pretty
So
tough.
you got to figure the relationship.
Yeah, and we've got them all through the movie. I mean,
and they react with each other. And so everything has to be different.
Yeah.
The size of a glass in your hands can't be the size of a glass if I'm a little person.
No. We had to build a lot of things twice. You know, a lot of sets had to be built twice. Bag End, which is a set that we've seen in some of the clips here where, you know, Gandalf and Frodo are talking where the ring goes in the fire, for instance. That is quite a large set, a whole little building, a little hobbit house, and we had to build that twice so that when Elijah was shooting his scenes, he was in a bag end that was the appropriate size for Elijah as a hobbit. So the ceilings were quite high, and there were books on the shelves and chairs that he could sit in. And then for all of the shots of Ian McKellen, he wasn't in the same set. He was next door in an exactly identical set, but about 2/3 of the size. So that Ian's one, he had to stoop to get under the doorways, and if he stood up, he banged his head on the roof, and it was because he's a big guy. The Hobbit, he's much taller than the Hobbits, and so he didn't fit into Bag End very well. But that meant that even the chairs, which were all hand carved, they had to be replicated smaller. The tables, the books, the stuff on the floor, the rubbish, everything had to be made smaller for his version. So a lot of things had to be built at two different sizes. And I mean, this was one of those movies where every single thing in the film had to be built. There was not one item we could go to a props warehouse and rent. And we had to also then think of the cultures, because The Lord of the Rings tells a multicultural kind of story. So in the Hobbits are eating with knives and forks. Now, when you go to where the elves live, they've got knives and forks, but they have to be completely different, because those knives and forks, I mean, you know, so we studied, we thought, now, if you're an elf and you're immortal and you live for 3,000 years, what would your knife and fork be like? I mean, what design influences would have steered you towards coming up with something that you use to cut your Brussels sprout with? So we put a huge amount of thought into the cultural design. I mean, Richard Taylor, Grant Major, Alan Lee. I mean, a lot of wonderful designers who fortunately are all people that are up for these Oscars now. So I'm so pleased that their work has been celebrated in that way, because I tell you, everything, thousands and thousands of things had to be made, all with a view to creating a fictitious cultural backgrounds to influence the design of these different places that we go to.
Answering Tolkien's question about himself, what period of history would you prefer to have lived in?
I'm reasonably comfortable with today, actually.
Because you live in New Zealand, or?
Well, and I like TVs and things. I don't really, and the internal combustion engine's okay.
And cell phones.
And cell phones are okay, and movie cameras and cinemas. I mean, I love the movies, so I guess I would find it hard to imagine a world without movies, to be completely honest.
What is that about?
Oh, it's escapism, as I say. It's just
There's storytelling, too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were living 200 or 300 years ago, it would be oral stories. It would be sitting around telling tales around.
No,
the
but the
fireplace.
attraction of you in movies is it gives you the tools to tell stories.
Well, I love telling stories because I love having stories told to me. I mean, I love movies. I'm a movie fan. I've loved going to see movies as long as I can remember, and through loving movies as an audience, I've come to love the ability to make them.
Could you have made A Beautiful Mind?
Probably. I mean, you know, in some respects, Heavenly Creatures is not the same subject matter as A Beautiful Mind, but it's certainly that type of movie. It's a psychological drama. So I've done that, yeah.
In the bedroom you could have made it?
Don't know. I mean, in the bedroom's not quite the slice of cake that I'd be going after.
Could you make King Kong?
I'd love to make King Kong.
Why?
Well, the original King Kong is my all-time favourite film, the 1933 version. I saw that when I was 10, which was the reason why I wanted to become a filmmaker, actually, is seeing King Kong. That's the ultimate escapist film. And I was working on a remake of King Kong for a while, and then Universal, the studio who were doing it, decided not to go ahead with it. And we had Lord of the Rings kind of in the wings at that point, so we were able to jump straight onto that project. But King Kong's great.
Will you ever get the chance to make it?
I hope so. It's a Universal question, really. They'd have to come and decide. They'd have to come back and decide to do it. But,
Well, I assume the chances they'll do that is
it's
accelerated because of Lord.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a
Rings.
couple of smaller films we want to make. I mean, Fran and I are. I mean, Heavenly Creatures, which is a New Zealand-based drama film set in the 50s, a true life story. That was a wonderful experience for us. We love making that film, and so we're probably going to follow up the Lord of the Rings with a couple of smaller, more drama-based films of that sort.
I mean, she's been your partner in the filmmaking business for a while.
Yeah, well, Fran and I have got 2 kids, so we're partners in life as well, and yep, she and I have worked together on films for the last 12 or 13 years. Yeah.
When you look at movies today, what do you like about the way they are going, or what don't you like?
I think Hollywood has stopped taking risks. Hollywood has become a little bit safe and a little bit of recycling the stuff we liked. And in a sense, what I feel very proud about this particular year, and I really hope it helps influence films that are made all around the world, not just Hollywood, but it's actually interesting that down under, New Zealand and Australia, with Lord of the Rings from New Zealand and Moulin Rouge from Australia, that 2 films from that part of the world have, in a sense, they've reinvigorated their particular genres. That we did fantasy and Baz did the musical, and both films are being sort of celebrated in a way for breathing new life into these genres. And I really would love to see more of that risk taking and imaginative kind of just go for it happening with some of the big budget Hollywood films that are being made, because they seem to have forgotten how to do that a little bit.
Much success at the Oscars.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
Peter Jackson, director, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, the most Academy Award nominations currently seen in theaters around the country. Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Alfred Hitchcock is one of the great filmmakers in motion picture history. Known as the master of suspense, he has come to define an entire genre in film, now synonymous with his name. His extraordinary body of work includes such classics as Notorious, Rear Window, North by Northwest, Psycho, and The Bird. This year marks the 100th anniversary of his birth. The Museum of Modern Art here in New York is celebrating with a retrospective of his work. Joining me now, the filmmaker's only child, Pat Hitchcock O'Connell, director Peter Bogdanovich, who knew him for over 2 decades and interviewed him on several occasions. Also here, Lawrence Kardish, curator of MoMA's Department of Film and Video and the Hitchcock Exhibition. I'm pleased to have all of them here. Let me begin with you. Tell me about him. in terms of what you think made him the genius that he was, the filmmaker that he was?
I think the genius, why he was such a genius, is he knew everything of a script from the very beginning when he worked with my mother, strangely enough, that she was very much a part of it. And he worked on it all the way through. And then when he had a finished script, he took a pad with rectangles on and he drew every single scene in that picture. He then went over it with the cameraman. And so when he got to the set, he knew what that picture was going to look like. So that he was able then to devote his time to the actors, who he really liked. He really didn't think they were cattle or should be treated like cattle.
Peter, you know the world of directing. What made him stand out for you?
Well, I think Pat's right. He had an extraordinary sense of the whole picture. He made the picture in his head first, then he got it down on paper, and then he made it, you know, for the world. He just had an amazing sense of what the picture was going to look like, and he also had a great sense of drama. He knew how much information to give to an audience, which is the key to suspense, is actually giving the audience information, not withholding it. He believed in suspense over shock. He didn't see any point in surprising an audience if he could hold them in suspense by giving them information.
Why did he do suspense? I mean, what was it about suspense that made it his favorite form of?
Well, I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but I mean, the whole idea of crime as a genre is much more highly thought of in England, which is where he was from, than it used to be in America. I think it's more respected now than it was when Hitch was actually making pictures. And so, you know, the crime as a kind of a genre is very much of a standard thing in England, for example, which is where he came from. And I think it fascinated him. I think the
trials, that's what he loved.
Trials.
The early trials were fascinating to him. And he used to follow them. And I have all the books that were his. And this absolutely mesmerized him. He loved it. But he got enjoyment out of it. He just wasn't fascinated with the crime, per se. But it was also then, how do you put the humor in? Which people laugh at. They say humor and crime, you know. But that's what he did. And he made the audience, he gave them a chance to relax. He would build up to here and then let them relax, you know, and take a breath, and then go on from there.
Yeah. How do you put together a retrospective like this?
Well, this one wasn't all that difficult because, fortunately, almost all of his British films are preserved in the National Film and Television Archives in London. And all we had to do was clear the rights. The rights are owned by a company in France, Canal Plus, and a company in London, Carlton International. So that part was easy. We're also, at the museum, members of the International Federation of Film Archives, so we call up our colleagues around the world to see if they have this print or that print. Right. And also we have the cooperation of companies like Universal Studios. They're loaning us 13 mint prints, and also the Time Warner people, and the Turner Library, which is spectacular.
What's the high point of the exhibition for you?
For me, it's the early films that are fairly rare and that have not been seen here. For instance, there's a film called Downhill that we just screened, which has an atrocious reputation. I think it's a masterwork.
Right.
I think it doesn't, you don't quite rewrite history with Downhill, but you come darn close to it.
Yeah. You have interviewed directors, you have studied directors, you have written about film. Where do you rank him? I mean,
I think he's up there with the great masters of America.
Great masters
of cinema, yes, world cinema, certainly. He's had a tremendous impact on movies.
What was the impact?
Well, I think in terms of how he presented stories, he had an extraordinary ability to go from subjective use of movies to an objective use. He had a brilliant way of putting the viewer in the place of the leading character or even the villain. I think he's, you know, it's no coincidence that you go into a video store and you see drama, musicals, comedies, Hitchcock.
Hitchcock, yes.
You know, there's no other director that has that.
Can you point to something that you learned from him?
Oh, so many things. I mean, the thing I mentioned before, the difference between shock and surprise, shock and suspense, that's a big thing. There's his famous story about the MacGuffin, that thing in a movie that all the characters are interested in, but the audience isn't.
Yeah.
The difference between that and what is interesting to an audience. So many things in terms of where you put the camera, why you put the camera, where you put it, and when you're in a high angle, when you're in a low angle, what all that means. He never did anything, arbitrarily. He never made
it was all thought, as you suggested. He'd always
all planned for a reason.
Yeah.
I saw last night, first time I'd ever seen it, the 3D version of Dial M for Murder, which is the way he originally made the picture, but it wasn't released that way because 3D had sort of lost its impact. It was extraordinary to me to see this, like seeing a new Hitchcock picture, that's why he put the camera there, because it would have this effect and that effect, whatever it was. It was always thinking. You could feel why he did things.
How long did the television series go? 11 years.
About 11 years, yes. Yeah. Well, he started off with the half-hour shows, and then they went into hour shows, which were not as successful because you couldn't find stories. A novel was too long, a short story was too short. With the half-hour shows, it was great, and there was an actor called Norman Lloyd who was the producer, and they started in on this thing of him doing the lead-ins, and Norman said, "He'll never do this. Hitch will never do these lead-ins." He loved it. Everyone had more fun doing lead-ins than almost
put him in front of a camera every time.
That's it.
Right? He was wonderful, too. He was great.
Because he had such a defined, distinct style.
Personality, yes. And the audience keyed into that, They really enjoyed him.
Do you do a Hitchcock imitation?
I do.
I thought
he's very good.
Let's hear
he does the best one.
Well, I said to him once, I asked him how he'd shot Psycho, the shower scene. He says, "Well, the Paramount Special Effects Department made for me a torso entirely of rubber. When you plunge the knife in, blood would spurt out. Oh, it was wonderful. I didn't use it at all."
He's good.
Isn't he great?
Well, you'd be the best one. Roll tape. This is Alfred Hitchcock. Having seen that, talking about one of his films, Marnie. Did he have a film that he prized more than any other?
Yes.
What was it?
Shadow of a Doubt. It was from a script by Thornton Wilder, and he loved bringing menace into a small town, Santa Rosa, in Northern California.
Oh, I know Santa Rosa, yeah.
And he had a brilliant cast. He had people he loved in the cast. Joseph Cotton, one of his favorite actors, Teresa Wright, Hume Cronin, Patricia Collins, and it was his very favorite movie, and written by Thornton Wilder.
Wow!
Can't go much better than that.
Oh yes, wonderful film. He was happy with it. One of the reasons he was happy with it, he said, was because it gave him an opportunity to bring characters into the picture more than he normally could with a suspense story. It was really a character piece, and he liked that about it. And I think he also liked working with Thornton Wilder and felt respect from Wilder, and of course it was mutual.
Did he consider himself, to use a bad word, auteur, that he was? Did he consider himself simply a storyteller who made movies of a suspense nature, or did he know and feel and define himself as this kind of film auteur?
No, he was a man who told a story. He wanted to tell that story in the best way he could.
Did he think he was an artist rather than just
I don't think so.
Just a filmmaker, storyteller?
So no, I don't think he did. It was amazing. Once he had made a picture and then gone out to sell the picture, he forgot all about that picture. And now we would go on to the next one.
But we regard him as an artist, and Peter was one of the first in this country to do so. He did the first retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in 1963, and I think that the film, our first curator, Iris Barry, certainly considered him an artist as early as the late 20s.
A good interview, Peter?
Oh, he was great. He was a great interview because he was very, he had one of the things that I remember most about him was his the contagious enthusiasm with which he would describe a sequence that he had already shot, maybe 20 years before, or that he was going to shoot in a couple of years.
Is there anyone who's making films today that you see a direct link between Hitchcock and
well, so many directors were influenced by him, you know,
yeah.
like obviously Brian De Palma and Roman Polanski and just about everybody, really.
I feel he would have loved Spielberg.
Really?
Because Spielberg makes his audiences, rather makes his films for the people, for the audience. And audiences don't change.
And he learned a lot from Hitch. I mean, you look at Jaws and you see effect after effect that he took directly from Hitchcock.
Spielberg's a student of film.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Yes.
Now, tell me about the dark side.
Well, there wasn't an awful lot of dark side, really. When he was working, it was work.
Yeah.
And when he was at home, he was really, I hate to disappoint everybody, but he was very quiet, loved reading.
But he was a happy man?
Yes, yes. Yes, he wasn't nearly as depressed as everybody thought he was.
No, there's a perception. So that's a myth in your judgment?
Yes, in my judgment.
Yeah,
now, there were times, yes, that he wasn't always
daughters
happy on the
protect
set.
dad, something. Yeah.
But there were times, naturally, when he wasn't happy with something, you know, but all only to do with the picture.
Yeah. How about casting? Who was his favorite? Was it Stewart?
I think he loved Jimmy Stewart because he personified the ordinary man. The ordinary man could look up on that screen and say, that could be me going through that. He loved Cary Grant for adventure films, adored Grace Kelly and Ingrid Bergman.
Not a bad group of actors to like, is it, Peter?
No, those pretty good, yeah.
You can do well with those four. Speaking of actors, Peter, how did he work with actors?
Well, you know...
Because the idea is, which I'm interrupting you, but the notion is in some quarters, you know, that actors, as you said, earlier alluded to, that was not true, but then he was really, he made the film himself, and basically all you had to do was follow the stuff that he'd already done. That he was a genius at planning the film, that the execution was an afterthought.
Well, it wasn't an afterthought, but he used to say that was when he says one doesn't enter the area of compromise until you enter the sound stage. And if the actor did as he wanted, I think he felt the actor brought whatever he brings to the scene. And he was very open to things that actors would bring. Tony Perkins told me that it was his idea, Tony's, to have eating the candy corn in the scene with Martin Balsam in Psycho, and that Hitch loved it. He didn't say, no, I didn't think of that, therefore I don't want it. On the contrary. Hitch told me that the last moment in To Catch a Thief, when Grace Kelly says, oh, Mother will like it so much here, and Carrie does a kind of take. That was Carrie's, he said, Hitch said that was Carrie's idea. Carrie said, let the camera roll, will you, Hitch, I have an idea. And it was a funny last moment, and Hitch obviously left it in. So I think he was very open to actors. What bothered him was things like when Montgomery Clift, coming out of the church, or coming out of the Hall of Justice, and I Confess, and Hitch says, look up, will you? And Monty Clift said, well, I don't know if I would look up. And Hitch said, well, if you don't look up, I can't cut, you know. Because he's got to cut to something. That sort of thing would drive him crazy. It bothered him, I remember, for years. He said, what? He says, I don't know if I would look up. Why? You know.
I don't care if you don't look up.
You know, my God. He said, you know, Monty Clift was too obscure in his methods, he said.
John Williams, you love the performance.
John Williams was wonderful. Yeah. He was an old friend of mine. We'd done plays together, and he was a brilliant character actor.
Yeah. Got laughs. He got laughs that weren't there, you know.
Yes,
You called the exhibition Behind the Silhouette.
That's the gallery exhibition, yes.
Right. Why?
Because it reveals some of his methods and techniques. We have a lot of drawings, the drawings that he did that he gave to the cameraman. We also have letters that he wrote and were written to him as well.
Now, where did you find these?
Thanks to Patricia Hitchcock.
Not all the letters. Mine were mostly pictures.
Right.
The letters were at the Academy. We had given all his papers, which were in files. You know, we never went through files, so we just gave them to the Academy. But I think the greatest story about finding anything, my oldest daughter was living in a town outside Los Angeles called Agoura, and she called me and she says, Mom, there's a trunk in the garage, and I think it's got some of Grandpa's things in. So I said, well, I think I'd better come and look over it, Mary. I go out, I open this trunk. There is a handwritten script of Shadow of a Doubt by Thornton Wilder. I died.
Yeah. Wow. Told you, Peter, this is one of his more difficult scenes?
Yes, because there's a lot of rear projection in those shots when they're on the carousel, and when you're seeing him hitting all that movement behind there is done with the rear projection. Every time they change the angle, they'd have to move the rear projection cameras to lens. So it was very tricky to do, and it was a combination of rear projection and the real thing and so on. As Pat said.
Well, my mother and I were visiting the set then, and this dear little man that crawled under the merry-go-round actually crawled under when it was going around. This is no trick photography.
Amazing.
He actually crawled around. We're all dying. We're dying. We just couldn't stand it.
I remember about 15 years later, Hitch said, my hands still sweat at the thought of it.
Really? I do too.
He was terrified that something was going to happen.
Oh, we all were.
France loved Hitchcock.
Yes.
Early on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
They understood it faster than we did, you know. That's typical of American culture, is that we need to be told by the French what's good. Same thing with jazz. You know, Americans like jazz, but they didn't know it was great. Yeah. We all liked Hitchcock, but we didn't know it was great. The French had to tell us. That's not unusual.
They're not always right.
No, they're not always right, but...
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
This exhibition runs from April 15th through August 17th.
Correct. And the film retrospective ends in the middle of June.
Yeah.
And then it goes on to actually Paris.
Yeah.
And London. And Behind the Silhouette stays up until middle of August. We also have a website that'll be stay up continually and beyond August.
He made how many films? What's the number?
Peter?
52?
52, I think.
Yeah. It just goes on.
Not counting the TV films.
19, I've got maybe this is a total list, from November 13th, 1922, the first, right, unfinished. All right? Always Tell Your Wife, 1923 was the next, and went all the way through Topaz, 1969, Frenzy, 1972, and Family Plot, 1976 was the last one.
Yes.
He died at what age?
80.
80?
80.
Oh, wow.
And my mother died in 82. She worked with him all the way along.
Yeah.
If he would find a story, he would come back, have her read it, and see, do you think it'll make a picture? If she said yes, fine. If she said no, he didn't even look at it.
Now, somebody who watched this conversation so far would say to me, you've forgotten one of the more important questions, which is, why did he put himself in every film?
It started in the early days in London when anybody who was on the set went in the crowd. Yeah. And then I think he just started acting, and they thought it was funny, so that just
caught on.
But it became very difficult for him because, especially after the television show when he became so well known, he had to do his little walk-on early on before he started building any plot, because all the audience goes, there he is, there
and they were
he
looking
is.
for it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait for it until it was over. You know, it's the first thing in North by Northwest. He gets rid of it very quickly.
Again, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Lawrence. MoMA, April 15th through August 17th. John Cassavetes was best recognized for his role in The Dirty Dozen and Rosemary's Baby, but people who love film know him as one of the forerunners of independent filmmaking. Martin Scorsese wrote, "When I hear the term independent filmmaker, I think of John Cassavetes. He was the most independent of them all." Criterion has just released 5 of his films in an 8-disc box set. One of him now 3 of Cassavetes' contemporaries, his wife and muse, actor Gina Rowlands, one of his longtime collaborators, Ben Gazzara, and his friend, filmmaker Peter Bogdanovich. I am pleased to have them. I want just to do a couple of things here. It's just simply, Peter has a book also in which he has a series of conversations called Who the Hell's in It? And Ben has a book that's been well reviewed about acting called In the Moment. And then I come to this remarkable collection. Who put this together? I mean, how did this come about?
This is from Criterion, and they have an awfully good reputation for doing quality work. And they went over it really very carefully. And it has Charles Kisljak's documentary in it too.
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, tracing the life and all of that experience. You were with John Cassavetes 20 years?
Oh no, we were married 35 years.
Tell me about it.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
We'll start somewhere. When you first met him.
Well, I first met him at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, and I had just come from Wisconsin. And all I knew was that I never wanted to get married, I never wanted to have children, because I knew that was the one thing that could stop an actress in her tracks. And I just wanted to be on stage. I never wanted to make movies. Talk about your master plans. And I saw him one day. He was just back there visiting with some friends. I saw him in a green room, and I thought, oh, shoot. So I avoided.
Is that right?
Oh, boy, there goes everything.
Because your every dream, every plan would go out the window.
So I avoided him for about 6 months. And then he saw me in a play at the school, and he came backstage, and that was that.
What was it about John? Intensity?
Well, yes, he had a deep intensity, a deep feeling. He just had such emotional depth that it's not something that you run into normally, is it?
No.
And we all felt it.
But with that, he wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself.
No.
He would do belly flops. He'd do cartwheels. We did the Johnny Carson show. I'm talking, thinking I was making a valid intellectual point. He jumped on my back. He thought we were just getting too highfalutin.
Yeah.
Bring it down, bring it down. He was terrific. He was terrific. And you see that in his, but if I may, just 1 second, you see that in the way he attacks scenes between people. That when you think the scene is going to be absolutely dramatic and tear-filled, John will switch it and start people laughing hysterically at a moment you would never expect it, because he was always looking for the opposites. He was always looking for the mix in life. That life was not just one color. It was a human being was filled with many, many, many colors, and you could see that he knew how to do that.
But why was his work difficult sometimes for audiences to get their head around?
Well, there's a scene in Minnie and Moskowitz, a picture that John made with Jenna, in which Jenna has a speech in which she says, the movies set you up. No matter how smart you are, they set you up. And you expect this, and you expect that, you expect that. And it's a great, I'm paraphrasing it, but he says, I never met somebody like Charles Boyer. She says, I never met Humphrey Bogart. They don't exist. But the movies set you up to believe these things. And John's movies didn't set you up. They try to tell you the truth. And the truth isn't something that people always want to see. I think of all his contemporaries, John is the only director who I could say was a poet. He understood what people were about, and he tried to put that on the screen in an unvarnished way, which doesn't mean that he himself didn't like films that were sort of fantasy. I mean, he had a great line about Capra. He said, maybe there never was an America. Maybe it was all Capra. And he loved Capra, and he had a great sense of humor. I mean, Jerry Lewis told me he was an easy guy to make laugh.
Are there any misconceptions that come to mind when people think about John Cassavetes' films?
Well, one of the biggest ones is that they're all improvised. I asked Peter Falk once, I said, is it true that this is improvised? And Peter says, who could improvise lines this good? No, but I think except for parts of Shadows, I don't think any of them were improvised. John wrote them.
One scene in Husbands, the drinking scene, was improvised. But
he let it play.
He let it play, that's right.
You would know how much of it was improvised.
Shadows was entirely improvised, the first one. I think that's why everyone thought the rest of them were. But then the rest of them were tightly scripted. Except there would always be a scene or one scene. He wouldn't tell you what was going to happen or what. It would just spring it on you. And so there would always be an improvised scene. And they were fun because you never knew when they were coming.
He also didn't always tell the actors what everybody was going to do in this scene. I only was in briefly in opening night at the end. And John just said to me, just go over to Jenna behind the curtain and tell her she was terrific in the show. That's all he told me. He didn't tell me that there was going to be an awful lot of other things going on. You know, I just, and then somebody comes over and says, excuse me, and interrupts me. I didn't know any of this was going to happen.
John drove Peter Falk crazy. Because Peter Falk wants to be directed. He wants specific direction. And John wouldn't give you a specific. John would avoided it all. He wouldn't tell you what to do. He wouldn't tell you where to sit. He wouldn't tell you where to go. But he set the environment for it to happen. Peter didn't like that. So Peter would get him. And look, John, now you tell me what to do. And then John would talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And Peter would turn to me and say, do you know what this man is saying? And I said, yeah, he wants you to go over there. Yeah. He wants you to go over there, Peter. What if he wants me to go over there? Why doesn't he tell me to go over there? And it was terrific.
Now, how close were you and John and Peter?
Very close.
Like
Actually, well, that's the part of working with John. I never had that experience, you see. That was the first time I worked with him. In creating the friendship, in rehearsal, and in the shooting of that film, we became friends. Deep, deep friends. John deeper than Peter, because I continued to see John after the event far more than Peter. And the friendship just deepened. Then I made another film with John, as you saw, Killing of a Chinese Bookie. And his death really, as I write about in my book, really was the precursor to a very bad depression.
On your part?
Yeah. Talking about friendship and the impact of the loss of it, etc.
But take a look at this. This is Peter Falk talking about John.
I mean, John's approach to making a movie, John's approach to filming, John's approach to acting was all so new. It was all so original. It was all so unfamiliar. And I was fighting it, you know, and I wanted to do what I was used to doing. Because during Husbands, I could kill him. You know, I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him. I didn't understand what the hell he was doing. I didn't understand the picture. I didn't know what I was doing. And I started out, I tried to be polite. So I said to him, John, I just want to say this. I'd like to work with you again as an actor. But as a director, never. Do you hear what I'm saying? Never. Never use. And then I went.
Did you know he said that? Had you heard him that story before? You were sitting there.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
It was a really.
Would you ever feel the same thing?
About John? No.
You didn't feel the way Peter felt.
When John came up to direct me, I'd say, get away. I know. But Peter wanted John. He used to chase John to get directed. He used to have to chase him. John didn't want to direct him.
Yeah. Not only that, he wouldn't, not only did he not give direction, because he said, I gave you the part. Don't ask me. You, as an actor, should know more about this character than anybody now in the world. It's for you to bring it to life. But the other thing was, he wouldn't let you talk to any other of the actors about their part or about the script at all. He wanted it just to happen on, and it did, because you didn't know what anybody was going to do, and it would just happen on film. That way, it was a very interesting way of working.
Did he like acting?
I don't know.
He liked acting in Husbands. He was so.
Yes, he loved.
The time of his life.
He loved that. But
I think because, I think John worked the way he worked with actors because that is the way he had wanted to be treated as an actor and was never.
You're right, man.
That's right. So I think he created this environment of freedom, setting an actor up to be free, to become as good as he was. Not better than he didn't want you to be better than you are. He never put pressure on you. He wanted you to be as good as you were. So he would set the climate for it, and he'd let you swim by yourself.
Of all of the performances he got out of you, which is the best? Or all the performances you gave him?
But I wouldn't really be able to judge that from any except for
was
myself.
the most satisfying for you?
The Woman Under the Influence was my favorite.
Because it was a tour de force.
And it was the first time I had really worked like that.
Like?
The freedom. In the first place, it wasn't for a studio. People say independent movies, and still someone has to put the money up. And when someone puts the money up, they always have something to say. So there isn't a total freedom. We had an advantage in that we both had other careers, and we were both actors, so that when we ran out of money, which was just about all the time, we would stop and go and do a movie for somebody else and bring them money. And so we were able to make our movies. And also, in that when Peter and his wife Alice put up half the money in Woman Under the Influence. So we worked totally freely. And you don't realize how much you miss freedom until you have some.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely true. Tell me about his camera work. He's going to talk about it in this clip we're going to use, about how he used the camera.
I think John was interested mainly in the performances. And whatever it took to get the performances, wherever the camera would best show off the performances is how he shot it. He wasn't...
he wasn't a stylist.
No, not that way, no. He wasn't picky about it, you know. He didn't mind it if it was a little out of focus.
He used to say, when I hear a director say, describe a shot, he set up and say, I want to vomit, he said. He hated the people who talked about shots. I did such a shot yesterday. I put the camera on a hill, and I saw that. That was not John.
Hated it.
I hated it.
Yeah. Every time you see that, you must
forget
forget about it. Yeah. Hey, boy, you can see it. You can see the life force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't anybody like John. Nobody.
No.
Nobody.
I never saw the guy. You know, I knew he was under pressure often, having financial problems. I never saw him show it.
No.
Never.
Never showed the pressure of not having the money.
No.
When he was very ill,
yeah,
I remember, you know, he never complained about it.
No.
And he only made one comment about the whole thing. I can't quite say it the way he said it, but it was like this: if they can't take a joke.
And I told him, John, if I had what you have, I'd be in a deep, deep melancholy, or if not a profound depression. I said, how do you do it? How do you keep your spirit up? He says, what can I do about it?
Yeah.
And that was his attitude. What can you do about it?
But that must have been very hard for you to see that.
Yes, it was hard for all of us.
Yeah.
But he made it as easy as possible.
Yeah, he sure did.
He sure did.
Unbelievable.
How old was he when he died?
He was 59. He would have been, he died in February. He would have been 60 at the end of the year, December.
He'd be 74 now.
Yeah.
Peter, what did he change?
Well, I think John
and Brando changed acting.
I think John Shadows was the first really independent American film. I think it's the independent film, what is called independent film, begins with John.
He was a hero to all filmmakers, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think so.
You know, I mean, they really said, you're doing what we wish we had the courage to do, which is make the kind of films we want to make, rather than the kind of films. Peter?
Absolutely true. I mean, the only other person in American movies who used his own bread to make movies was Orson Welles. It was Orson and John. That was it. Until it still is today.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You know, acting in movies, using the money to pay for the movies.
Shadows. Tell me about Shadows.
Shadows, you know, I never saw. I still haven't seen it. I'm going to see it now. So the first thing I saw of John's, he invited me to, he had an idea. He said, I got an idea, we could do a picture together. Come down to the downtown L.A. There's a midnight screening of a picture I just made. So I went. People were sitting in the aisles on the floor. I was going to leave. I said, I'm not going to sit in the aisles. But the picture started. I looked around. I saw things right away. I was
Which one was
looking at
Faces?
faces. places I was looking at something I'd never seen before. It seemed unlit, it seemed unacted, it seemed unwritten, I don't know. It was unbelievable.
Unprofessional?
One of the things John did, was he would dictate his scripts. The first draft, he would actually dictate it, so he'd sort of play the part.
To make sure that it came out of his mouth rather than sort of
I guess so.
That's right.
It had a rhythm to it.
And he used rehearsal to rewrite.
Yeah.
There would always be a secretary that went, and on his feet he would rewrite. He would rewrite what wasn't working, what was.
A Woman Under the Influence. You were nominated for Golden Globe, Academy Award, both.
Yes, I won the Golden Globe, and I was nominated for the...
Tell me who was Mabel.
Mabel Longetti was
Best part you ever had.
Yes, it was written so beautifully. It's just a woman. You think you can't be loved enough.
Yeah.
But sometimes someone loves you so much it just about drives you crazy, and I think that's what Mabel did to Nick. She only wanted to please him. Everything in her life was devoted to him, and I think it just overwhelmed him. He just couldn't stand it after a while, and she loved her kids that way. She was a naturally sort of eccentric person, and I had never thought of that before, but I've seen it a lot in my life now, where something that you would think would be so desirable, like someone loving you, too much of it will ruin it. And that was a great deal of Mabel.
He liked making movies about love.
All of his movies really were about love.
Yes.
Peter Bogdanovich's book is called Who the Hell's in It? Portraits and Conversation from Stella Adler to John Wayne. Ben Gazzara, In the Moment, is his life as an actor. If you love movies and if you love the creative act of putting them together as an actor and a director and a writer, read this, and especially look at the work, including the documentary of John Cassavetes, friend, husband. I could spend a lot of time with these people because it is, for them, more than a profession and more than a job, as it was for John Cassavetes. His work here now on DVD on a Criterion collection. I thank you for joining me.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
Charlie.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. We continue now with a conversation I recorded last night with Nora Ephron, the film director whose new movie, You've Got Mail, starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, is getting very good reviews. Part 2 with Nora Ephron. Thank you for continuing part 2 of our conversation.
Pleasure.
Let me talk about you and your sister and how do you two write together? I mean, she start the sentence and you finish it? How does this teamwork work?
I will tell you quite honestly, I'm not sure. We sit in the same room and there's a computer and a chair. And sometimes she sits in the chair and sometimes I sit in the chair and sometimes the other one sits on the couch.
Right.
And then we switch at a certain point, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. And we talk, we do very, very long outlines of of the movies we do. Very long, very detailed outlines so that when we actually get to writing the script, it's kind of half written. And that's sort of it.
How are you different as writers? Same instincts, same sense of humor, same...
Delia says that we've become more similar as writers, and I think that's true, that we've kind of gotten things from the other as it's gone along. I know that when we started out, I had done more screenplays than she had, so I knew a little bit more about structure, but now it's pretty even on that count.
Now, here we are at New York, a landmark. This city is you. You can't imagine, even though you spent a few years in Los Angeles, living anywhere else.
No. Can you?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I mean, I grew up somewhere else, and I said today, in fact, someone was in Washington making a film, and doing an interview, and someone said, "Wouldn't you like to live here? It's a beautiful city." I said, "No.
No.
I would like to live here, where I live, where we're going back to in about an hour." So we also have this city, which is mad about high tech now. There's Silicon Valley East.
Well, you know, one of the things we wanted to do, Delia and I, when we started thinking about this movie, was to make New York feel a little bit like the village that Budapest feels like in the old movie. And the truth is, the other thing we wanted to do is, I think we all understand that New York is a series of little villages, that we all live in sort of 3 square blocks where we know the dry cleaner and the butcher and the guy who sells you the paper in the morning and the person at Starbucks and the florist. We did stuff in the movie where Meg buys flowers from a pregnant florist, and the next time she's at the florist, there's a sign in the window that says it's a girl. Now, of course, no one will notice that stuff but me, and now perhaps you.
Yes.
But we were trying to get across that thing that people simply don't get about New York, which is that you can live, you know, a kind of wonderful life in this city with children and dogs who are not unhappy.
Right.
And the
It's not a cold-faced place. It's a place of community.
It really is, and these are, you know, you're a little urban family, and everybody has that. You see the same fathers and kids going to school in the morning, and mothers pushing their kids, and they grow up, and everyone knows, blah, blah, blah. By the same token, that's also true about the internet.
What do you like most about making movies?
Oh, I think, you know, what do I like most about it? What I like most about it is that you get to collaborate with an amazing group of people, and they all bring something to the project, and it is unbelievably exciting. Compared to what I used to do in my youth, which was to sit alone at a typewriter, it's absolutely, there's nothing I don't look at in this movie and not see, oh, that was so-and-so's idea, oh, thank God she's wearing that. You know, all that stuff that happens when one talented person after another comes into a movie. So I think that's the thing I like the most about it.
I'm watching this movie at the New York premiere. I turn, and a couple of seats behind me, there you are watching it with your husband. And I thought to myself at that moment, she must have seen this 50 times.
No, not that many times, but somewhere.
But my point is, do you see something different most times?
Well, most times it's interesting because you can do something to it. So your mind is engaged by every frame of the movie. You're going, is this too long? Is this too short? Did I get the laugh I want here? Should we cut this line? Should we make this louder because we're losing the laugh if the blah, blah, blah. There's always something to be thinking. When it gets hard to watch is when it's done. And you can't fix.
It's done. It's
anything.
Over. Right? This is,
you know, so
this pie's been baked,
but
folks.
I've seen it only, you know, 3 or 4 times
Like
since it's been finished, and now I'm not going to see it anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
For another year or another whatever?
Oh, if I turn on the television set and it's on, I'll watch it.
Won't be on the TV set for a while.
Well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm not, you know.
But,
it sails away.
But do you see things still, though, when you watch it the 3 or 4 times after you had finished it, the 3 or 4, whatever it is? Did you see something, or did you say, whatever, it's it, I can't even think about it?
I wish that I said, I can't even think about it. But no, of course, you always see things that you go, oh, couldn't I just have...
How do you like the idea of that you are the director, and you are le général? You are in charge, and you can move these pieces. And if you don't like it this way, you can turn it like this. If you want to put these here like this, it works just fine, and it's your choice. And you know, if it doesn't work in the editing room, you can just throw it away.
Well, it's not that simple, but I do like it. I'll tell you the thing I like the most. I like that if it doesn't work, it's my fault. One of the worst things about being a screenwriter is sort of saying, don't look at me. He did it.
He, the director.
He took that perfect script that I gave him, and or she or whatever. The point is that at least this way, I have no one to blame but me. And I really prefer that to passing the buck.
You became a director because you wanted to protect your own screenplays?
I think there were 4 or 5 reasons. One was that I think the most important reason was that every time you write a screenplay, you have to find someone to direct it. And the way you find someone to direct your work is to delude them into thinking that the movie that they're committing to is somehow autobiographical to them. And often to do that, you have to do a lot of changing of your movie so that they can find their way into it and give a year of their life to the project, 1.5 years, 2 years sometimes. There were things I was writing that I didn't want to push around for someone else. They already felt personal to me. So that was one of the most important things. You know, if you write about women at all, it's a very short list of people who want to make movies about women.
List of directors?
Yes,
right.
That's what I mean.
And even fewer studios.
Well, you can get a studio if you can get a good director, but it's just a very short list of people. The nightmare for screenwriters of finding the director. There are so many screenplays, and there are so many fewer directors than there are screenplays. So enticing one of them, hooking one of them into your project. So that was another thing. Another reason was that I was approaching what we call middle age. And
approaching middle age.
And it's tough for screenwriters when you turn 50.
See, now let's get to that. The notion of directors screenwriters, after they're in their 50s, it's not quite as easy because they're looking for new material,
Absolutely.
new ideas, whereas directors can live until they decide.
Well, not forever, but you have a longer shelf life as a director, and so it seemed to me that I was protecting my ability to go on writing movies if I directed a few of them. So that was one of the main reasons. Well, then, of course, I did it, and just doing it became the reason to do it because I really did enjoy it. I really liked it, and I didn't even know what I was doing in the beginning. Now I'm starting to know what I'm doing, and I really like it.
This was in your blood, to write.
Well, to write was, but of course the last thing I was ever going to be was a screenwriter.
So you couldn't wait to get out of Hollywood,
Couldn't wait to get out of L.A.
So you get out of L.A. and you go to Wellesley College.
Right.
You graduate from Wellesley College and you want to live in New York. You come to Manhattan. You get a job as a researcher for Newsweek magazine?
Mail girl.
Mail girl.
Mail girl, yeah.
What does a mail girl do?
Just what it sounds like. Delivers the mail.
You take the mail around to the people?
There were no mail boys, actually, but there were mail girls.
Because mailroom is where a lot of people like Barry Dillon others started at these agencies.
At the agencies, yes, where there were no mail girls, by the way, because that was if you were a mail boy at an agency, you would eventually become an agent. If you were a mail girl at Newsweek, nothing ever really happened to you except that you kind of continued to serve men forever. First, you were a mail girl.
Yes.
And
then you were.
Then you were a clipper, which was a tragically horrible job, where you sat with a ripstick and a grease pencil and chopped up 50 or 60 American newspapers and routed them to the department that your college education had sort of prepared you to think was the right place for it. So if they discovered a cure for cancer in Baltimore, you sent it to the medicine department. And
we need these here.
And then I became a researcher, another job that was held only by women. Yeah. And that meant that the men would write the stories and then you would check them.
And at some point along this road, there was a strike, a New York newspaper strike.
Right.
And they get somebody to do a parody. Was it Winchell or Leonard Lyons' column?
Leonard Lyons. Victor Navasky was the editor of Monocle magazine.
Right.
A short-lived but legendary
Later
humor
to become
magazine.
the editor of Nation magazine.
And Victor got some money to put out parodies of the New York Post and the New York Daily News.
Because they weren't being published.
They weren't being published. This was way before anyone knew what these parodies were. So when they actually came out they were a giant disaster because people thought that the strike was over and put down the 10 cents or something that it cost to buy a post. But of course, our papers were trying to be sold for considerably more than that so we could get some money. The point is, no one read these parodies except the staff of the newspaper.
Right.
And the editors of the New York Post read it and wanted to sue. And the owner of the Post, Dorothy Schiff, said, don't be ridiculous.
Hire
if they
her.
can parody the Post, they can write for it. Hire them.
Yeah.
And that's how I got a tryout at the New York
And
Post.
so you're now writing, and you're now a reporter.
Yes.
I mean, this must have been a happy time, huh? I mean, this is what...
Oh, no, it was bliss.
Why did you grow tired of journalism?
Well, I don't think I grew tired of journalism, but, I mean, I'd never made a decision that I was going to leave journalism. But when I had my first child, I had just started to write movies. And I thought, well, I can't go on doing journalism because I have a baby and I can't go and do these long reporting pieces that I was doing in Esquire. And I was writing columns, and they all required sometimes a week, a month of going away and reporting a story. I couldn't see how I would do that. So I thought, well, I'll just go on writing movies for a while, and then I'll get back to my real work. But then I had a movie made.
What was that?
Silkwood.
Oh, Silk was the first one.
And, you know, once you have a movie made, you're in big trouble because you don't want to go back to anything that isn't as much fun.
It's because it's that much fun.
Well, it's so interesting. And also, I was, however old I was, 39 or 40 or something, some horrible age like that I thought was so old. But the point is,
a mere so many years
however old I was at the time, I was suddenly watching something that I knew nothing about.
Yeah.
And on a set that Mike Nichols was the director.
And Meryl Streep is the actress.
And
Cher.
I was riveted. There are people who say, oh, being on a movie set is really boring, but it isn't boring if you're engaged in some way. And I was riveted by what they were doing. I'd never seen it done. Really, I'd never sat there day after day, and I'd never watched somebody work with actors as Mike does. So I didn't want to go back.
You've never seen people work as actors as Mike does. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, I had never seen a director directing actors day after day.
Does he do it differently than other people you have seen?
Well, you know, Mike always says this thing that I love. He says that when you're a director, he said it's like making love, in that you always want to say, is this how other people do it? Because you've never seen anyone else do it. I actually have seen more people do it than Mike has because I've been a screenwriter. But I haven't seen that many people do it. Mike is very gifted at talking to actors. He knows what to say to actors. He knows how to feed them without giving them too many notes, without telling them all the dangerous words like, you know, you're never supposed to use an adjective with an actor unless the adjective is faster. That one you're kind of allowed to use. But Mike works with metaphors in a kind of exciting way, and he'll say to an actor, oh, it's like that moment when you were in high school and you thought that no one was ever going to, whatever, fill in the blank. The point is that he tries to plant in their heads some experience he's had that they might be able to connect to without telling them what to do. You know, basically making it possible for them to find their way into the joke or into the line or into the emotion. He'll never say, no, I want it to be sadder than that, or I want you to be more anxious than that, or nervous, or any of those words which you would be gunned down by the Actors Hall of Fame for using. So
he's one of the people that you've learned the most from?
Yes.
Rob Reiner.
Rob also, yeah.
What you get from working on the set?
As I said, the thing that was so exciting about watching Rob was that he'd come from television, and so everyone could bring an idea to him. And of course, there were Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan, who are brilliant at having good ideas. And Rob was so, it was a completely different way of working. It was much more, there were many more hands involved in the script. And rather than my feeling violated by it, I thought, well, this is great. This scene just got funnier. Someone just walked through the room and made that scene funnier.
So the screenwriting will say Nora Ephron, but a lot of other people made it, even made it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you look at other movies and think, man, if I could do it that well, if I could, how does that person do that? How do they reach that whatever?
Oh, sure. But I'll tell you, you know, there's a moment in Goodfellas, for instance, to name a work of art that is so close to my own oeuvre. But there's a moment in Goodfellas when Robert De Niro turns from the bar and takes a drag of a cigarette, and you can see in his eyes that he's going to kill Henry Hill if he possibly can. And I saw that movie 5 or 6 times because my husband wrote it, and I just could never get over that moment. I could never get over it. And I had done one movie when I saw it. And then I saw a documentary about it.
The making of Goodfellas.
And how they did it was that shot is in bare slow motion so that you can't tell. And that's why you can see everything that's happening on his face. And I thought, oh, slow motion, that's a good idea. Do you know, I mean, I was such a babe when I started out doing this, but the point is that you do start to, you start figuring out, how can I get this to happen? Oh, I see, and it's something I used in Sleepless in Seattle, and I'm sure no one would ever connect those two movies in any way.
You did slow.
Yeah.
With Tom being slow, so you see...
Well, Tom, when he first sees her in the airport, when she comes to Seattle to meet him, and he sees her, that shot is in, you know, just, you know, 4 frames slower than normal.
How do you choose what you're going to do?
Oh, well, you don't. One of the weirdest things is that it's casting that chooses it for you in a way. I mean, what a lot of directors go through is that you have a couple of projects you'd like to do, and you kind of put them out like fishing lines and see which one gets the biggest fish to bite. And that's what you do next, a lot of the time.
Someone said of you, there was this recent piece about you. Richard Cohen. You saw that story?
I know. Poor Richard, yeah.
Tom Hanks.
Right.
Meg Ryan. Scared of you.
Oh, no, but they were all kidding.
Were they really kidding?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think...
Are you sure?
Well, no, I think... I'll tell you what I honestly think. I do think that there probably are...
It's your wit that they're scared of.
Yeah,
they think that you will leave them...
But I never have.
Inferior. Well, why do you think they said it?
Well, because it's like if... I just think they think I might. I don't know. I can't explain it, but sometimes when I hear that that's what people think, it amuses me. What can I say?
And pleases you a little bit. It's kind of amusing
sort
and
of,
interesting.
I mean, it's, you know, I'm working in a guy's world. It gives me something. It's not the worst thing. So I don't think about it very much because it doesn't seem to come up much in my everyday life. But every so often I read
that you are an intimidating factor.
I do hear that sometimes, and then I just go.
Who, me?
You know, yeah, I do a little bit.
Do you really?
Yeah.
A little bit? No.
Yeah.
Or you know it's there, but you're not aware of how it works.
Well, I
There's
think...
a presence that's
I think
kind of...
without being a really dreary feminist, I do think that smart women are often thought to be frightening. And so I think it's partly that. I do.
That if you're smart, people think...
Well, I just think it... You know, it's someday no one will think that because they will be used to lots of women working where they
now,
work.
You just said the word dreary feminist, which I mean sort of a whining feminist is what I assume you meant.
Yeah.
But when you got ready to direct, it was primarily women that were responsive and
Yes.
wanted to give you a break because they believed in you and said, here is somebody that needs a chance.
Yes, absolutely. But the guy who greenlit my movie
Joe Roth?
was
Who?
Joe Roth. So
it's a combination.
yeah.
How many movies do you know already that you're going to make now? How far ahead are you?
Oh, only one or two.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't want to get too far ahead, or
Well, no, because I have one script that I'd like to do, and then there are a couple of other projects that I'm connected to that I'd like to do. But you know, I'm not, at the moment, I'm mostly thinking about reading some books, because you get to a certain point at the end of a movie where your attention deficit disorder is just out of control. You really can't. I mean, we ended up in the mix, everyone in our sound mix got addicted to a video game. We were fighting with one another to
What's
get
your
on the
favorite video
computer.
game?
This was a game called Snood, which I had never played. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Oh my God! It was like you mainlining. You know, I don't know.
Whatever's good for you, mainlining it.
I mean, you could hook someone on it in 30 seconds.
Do you
I've
still
never
play
seen
it?
anything. Oh no, I left it behind. It was in that room. It's gone. It's not even singing a little siren song to me. Although just talking about it is making me miss it slightly. But
Thank you for coming.
thank you.
Pleasure.
You, me, and Andy Scheinman.
Right.
You sort of talked about your life, your
Right.
lives,
Right.
your lives as single guys.
Right.
And then that was the end of the lunch. Then you
Right.
came back to New York. You were staying in a hotel in Central Park South.
Right.
And I went up to your room.
And all I remember saying is that I had an idea. I didn't know what it was going to be. I had an idea, scenes from a friendship. It was basically, I had seen Ingmar Bergman's Scenes from Marriage, and I was trying to find any way that I could codify in some kind of screenplay form all of the experiences I had been going through as a single person for like 10 years.
Yeah, that
and
is
making,
so not what happened.
But what happened? What did I say to you?
What you said was that you had this idea for a movie, that you'd
Right.
always loved this idea. Two people become friends
Right.
at the end of the first major relationship in each of their lives,
Right.
and they make a decision not to have sex because it will ruin the friendship, and then they have sex and it ruins the friendship. That's what you said. That was it, and that's the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
And you said it, and this was not the second idea you'd thrown at me. This was like you'd come in with a whole other thing. I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember. I remember the first thing I threw out. I remember you rejecting
Then there was
it.
a second thing, and
Yeah.
then you said, this sort of is a coda to the whole, well, this meeting didn't work either, but I'll throw this one out
I'll throw
there.
this out and see if she'll take
And
it.
I said,
Yeah, you
I
bit
can do
right
that.
away. Yeah,
I
yeah.
can do that.
Yeah.
I immediately saw beginning, middle, and end.
Right.
I remember getting in a taxi to go home and absolutely knowing the structure of the movie, knowing that
Yeah.
it started before it really started.
Right.
That it would be a couple that kept bumping into each other at all the wrong moments.
Times in their lives, yeah.
And then suddenly,
Right.
you know,
I remember that the process of when we started working on it, you being the great journalist and reporter that you are, you basically interviewed Andy and me to get stories and
yes,
things.
it was a horrifying experience.
Just to hear about
It was
our dating
horrible.
lives and what we had gone through.
Yes, what you had gone through and what you had put other persons of
Through.
another sex through.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
it was horrifying. It wasn't surprising. It wasn't like you said things and I went, oh my God, are you trying to tell me that? And yet it did have its moments
Right.
of, oh my God, are you trying to tell me that?
But that's what I think made the movie work so well, because you being horrified or whatever by, oh my God, this is what these guys do, and then you adding the elements of what, oh my God, this is what women do or what women think about. That's what I think made the movie work so well,
I think
because
so, too.
because we just were honest about what really happens between men and women. Right.
Yes.
Now you said it was like 1985, and so I made 2 films, I think, between the time you first started working on it and then we eventually shot the movie.
That's at least
Isn't that
2.
what happened?
At least 2.
I did Stand By Me and
The
Princess Bride. Both of those films. You
And
started
you
working
said
on it
to
before
me-
Stand By
And
Me.
you said to me, you're going to start this, and I'm going to do Stand By Me,
Right.
and then we'll meet again, and then I'll do The Princess Bride, and then I'll do this, and that's what happened.
And so there were these long periods of time in between where you'd do a draft, and the draft would sit there.
Yes, it
would sit
certainly
there,
did.
and then we'd go back into it together, and then you'd do another draft, and then it would sit there, and then after I finished Princess Bride, then we started working together, kind of together.
Yes, and that's when you had the idea that I think was so brilliant for the movie, which was the couples.
Right. I thought, that could be a little motif that we run through the
film. Of course, at that moment, I wanted to call the movie How We Met.
Yes.
Or How They Met.
Yeah.
We had so many titles for this movie.
If you remember, during the shooting, we had a contest with the crew. You could win a whole case of champagne if you could come up with a title. We had all kinds of... Harry, This Is Sally.
Harry, This Is Sally was
that
not
stuck
bad.
for a while.
I liked that one.
Yeah.
I liked it more than When Harry Met Sally.
Yeah. I didn't like When Harry Met Sally until I put the 3 dots there. The 3 dots at the end.
I remember this.
The 3 dots were a big thing for
You kept
me.
saying, but what about the 3 dots? And I kept saying, I still don't like it. I don't care about the 3 dots.
I like the 3 dots. Yeah. No, I know. So we had it there. That was the thing. And for the longest time, they didn't get together in it one time.
The first draft.
Yeah.
They did not get together.
Right.
And that, to me, has always seemed like, forgive me, the true ending.
Well, it did to me, too, and that's why I kind of went with that for a while, because I couldn't imagine how they could ever get together, or how a man could ever get together with a woman. But it made sense to me when I met Michelle. I met Michelle in the movie, and then it made sense they could get.
Yes, I understand that, but before you met Michelle, you had made a decision that they should get together.
But I didn't feel good about it. I felt odd about it. I knew commercially you had to, kind of how to do that, but it didn't feel right. You know what I mean? It didn't feel right.
For the story, it doesn't really feel right. I know that there are people, because I meet them all the time, people come up to me and say, oh, my wife and I were friends. It's just like When Harry Met Sally, and then we got together.
That too, yeah.
And then I also have way more people who come up to me and say, oh, I'm in this Harry Sally thing, and it's really not happening, and blah, blah, blah. And I say, don't let the movie fool you. Those people really don't get together in real life.
Well, it made them feel better. You make them feel better.
Well, I try to make them feel better, but I do think that if 2 people meet each other and they don't do it, it's because something's missing.
Yeah, sure.
And it's hard to make up for that.
Yeah, but I've also heard the stories of people who said we were friends for a very long time, and then it did work.
I know.
Yeah, so there were those
they
too.
Must know something.
Yeah, so there were those too. So I mean, it could work. It could work. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was interesting that we always had that initial ending that was that way, and then we went the other way on it.
But then, when we started really working on it, and it was very late in the process, we were in your office in California, and all sorts of things came into the movie that it's embarrassing to me took so long to come into the movie.
Well, the whole thing about ordering.
The whole thing about ordering, and that was because we were ordering
because
lunch.
I watched you order.
I know, it was horrifying.
I watched you order, and I said, my God, this has to be in the movie.
I know, and I remember the sandwich, too.
Which one? What was it?
It was avocado and bacon and sprouts and cheese, but I wanted half of it on the side and the mayonnaise in a little plate. It was just unending. It was the 19th time I had done my horrible ordering
But
thing.
my favorite thing about the fact that, you did order that way and that we did put it in as part of her character is we also included it in the scene when the 4 of them get together at the Cafe Luxembourg, and Harry says, Sally orders the things in the ways...
She's a great orderer,
in a way that even the chef can't imagine how good it's going to come out. And that is the truth about you. Aside from all the craziness about ordering, you make their dishes better.
Thank you,
You
Rob.
improve what they do. It's like a prime ticket to get an invitation to one of your dinner parties because you are a great cook. It's not just that, there's a reason why you're ordering it that way. It's not just your particular crazy taste.
Yes, I do know better.
But you also know that it's going to be better.
That's right. That's right. But anyway, there we were, and you said to me, we've told you all this stuff about guys, you tell us something about women that we don't know. And it was really like, I dare you to tell me something about women that I don't know.
Yeah, that happened in my office, I remember.
And I said, okay, women fake orgasms.
Yeah.
And you said,
no.
Not with me.
They don't, right. And then you said, how do you know?
I said, absolutely with you, and everyone does it. And you said, no way. And you really didn't believe it. That was the most exciting thing about it.
But then I did a little unscientific survey around the office and found out
It was worse than an unscientific. You went thundering into the bullpen where they kept all the poor women who worked at Castle Rock in the unwindowed
and assaulted them with this question.
And did your Rob thing. Basically, get in here, right? And on these, like 6 terrified-looking women came into your office.
These days, it would be sexual harassment.
That's
I'd be arrested for sexual harassment.
And fired.
And probably fired. Yeah, I'd have to fire myself.
Yes, but...
Yeah.
And you said, do women fake orgasms? And they all said yes.
Yeah. At one time or another, they all said they had done it.
Yes.
And that was when I went, oh, my God. Well, and then you wrote that great scene.
We wrote a scene, and then we had a read-through.
Yeah.
With Meg and Billy.
Right.
And we didn't have a faked orgasm.
No, initially we didn't. That was an idea.
That was Meg's
Meg
idea.
said I could fake an orgasm, and then we said,
it wasn't even in a restaurant.
No, we said, let's put it in an incongruous place. She just threw out that idea, and then we said, well, let's find an incongruous, crazy place that we could put it. And then Katz's Deli became the place. And then my mother became, which is my favorite thing, that she's now one of the top 100 in the AFI.
I know.
Top 100 most memorable lines in movies. That she's in there with Brando and Humphrey Bogart.
But that all happened right after that read-through.
Yeah.
Was restaurant, faking the orgasm.
Right.
And Billy said, oh, well, then one of the customers can say, I'll have what she's having.
He came up with that line.
And you said, and I know just the actor to say it, my mother.
Yeah.
It was there, it all was.
Yeah, it happened like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I told my mother that I was hoping that it would be the topper line, because I knew the scene was going to be funny, and I was hoping hers would be because of the topper, because if it wasn't the topper, then I might have to cut her. I was nervous that I might have to cut her. She said, that's all right. I'll just spend the day with you. It'll be nice. I'll get a hot dog at Katz's Deli. But it worked out great. I mean, you never know. I mean, people always ask me. I'm sure they ask you about that. Did you know that scene was going to be what it was? I mean, it would be funny. We didn't know it's going to be talked about forever. That scene.
Well, or I once saw the movie without that scene, because on airplanes they don't show. They didn't show it because that's what got the movie the ludicrous R rating that it has.
Yeah.
And so it was snipped out on the airplane. And so I'm on the airplane, and they're showing the movie, and about at least half the people on the plane had seen the movie.
And they went, what?
And there was this kind of, because it was just, the scene just ended before she faked the orgasm.
Oh, they had the scene, but they just...
They had the scene kind of up to that moment.
Did she talk about faking an orgasm?
Yes, and then it just sort of
hysterical.
Ended. And the movie is not as good without it, I have to say that.
It's one of those memorable scenes. I mean,
Well, I remember when you first screened it, you called to tell me that the audience in the movie, all the women were laughing wildly, and the men were completely silent.
Yeah, because they had the same experience I had when I first heard about it.
I know, and that's amazing, because it wasn't that long ago. Well, it was a while ago, but still, it's hard to imagine that was a genuine secret from half the population, but it was.
Well, one of my favorite screenings that we went to, and apropos of that scene, was we had a royal premiere, and Princess Di was still around. And the whole time I'm watching this thing, I'm thinking, what the heck is she thinking about? I mean, you watch a movie through the eyes of somebody else when you're in the thing like that. Oh, every little reference. Oh, how is she going to take this? Now we're building up to the orgasm. Oh my God, how is she going to take this? And she laughed. She was a subdued laugh, and she leaned to Billy. Billy told me this later. She leaned over to Billy. She said, I would be laughing a lot more, but I know people are looking at me. And then she asked to have the film shown at Buckingham Palace with her friends, and then she said she could laugh and enjoy it, But when she's sitting there, she had to act as if, it wasn't that funny. That, I remember that.
Yes, well, you know, you say, did you know? You never know,
Yeah.
right? You never know.
You don't know. You don't,
I mean,
and you
it was so under the radar, this movie. It was so, you know, it had two actors that basically weren't box office in
Right,
any way.
right.
Meg that was her first leading role.
Right. And, you know, your friend Richard Cohen once said to me, one of the things that we didn't put in there, we should have, was the true thing about men is that they don't listen.
Yes, men fake listening.
Fake listening. Women
Yes.
fake orgasm, men fake listening. So we didn't. We should have. You know. We should have had that in there. We didn't. I don't know if you've ever gotten this comment, but people often ask me, "Well, there's these two people that they're professional people. They're living in New York. They're single people. They both have their own apartments and their lives, and yet the whole movie they're talking about relationships. Knowing single people, don't they ever talk about their careers and about work?" And the answer I always give to them is, yeah, they talked about work all the time. I just didn't run the camera during that period.
Yes.
I only run the camera when they were talking about
But I remember talking to you about that, and you said, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
And it was actually a great relief to me, because I think people are always trying to stick that into movies, and then you stick it in the beginning, and then you have to keep sticking it in and sticking it in, because you can't just stick it in once.
Right.
You've got to stick it in 3 times.
Right.
And then you stick something into a movie. It has to keep
Right.
popping
Right.
up.
Right.
So then you've got this big fake subplot you didn't care about at all.
That's so funny, because a lot of times in a movie they say, well, you're shoehorning a relationship in. You know, you're faking a romantic relationship. Here we were saying, no, we don't want to fake the work part of it. We want to keep that out. So yeah, no, because it was about just the two people. It wasn't about what they do for a living.
No, but I mean, one of the great reliefs of this movie, of course, there was no studio.
No, Castle Rock was the studio.
Yes, I mean, you were basically it. So if you didn't want work, we didn't have to put work in.
Right.
And that was the end of that.
Right.
It was such a relief.
It was a mainstream picture, and I don't know these days if you can make mainstream pictures that don't have 2 stars, that don't have the obligatory scenes that they all ask for. It's very hard, I think. We were lucky because we had an independent company that had the wherewithal to finance something. I think that was a big part of it.
How much did that movie cost?
It cost $14.5 million. You know, nothing cost $14.5 million now. Yeah, and it did. It did what it did. And I remember that we went to the Deauville Film Festival. That was great. We had fun there in France. That was a good thing. It was a great experience. I'm sure you see it when you have your movies that you make that come up on television and stuff. You remember the experience making the movie. You've had a life experience making a movie, so it's like a whole movie. You watch, oh yeah, remember we did that, we had that moment and stuff. That's what happens for me with this movie. For me, because I met my wife during the making of this movie, and I had a great pleasurable experience shooting in New York City, going to a great restaurant for lunch, which was a block or 2 away every time. To me, that's what I remember more than anything, more than the fact that now it became a hit and people loved it and whatever. It was a great experience for me.
For me, it was like, I remember the day you were shooting in Cafe Luxembourg.
Right.
And that scene was so great, and Bruno Kirby did some great improvs while it was happening. I mean, one of the things to me that was so amazing on that movie was because I'd done most of my very young career, I wasn't young, but my career was, as a screenwriter with Mike Nichols, who was very, the script is the script, and we stay with the script, and we honor the script, and we rehearse the script.
Comes out of theater.
Comes out of theater, but you, of course, coming out of TV.
Yeah, everything changes.
Everything changes, and working with Billy, who was so hilariously funny, and Meg, who is so unbelievably gifted. Yeah. And I learned that you would just have to be a fool not to let the script change when you have people like that.
Right.
So there I was at Cafe Lux watching this scene get funnier and funnier as it went on. And I just remember walking out into this gorgeous spring day and thinking, oh my God, this movie is going to be so fabulous. And that night I went to see the dailies from the day before. And it was from the first time you shot the last scene in the movie.
Which we didn't use.
Yes, thank God you didn't use it.
Yeah.
And it was a disaster.
Right.
It was a total disaster. That scene was a tricky one. I think you shot it 3 times.
Yeah.
And I remember walking out into the spring night and thinking this is going to be the most humiliating experience of my
From the
life.
high to
you
the
know,
low,
just 12 hours,
Yeah.
you know, there
Yeah,
were 12, 8 hours,
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's right. I remember we did shoot that ending 3 times, and we finally got it right. I think we
Yes.
finally got a really good, satisfying ending.
Yes.
Billy came up with the thing about the crinkle
Yes,
in your
that
nose.
was great.
He noticed that on her face, that her nose would crinkle up, and that line he had, when you know that you want to be with somebody for
You
the
want
rest of
the
you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
That was all great.
I said, "Oh my God,
That
you
was
know,
all great.
that's really powerful
Yeah.
stuff." Yeah.
Throughout his award-winning career as a filmmaker, Oliver Stone has never been afraid to tackle larger-than-life people and politics. His films have been nominated for 36 Academy Awards. He has won 11. He has been called the Dostoevsky of film. An American university in Washington, D.C. offers a course called Oliver Stone's America. He directs his films through a revisionist lens with a passion for his version of the truth. At 51, he is the father of 3 children. This month, his latest film, U-Turn, starring Sean Penn and Nick Nolte, appears in theaters across the country. And his first novel, A Child's Night Dream, hits the bookstores. I am pleased to have him back at this table. Welcome back.
Thank you, John.
Great
Nice
to see
be
you
here.
Let's talk about you first. Now look at this. This is research about you, all recent stuff, stories. This is Atlantic Monthly, June 1997. Gary Wells on Oliver Stone, and it just goes on. And New York Times Magazine, on and on. You are The Last Wild Man by Stephen Schiff. This is a story in the New Yorker. There is almost Oliver Stone a cottage industry. Either what you're doing or people fascinated with what you're doing. And I want to know how you see this and how you see yourself and how you see what Oliver Stone is about.
It's a tough question, Charlie. I mean, I've always sort of been I've been subjective, and the subjective is always blending with the object. So when I approach a movie, I merge into the movie and I become part of it. And a part of Nixon is me, a part of Morrison is me, a part of Jim Garrison is me. But all through the years, a lot of people have been confused, and they say that's me. You know, I was a Vietnam veteran who couldn't get Vietnam of his mind, and I was a conspiracy theorist, and I was a wild man on the Doors, and then Natural Born Killers. Who knows what I was? So people have been a little bit confused, and you know, who is Oliver Stone, frankly? And it's something that I'm trying to find out, because I'm reaching that place where, you know, it's the third act of your life, and I follow the Socratic line, which is to know thyself. And that's part of the reason I wrote the book, is to really get back. Here, this book was about my life up to about 20, and I wanted to get back inside myself as a young man and find some clues and find the evidence and where I went. So
if you wanted to know where you were going, you wanted to find out where you'd come from.
I think you have to. You have to go back to the beginning. And it really helped me. This was
Let me come back to this. I know you want to talk about this, but let me come. But where do you think you are now, and what is it that is driving you, and how do you define?
Well, a lot of
yourself?
the drive, I think, that the desire to is a desire to be accepted. It's sort of a thing. As an only child, you know, my parents were here in my life. They were in close-up, and then they were gone. They were great parents. I loved them, but they also kind of ignored me too, and they dropped me. And I think that I was this lonely kid who was like seeking approval all the time, and you know, it was tough. And I grew up in a pretty tough society in the 50s. It was all male, and the schools were you know, you went through it too, I presume. Right, I did. And the Army, and I was in the Merchant Marine. And you know, I didn't have many women in my life except my mother, and it took a time to reintegrate into society after Vietnam for me. And the film business has been rough. I mean, it's like Vietnam in a way. I mean, it's so intense. You make a movie, it's like 1 year is like 2 years of regular life, it feels like. And then you go through a lot of heat making these movies, because I tried to honestly deal with my passion, my view of contemporary times. I wanted to render it honestly on film. I tried, and you know what happened. I mean,
why is it tough for you? I mean, you are an accomplished director, a bankable director.
Yeah.
Why is it tough?
I think I probably make it tough on myself,
Yeah,
because I probably go out after things that are on my mind. You know, it's in the book too. I'm embarrassed about some things in here, and I suppose if I were protecting myself, I wouldn't put it in the book. But Well, there's a lot of things. I mean, the young man's shyness, his awkwardness, his sexuality, I mean, he doesn't know who he is. He's like a lot of young people out there in the world. They don't know who they are yet, and it's a very complicated society we live in, where advertising is always hitting us. We're living in consumer society where, you know, you're always being hawked or you're hawking, and I think kids are a little confused. There's a lack of spiritual values in America, and that was true in the 60s, and it was also true now in the 90s. If anything, it's gotten louder and worse and more competitive and more aggressive. So people, you know, I don't think I'm the only one. I think that the younger generation share a lot of my confusion.
This book, then, we'll come back to where you are now, where you're going. A Child's Night Dream. You started when you were about 19?
I wrote it when I was 19, and it caused me a lot of grief. I dropped out of college really twice, Yale University, and I ended up going to, the book was rejected by several publishers. It was 1,000 and more pages long.
And you tossed some of it into the East River.
I took it very personally. It was like the end of, and I buried myself in the Army. I went back to Vietnam as William Stone. There's two characters in this book. One is William Stone, the other one is Oliver Stone.
Right.
And the William Stone character really wanted to be anonymous in the infantry and disappear. And frankly, ready for suicide, you know, in the sense like I couldn't pull the trigger on myself, but Vietnam would do it for me. It was a way to get out. And I had tremendous fights with my parents at this time, and I didn't belong here in America. I just didn't feel right. It was a time, by the way, the 60s, the early 60s, there was no youth culture like there is today. Children were sort of seen but not heard. We weren't allowed to sort of express our troubles. You know, people's attitude was so, you know, you're only 19, what kind of problems could you have that are so serious, you know? And that's true today still. Parents sometimes don't listen to their young ones. The suicide rate on young people has jumped about 3 times since the 1960s, I've heard. So this is still a significant problem. And because a person is young does not mean that his problem is immature. It means that he has a problem. And sometimes older people turn away from that and they don't listen very well to the things that are bothering the young person.
Yeah. Let me turn and come back to that too, but turn to getting this book published. Mm-hmm. You stored away and you had it in shoe boxes in various places that you lived. Musings about your life. You know?
Yeah. Oh no, it was written as a real novel. I mean, but it was a mess. I mean, I hadn't solved it. I really hadn't finished it. So 30 years went by, and it was on my mind. I never lost track of it. It was in the back of my mind because it was it cost me a lot, as I said. I mean, I dropped out of the United States, and I went to Vietnam. It changed my life. It was a fork in the road. This novel was the beginning for me of a new life and the end of an old one. So it was hardly forgotten. And I mentioned it in a few interviews, perhaps on this show, I don't remember. Bob Weil, a very good editor over at St. Martin's Press, he handles people like Henry Roth and Heinrich Boll, the German writer who won the Nobel Prize. Serious editor. Was very interested in reading it and pursued it for a year or so. I gave him the book finally, and he went through it page by page, the 1,000-odd pages, and he made copious notes, and he really, most importantly, he emotionally encouraged me to finish this book.
And Oliver and Norman Mailer said, Stone's writing is phenomenal. It's a young man's style and full of Finnegan's Wake. But it is good enough to be startling, for recognition comes quickly. If Oliver Stone spent many years in literary works as he has in film, he would probably be a major American writer. I know of no other movie director, no matter how talented, of whom that can be said.
It's very kind of Norman.
But you made your beginning as a screenwriter. I mean, it seems to me that you've been a writer, that you might even first define yourself as a writer.
No, I always wanted to be a director after film school, but writing screenplays was the ticket.
Way to get there. So it wasn't something that you...
No, writing and directing were always one to me at that time. But, you know, screenplay writing is fascinating, and it is an art form. It really is. But it truly, in my opinion, is a collaboration. So the screenplay goes through all these stages.
And all these writers.
Writers, hopefully not, but other directors add something to the material, the cinematographer. Certainly the actors add. There sometimes, in my films anyway, I collaborate with my actors, improvise, and then in the editing process is also a severe rewrite. It's a re-examination of the original material. So by the end of the day, the screenplay truly is as a movie is a collective. It's a collective of the mind, the best of everyone's minds on the movie.
Yeah.
Whereas a novel is truly a private affair. It's something secret, something private. It's something unto yourself, and you live by yourself. You write by yourself.
Is this a film?
Yeah, potentially. I didn't do it as such. It's not written specifically as such, but there's certainly the story of a young man on the edge of adolescence veering towards early adulthood.
How much of your sexuality and your feelings about sex are coming out of this book and to read about your relationship with your mother, who's still alive?
Yes.
She's 70.
She's 70 plus. She's Annie Mae, my mom. You have to realize that she's a very sophisticated French woman. And she was very open and in the French way with me about life and about sexuality. You know, I grew up.
So she was a seminal influence growing up.
Absolutely. I mean, all mothers are, and we all bear scars and love. We have a love-hate relationship, many of us, with our parents. You know, it's when you write a book like this, you got to be.
Your father was more stiff and detached.
Yeah, but he was also a very strong figure in my life. I had two strong parents. If anything, probably if they'd been a little weaker, it might have been easier on me, because they were both fighting with each other too. So I was in the middle of a storm. And it marked me for a long time. But when you write something like this, it's basically confessional literature. And what you have to do is you have to go inside these relationships if you're going to be honest with the public. That's a contract. You know, if you write a book, you're not going to write some bogus book where you hide things. So I made the commitment 30 years later when I saw some of the more embarrassing things about my relationships with my mom and dad.
Like
I put them in anyway, you know.
What's embarrassing for you?
Well, you know, there was edible attractions. There's also a destructiveness. In a sense,
Yeah, your mom said
I think
Oliver was in love with me.
I think I was. You know, I do. I really do. I think that my mother was a beautiful woman. She was a stunning, glamorous woman, trailing perfume and fur coats, and she was very much in the social woman and French accent. And, you know, it was really special to be around her. And obviously she was strong and certainly dominant woman, and it's tough for a little kid. And then she'd pull away, you know, she'd disappear, and because she had a very busy life, and I was, you know, relegated to the nanny or the boarding school or the house in the grandmother's house in France, you see. So I never knew when Mom was coming back, and there's that fundamental uncertainty that is in this book about when Mom will come back, or if she will at all.
What's the title? A Child's Night Dream.
A Child's Night Dream it's very much to do with dream, because dream to me has motivated the most interesting parts of my life. By that I mean that it was my capacity to dream that gave me my greatest adventures, such as going to war, going to the Merchant Marine as a wiper, making love to exotic women, making illusions like movies. These are all dreams. Movies are dreams. It's a dream state. In other words, I was able to, as you understand, live through a dream in Vietnam. I mean, I was there, but it was certainly a bizarre war. And then 20, 30 years later, make movies about Vietnam. That is almost like a second, you know, a second generation dream.
Have the movies, are you finally finished with making movies about Vietnam?
I think so. I tried to do a Bright Shining Lie, which I loved as a book, where Neil Sheehan wrote.
It's now going to be made for an HBO film.
It's going to be made at a low budget. I don't know if they're going to be able to, you know, bring to it the size and the scope that's in that book.
Well, they'll certainly be able to bring the time to it, though. That's what they'll have that a film wouldn't have.
That's true. That's true. But I think it could have been a film, a 2.5-hour film.
And why did it, in the end, not become a feature film?
It just never happened, because my last Vietnam film, the Heaven and Earth movie, which was about a Vietnamese immigrant, failed at the box office, and I think people cooled on the idea of my doing another Vietnam movie, so there was no real heat on it.
People with the money?
Yeah. And also actors, you know, you need a star to play in a movie like that, and
what
it's
is
a scary proposition.
Your son's name is what, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does he think about the movies you make?
So,
I mean, does he watch them with you? Do you have discussions with him? Because this is about a young man's coming of age, and your son's 11 or 12, 13?
He's 12, yeah.
12.
He's very smart, though. And, of course, you have to realize he grew up in L.A., and peer pressure is pretty severe in the schools they go to. And the boys, I mean, are into Jenny McCarthy on the Internet. They get videos. I mean, they live a pretty wild life.
Yeah.
And there's no drugs, and I know that. So But I think he's a good kid. Essentially, he's got a good heart. And that's, although, yeah, he's a little jaded. He watches too much TV. He's seen too much. But you can't stop that. Television, in a sense, has interfered with parental authority. You know, you can't tell your kid what to see. They know more than you know before you can stop them.
Which movie are you proudest of, and which one do you think has brought you the most second thoughts?
Well, they all represent something different in my life because they were part of my, each one was at a place where I was growing individually, but
I would think Platoon would be the best, and I would suggest Natural Born Killer you might have some reservations about.
No, not at all.
So I missed on both sides.
I think that Natural Born Killers was a much misunderstood film, and it's still, perhaps I failed in the sense that it wasn't clearly understood by all who saw it.
What didn't they understand, you think?
Well, it was a satire. It was, it was a look. It was a mirror on a society in the early '90s that was insane.
And
the media was, for profit, was glamorizing murder and crime.
Let me turn.
It is, by the way.
Let me turn to U-Turn. We've got a clip that said you've got great characters. I mean, you have brought together. This is a film noir based. I mean, is it Duel in the Sun recast, or so to speak?
I call it a thriller. Because more in the Hitchcock tradition, if you don't know what's going to happen next, it's like one of those stories where you don't give away the middle or the end, I hope. And it's a ride. It goes from very funny stuff to savage stuff, like Hitchcock actually did. And it's a bit of a Western,
film
too.
Like this, I mean, why did you want to make it? And did you sit and watch King Bunner, and did you watch? I mean, or
Duel in the Sun, I remember as a kid, my mom's favorite actress was Jennifer Jones and Gregory Peck. It was a great melodrama. The two lovers destroy each other at the end of Duel in the Sun. There's some similarities in this way.
Yeah, but why did you? I mean, the script was written based on what? Sacred?
It was based on a John Ridley original script.
Yeah.
He was a stand-up comedian, actually, so there was a lot of humor. It was crackling dialogue, and he loves those 40s desperate characters. But we wanted to make it as a 90s movie in a small town in Arizona.
But the same sense of desperation, the same sense of lives
6
beyond control.
in a bucket trying to get out of, trying to find freedom.
in an Arizona town.
Yeah.
Casting, you got Nolte, you got Sean Penn, you've got John Voight. You've got Billy Bob Thornton. You've got Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
You've got
Claire Danes.
River Phoenix brother.
Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix. You've got who else?
Claire Danes.
Claire Danes plays.
Yeah, those are the 6. Powers Booth is the sheriff.
Powers Booth plays the sheriff,
and,
right?
Bo Hopkins is in, and Julie Haggerty.
That's
it was
a
a great cast. Yeah, I loved it.
Now, was this a great experience for you? I mean, you shot it $20 million budget. You shot it in. What, 40 days?
Yeah, 42 days. Yeah.
Which is pretty good by anybody's standard.
6 weeks, yeah. It was a tough shoot, though.
Yeah.
But we, the idea was
for all of you?
Not all. I mean, some people, it was a tough shoot. Arizona in winter, you don't have a lot of light. You got to move fast. We were shooting in rocks and canyons and on the sides of cliffs. I mean, it was hairy, So it was tough stuff to shoot.
Okay, roll tape. This is from U-Turn, Oliver Stone film, soon to be seen around the country. Here it is. What's the story here? Here's all of a sudden Nick Nolte's walked in on Sean Penn, who sort of arrives in this town. He's picked up by Nolte's wife.
Yeah. Who's an Apache woman. I don't want to give away too much, but essentially he falls into the middle between a husband and wife feud that's going on, and he's used by both sides.
So they both want him to kill the other. We can't.
Yeah, well,
so that's early on set up, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, it's.
Why do you still write screenplays?
Yeah, I did a lot of work on this screenplay.
That's the collaboration that inevitably ends up on a screenplay.
Yeah, so it's always going on. And Sean Penn added some great lines. Billy Bob Thornton designed his own costume, which is an amazing thing to see.
And with the bandana around his head and all that.
You don't recognize him, and he's playing the flip side of Sling Blade. And he also made up some of his own lines that are hilarious.
Roll tape, clip 2 from U-Turn. Well, so there you are.
Joaquin Phoenix is a great discovery. He's going to have a good career.
He was in the one with Nicole Kidman and...
he was in To Die For, but he played a completely different, weak, strange kid.
Yeah.
Sean Penn also, I feel, has a great sense of comic timing. That he's a great deadpan, and he's grown into his face. I don't know, he feels older now to me as like a man. Bob Mitchum comes to mind. He's got that sullen sexiness that... And he feels like his face is lived in, Before he looked a little bit like a younger boy.
Yeah. All right. Here is a conversation I did in Los Angeles over the weekend talking about you. Here it is, Sean Penn.
A very aggressive comedy.
Aggressive?
Film noir, black comedy. directed by a guy who's got just an enormous wealth of raw talent, but who also reminds me of one of those pug dogs that are constantly trying to drain this chronic sinus problem there.
Yes,
Yes, you know, that's Oliver Stone to me. Very
the pugster.
Yeah, but he's a savant in a way. You know, his focus on what he's doing is great, and I think, you know, at the very least he's bold, and at his best he's got a certain kind of genius, and I think the movie reflects that.
That's nice.
At the very least, he's bold. At the very least, he's bold.
Yeah.
At the best, he's got a kind of genius. It's pretty good.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take that. But here's what I find interesting about you, because you and I disagree about lots of stuff we have talked about in the past and we'll talk about in the future. But you are out there defining yourself, offering your ideas, and saying, here's what I think, come at me, you know, and here's what I went through to get here, and here is who I am and who I'm in the process of being.
Yeah.
And I think that's admirable. I mean, I really, really do.
Thank you.
You're like, now don't go soft on me, but that's really what you're about, isn't it?
I guess so. Yeah.
Now, why do you?
I don't think I have a choice. I think you do what you do. You're motivated, like Sean says. You've got a drive in you. You got a bug in you. You got something that's pushing you. And you know, I don't have that much to do with it. Maybe it's, you know, it's beyond me. It's a spirit inside me that moves in this direction.
Spirituality?
Hopefully it's getting there.
Really?
Yeah. Working at it.
Are you?
Yeah.
What
Very
kind?
Well, as you know, I've been practicing Buddhism for like 5 years now. Since Heaven and Earth, actually. And it's been good for me. It's a very solid...
This was the film about the Vietnamese woman?
Yeah, Lady Hayslip. She was a Buddhist and indoctrinated me in the Vietnamese church, and since then I moved on to the Tibetan Buddhist because they speak better English, really, and they have a wilder tradition which can accommodate people like me. In other words, there's a lot of extremes in Buddhism. And
you feel a certain vulnerability too?
I certainly do.
As loud as you are and as many... You do?
Yeah, you know, I don't know that I would be able to function. My sensitivity wouldn't be there if I didn't feel it. You know, I have to stay close to the ground. I have to get hurt. I think that if you don't get hurt, if you're calloused, you become more cynical. And cynicism is my enemy. It always has been. I see it everywhere in the world today. It's predominant in our culture, and it's killing us. That negativity will hurt us. We have to stay positive. We have to be upbeat. We got to move forward. I think this new generation, I go to a lot of colleges and talk, I think they're really terrific. And I think that they're, in some ways, they're not as cynical as that Generation X that followed me. So maybe, you know, I feel like I'm relating to them. I feel young. I feel like I'm about 20 sometimes.
Because why do you think that is?
I don't know. It's just, you can't control these things. You just feel it. There are days I wake up, I feel like I'm 80.
Yeah, but
and then
you
there's
feel
certain
young.
days that I feel like I'm really young and I'm just happy. I'm happy to be alive because my life means more now to me. You know, this book is framed really as a suicide note. It was a, you know, to be or not to be question.
You never thought you'd make it this far?
No, I thought first of all, I thought I'd get killed in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And secondly,
in fact,
I thought
we went over there, you say to get killed.
Yeah, and then secondly, I thought I'd be dead by 33. I ascribed to that rock star kind of thing where, you know, you just burned out, you know, Morrison and Hendrix and those guys and Janis Joplin. So I thought it was over. I never thought I'd be living at 50. And happier
What are you,
about
51,
living.
2, 3, something like that?
51, yeah. I just got a new daughter a couple of years ago, and she's just great.
21 months now, so.
She's so exciting.
Now, does she live with you?
Yeah.
Or does her mother a couple of blocks
sort of
down the street or something?
It's a little down the street.
But why? That's simply because you say, again, you're out there and you say it is man's nature is not to be monogamous. Yes?
That's right.
You know, and you want to be honest about it.
That's right.
Yet at the same time, you know, and your Elizabeth, your wife, your pictures are around, ex-wife, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to maintain a very strong relationship. It's very important for the children. Whatever I've done and whatever faults I have, I've tried to be a good father to the 3 children. Tried, and sometimes succeeded. I think Sean is proud of me and knows that I've been a good dad. And And I love the mother of Tara. She's a wonderful woman. She's a wise, serene woman. She's a Korean woman. And she's so in touch with, she's actually a Christian, practicing Christian, and very serious, but she isn't, because of her native land, I think that she's really more Buddhist than I could ever be. She has just got she has a serenity that I love.
What's the vulnerability, though? What is it that, I mean, it is that you're exposed and people will reject you, or people will, what is it?
Vulnerability? Well, I think you said it best. I think I put myself out there and I say what I mean, and I act like the way I should. I don't want to be dishonest.
You write your own code.
I don't want to be dishonest, because there's something about that that bothers me, and it makes me callous. And as I said earlier, cynicism would breed in me, and I don't want cynicism to come, because it will be the end of me.
You know what else you do is that you never let up. I mean, I occasionally get things from you, which is some reference to a previous debate we've had. You know? Somebody wrote something about you that spoke to an issue that you and I had.
If it's a serious, I mean, I'm not going to chase all the lies and the out of context remarks that have been thrown at me. But if it's a serious accusation, I feel it's necessary. I can't. A lot of filmmakers walk away from their films and they say it's only a movie. I've never done that. I've been quoted as saying that, which is not true. It's not just a movie. It's an effort to come to consciousness about not only about our country and about our contemporary situation. It's consciousness that we're after, and that's truth. That's what they call enlightenment. You know, truth is elusive, as we know.
What idea are you drawn to now? In other words, what is it that is percolating inside of you that I've got to find a story to engage this
ironically,
idea?
I've been working on movies are like research and development. You have to do you R&D like 6, 7 things, and one of them comes to bear. I've been working hard on a formula movie, which I'm trying to give some philosophy to. It's a Mission Impossible 2 with Tom Cruise.
Tom came to you and said, I want to do this, but...
So the idea is to do it with action, but also add an element of truth and philosophy about where we're going to go in the next century.
Oh, but this is about the corporate culture or the military-industrial business?
Oh, yeah. It's the 21st century. It's cutting-edge stuff, and I hope it hasn't been... I don't think it's been done. But the other thing that's going on in my mind really is this book, because it's not about doing this book, but it's about dealing with myself more personally on film. Because you see, I've been Nixon, I've been all these people, and
What do you mean, I've been Nixon?
Well, I mean, part of me has been in that movie, because I told you the last time my father and this, that, but perhaps, you know, the European directors, look at Fellini, look at Truffaut, they took that chance. It was normal in those days to go and do a film. I guess Woody Allen's doing it in our country the most. He does it every year. Perhaps I would have the guts one day to actually render some version of myself in a movie. Would be interesting and a real challenge to me.
But it takes the guts to do it, and you don't have the guts to do it
I get slammed for everything pretty much, you know. So I'm a little hesitant to, you know, they'd say I'm a real megalomaniac if I did that. But the truth is, it is an artistic journey. Fellini is right. He discovered himself making great films like 8½and La Dolce Vita. And Truffaut did too.
Yeah.
Also, Truffaut was a great actor in his own movies.
You want to act?
No, I don't. It's tough. It's a hard thing to do, but it's certainly an honest thing to do.
You know, Sean doesn't want to be an actor.
I know. Yeah, he certainly let me know that. Now
what does that mean? He certainly let me know that.
Sean is a hayeko. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. In the Indian tribe, there was always somebody who'd go around the circle but walk backwards. He would always be the contrarian. It was his role. It was a spiritual role in the tribe.
What do they call him?
A hayeko. Hayeko.
Yeah. This was a person who played the role of the contrarian to say, correct. Yes, but perhaps not.
He was always the troublemaker, always the icon that was iconoclast. And that's a spiritual role, because society, it's the crazy person.
Is that who you see yourself as?
Part of me, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps Sean and I are like, you know, we neutralize each other. Two hayekos going backwards at the same time,
bumping
into
each
other.
Yeah. Is there another book in you?
Yeah, I think so. I would love to. I love writing. I love being that contemplation, that quiet is very nice, believe it or not. Movies are so noisy, so big, so involving so many hundreds of people. It's nice to be alone with yourself.
You're going to go out and talk to people at Yale and Harvard. You're doing this book tour, and people, university students, are into this. Yeah, they're into your films, and they're into you and what you think, and this sort of, it's almost as Oliver Stone.
No, it's a connection in the eyes, and I love that, because you look in somebody's eyes, a person who's 19, they're a little lost, and they're looking to you, and they say, you know, what did you do? How did you deal with it?
What can I learn from your experience?
Yeah, and you share, and also you learn in the process. It's they feed back to you, and if you're dishonest with college kids, they pick up on it real fast.
Back to Sean and you, and I mean, the thing that I don't get, and I want you to tell me what the point is about all the violence. I mean, you want to say, look, in this film, in U-Turn.
Well, this is much less violent than
Of course it is, but there's a lot.
There's violence, but the violence comes from the characters. You know, that's the consequences of their behavior lead to the conclusion. In the same way, comedy comes from their character. As long as it's not gratuitous, these people are playing hardball here, and they're not really serious. They're not really conscious people. The only one who's conscious in the movie, in my opinion, is John Voight character, the Indian. He plays the Indian sort of
who lost something in Vietnam,
man.
Didn't he lose his sight?
He was a blind man, yeah. And he's telling Sean through the movie. He's telling him little snippets of prophecy, and Sean doesn't pick up on it. And that's sort of you see where Sean is. The character Sean plays is a shallow person. And I think a lot of people, when they watch these kind of movies, you do feel superior to the cast. They're like scorpions in a bucket trying to get out, and you know, you feel better than them. They're that schmuck. But really, the truth of the matter is that in our own lives, there is a lot of second-ratedness. We do make bad choices.
Yeah.
We all die. And we all, you know, so there's desperation.
The book is called a novel. The book is a novel. It's called A Child's Night Dream. The movie U-Turn, starring Sean Penn and Nick Nolte and Jennifer Lopez and others. Thank you, Oliver. Pleasure.
Thank you very much,
As always, good to see you. We'll be right back. Stay with us. In your heart, in your soul.
Heart or soul?
Either. Both. Are you French, Polish, something else?
In my soul, I'm French. In my heart, I'm Polish, I think.
Why is that?
Because heart somehow is connected with sentiment more than the soul, I would say. And since I grew up in Poland, my childhood, my youth, my schooling, film school above all, is Poland. So naturally, my heart goes to Poland.
But your sentiment is...
But my soul, France was always something I aspired to, because when we're hermetically locked by the communism in Poland, we all dreamed of going west and going to various places depending on the individual. Me, it was France. I loved French movie. I loved Paris because I heard of it from my parents. You know, it was something that I always imagined. You know, and you want your imagination to become the reality. So my first steps were Paris.
You went back to Krakow?
Yeah, I was in Krakow
2 days ago.
Yesterday I was there.
What was it like for you?
Oh, it was fantastic. But each time I go there, I'm moved. It's a question of nostalgia. There's literally every corner, every building that reminds me of something.
It would seem to me it would remind you of everything, because that's where you were with your parents.
That's where I was with my parents. That's why I lived in the ghetto. That's why I escaped from the ghetto. That's why I returned. That's why I went to school. That's why I had my first success as a child actor. And that's where I suffered, when I had my joys of, you know, of my growing up. So obviously, my heart's there, as I told you.
Tell me about your mother.
Well, my mother was taken to Auschwitz very early, in one of the first raids of the ghetto. And that was it. I never heard from her. I was hoping for her to return. My father returned after war, but mother didn't.
What happened to you?
I lived in the country with Polish peasants, very primitive cottage. It was virtually medieval, but the people were very good.
They saved your life?
They saved my life, yeah, absolutely.
Did you understand what had happened to your mother?
I know. What do you mean, do I understand?
Did they say when she didn't come back she was gassed?
I had to
was gassed in a
Yeah,
in a
this
gas
I
chamber?
learned later from people who knew her, who were more or less in the same transport, etc. At the beginning, I didn't know, but I wanted to tell you what happened. Right after the war, I didn't know what happened to my parents. And then when I was staying with uncles, a little note came. People were returning from concentration camps, from labor camps, etc. It was a note from my father, so I knew he was alive. And he returned, and then I was told that my mother will not come back, that she was dead. So I learned about her death about 2 or 3 months after the war.
How old were you?
I was 12, just 12.
I know you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but what does that do, and how do you think that might be reflected?
I can't answer this question. The kids accept life as it is because they don't know anything else. They have no, they can relate to any other lives, you know. So now, when I have children, I relive it in a strange way because very often I think of myself and of my parents. I can somehow imagine them in the same situation, imagine myself in the skin of my father during those times. But then, it was it. I tell you, the hardship through which I went seemed quite normal to me. What was painful was the separation from the parents. That was really something that hurt more than anything else, than the hunger and cold or whatever.
Not to have your parents there with you.
Yeah, knowing that they had been taken, waiting, you know, walking, playing in the fields, in the snow, and just. I remember one day when I saw a man walking towards it. For some reason, I saw that silhouette, and I thought it was my father coming. And he was coming closer and closer and closer, and finally he was close enough to realize that it was just a peasant walking, you know.
When did you say, I want to be in the movies, I want to be an actor or a director? Or...
I knew I wanted to make movies. I knew I wanted to be a part of it. I knew I wanted to create this.
Because it was fantasy.
It was fantasy. It was very early. I mean, literally as a child. Projection was something magical. It's in itself. You see, I remember when I went to the school only for a few weeks because the war started and there were no more schools for Jews. But in the school they have a pediascope. You know what it is? It's a projector that projects books. You see, you put the book and there's a mirror and a lens in front on the screen. And that thing was fascinating me, you know, and I was interested in how it worked, and I was always trying to build projectors. This was my hobby, even when I was in the country.
Can you tell me just how all of this shaped you? This experience?
This I can't tell you. I can tell you only the episodes of my life, of those times, but what it did to me...
You can't look back and say there is a direct connection between that, losing my mother, experiencing this sense of fear, and all that you just described, and know how it's manifest in the man you are.
Well, don't you agree that whatever we live, whatever we experience, results in our activity, in our passions and loves? manias, etc. So obviously it must have, but to what extent I'm unable to tell you. I would rather, it's a work for a psychiatrist.
I know, but you're an insightful man. I mean, you think about these kinds of things, don't you?
Never.
Never.
Absolutely never. I'm not even interested in it.
You're not. You're not interested in what shapes a life.
I'm interested in shapes the life of the world around me and my own shape. You know, it's just.
It is said that Faye Dunaway in Chinatown was some way your part of it was your image of your mother.
Well, it was about those times, and I remember how my mother made up what was fashionable, etc. And I told Faye how I wanted her to look, and I remember that the Cupid bow was very fashionable, and I remember her makeup, doing it exactly like this. I remember that it was fashionable to pluck the eyebrows and then draw the line. And we made tests, and Faye was delighted with it. I mean, but there's no need to look for some kind of deep meaning in it. It was simply that film takes place in the 30s, late 30s, and I remembered my mother in late 30s. Obviously, I had the knowledge of what a woman should look like, but there is no association between the character and my
If someone said, for example, that, as someone liked to speculate, Roman has loved women so much because he lost his mother, you would say, silly.
There are other people who didn't lose mothers, like Warren Beatty, for example, who loved women as much as I did. So how do you answer to this one? It's because he didn't lose mother.
So you just say that doesn't ring true to me. How did you get to Paris?
That was much later. In those times, you couldn't even dream about leaving Poland. It was like the wall in Germany. No one was allowed a passport. No one was allowed to leave. I had my sister, who from the concentration camp from Auschwitz, went back to Paris. You know, Paris was really her place. She lived there before. She was older than me. She got married after war, and I learned that she's alive and that she lives in Paris. And we're corresponding. She was inviting me to come. She could not understand that I can't come. And then great changes happened in Poland, and I finally got my passport. That was my first visit of this town. And it was fabulous. You cannot imagine what it means, what it meant for someone who lived in that gray, drab, communist reality to visit a Western city, Paris above all. But I was still at the film school, so I returned.
Is it Lotz Film School?
Yeah, that's right, Lotz.
Lotz. Mm-hmm. And you had a chance to make a movie there, short, right?
Well, I did my first short films at the school, of course, at film school.
So already you're becoming a director.
I always wanted to be a director. When I was in this theater, I wanted to be a director, but the film school was such an exclusive institution that I wouldn't even have dreamt then to be accepted in this school. So I thought I'll study acting. However, I was not accepted to any acting school. So, and I spoke to the dean of the film school, and he said, "Why don't you try to the film school?" I said, "What chances do you have?" He says, "You won't know whether you have or not chances if you don't try." So I tried, and I got to in the film school. That was one of the most
turning points in your life.
Fantastic days of my life when I read my name on the list, and that's how it all started.
That you've been accepted.
Yeah.
Let me just talk about the movies you've made. You moved to Paris permanently, what, 60, 61?
Yes, I moved to Paris permanently after my first feature film, The Knife in the Water. I went back to Poland to do this film, and the film was very badly received, first by the government because of its content, lukewarm by the press, and pretty well by the public. First went to Venice Film Festival and won the Critic Prize there. Then was shown at the New York Film Festival and had a cover of Time magazine. Then it was nominated for the Academy Award.
Knife in the Water won the cover of Time magazine?
Yeah, it was on the cover of Time magazine. The title on the cover is Lovers in Polish Film. It's a close-up of two characters, the girl and the boy, kissing on a yacht in very, very big close-up.
Suggesting change in Poland or something?
Suggesting that there are films also in Poland.
Yeah. But it was poorly received in Poland by the official.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Gomułka, who was then threw an ashtray at the television.
The Prime Minister of Poland.
Yeah, that's right.
Then Repulsion came along.
An American producer of Polish origin, Jim Gutowski, suggested that I come to London and make a film there. And he introduced me to several production companies, and one of them, On the Make, there were distributors and producers who needed respectability. They did sort of almost skin flicks, but not exactly. They want. See, here was that young director acclaimed by the press and critics, so they were willing to finance me, and I needed quickly to write something that would be up their alley. And with Gérard Brache, my friend with whom I wrote many scripts here in France, that never seen the light of a projector, wrote the treatment of Repulsion, and they liked that. We tried to make it really horror and cheap.
Was it easy to get Catherine Deneuve?
Oh, it was very easy to get Catherine Deneuve because she knew me, and I was appreciated as a young film director with future. So Catherine liked the role, and she came to do it right away. She was a beginner herself.
What do you think of her?
What do I think of her as an
actress?
actress? Well, she's sometimes great. I think she's better with age like this. May I have some more wine?
Yes, please.
I liked her performance in Repulsion. I think it was a very good experience for both of us. She was very receptive to all my directions. It was like dancing a tango with her, truly.
Dancing a tango?
Yeah.
She's following your lead?
She was following my lead, yeah.
And then Rosemary's Baby.
Then after that came Cul-de-sac.
Yeah,
and then came The Vampire Killers.
Forgot that.
And then came Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah. But Rosemary's Baby really put you on the map.
Yeah, indeed, because it was my first studio picture. And then there was Mia, with whom was another tango. Mia was fantastic to work with. She was really great.
Because?
She was just she's a talented actress, and she loved the role, and she loved the film, and she was very flexible, and she would listen to me as a director and follow my instructions. What can I tell you more?
You were about how old at this time? Sharon's.
I was 27 when I did my first feature. No, A Knife in the Water. So that must have been like 4 or 5 years later.
After Rosemary's Baby, which was 68. Then in 69, you were in Rome when the Manson murder took place?
No, I was in London, actually. I was in London.
You've talked about this before, and I don't want to go into it at length, but it just...
I'll be very grateful.
Because how painful it is?
Without a reason, that can be. It's something that's, the past, and I don't think of it anymore that much.
Have you talked to your children about it, or did they know?
No, of course not. What's the point?
Here's one point. A man has the most awful tragedy come to his life. Wife, an unborn child brutally murdered, and you survive, and over the next 4 or 5 years survive come to grips with it and make what many people consider to be an American classic, Chinatown. And you think about your life, and you think about what we talked about earlier. Mother, Holocaust, Poland, then this, and yet you survive, you keep your sanity.
Maybe.
Maybe. It had to do something to you, though. Yeah.
Well, as I said already earlier, in my opinion, everything does something to you. It's what is human mind, if not the accumulation of experiences, daily experiences, like layers and layers of them. Whatever you do is a result of it. It shows somehow. For a psychiatrist, it can even show in your doodles you do when you, as you telephone. Filmmaking, it's so much more complex, requires so much more of you, so you can consider it, you can consider movies as some kind of an X-ray of the director's mind or soul. Even if he tries to hide, he can't, because it's him, you know, even if it's a very banal, mundane movie, the director shows through.
So if I want to know the mind of you and understand you, I should lock myself up somewhere and watch your movies, and I'll
It's
understand
not that
you.
simple. It's not that simple. You have to have a know-how. You know, if you just watch it as Charlie Rose, you may just enjoy the movie and that's it. Yeah.
But if I look at it with some considered viewpoint, I would understand.
Probably, or maybe you would
or at least it's there to understand. I may not get it, but it's there to understand.
It's there, of course. I think whatever man creates, it's there to be understood. Whether it's you know, the today's documentary or ancient scriptures or whatever, there's a man behind it, you know, and it depends how good analyst you are to get the essence out of it.
Why do you think Chinatown was such a great movie?
I haven't got a clue.
You come on. You don't. It's one of the classic films of the last 30 years.
But it's not a question for me. I made another movie. As far as I'm concerned, it was another movie.
It's the best movie you've ever made by far. Nothing else is close.
I think it's this estimation is relative. Whoever looks at the movie gets his thing out of it. And although a lot of people consider it such, you will find others who prefer something else.
Do you prefer something else?
I don't think I made my movie yet. I don't have one that would give me a real satisfaction. I would not put any one of them on my gravestone.
So what's keeping you
what's keeping
from
me?
making the movie that's your best movie? Or hasn't made his best
It's a question of choice of the subject. I have not found a theme yet close enough, relevant enough, and worthy enough. One day I find it. Maybe my next movie will be it. It's possible, you know, I hope.
But is this a passion for you? Are you obsessed by this?
Obsessed. I'm obsessed by every movie I make, because once I start working on it, I get so involved that it boards the obsession. Filmmaking is my toy, you know. This is my miniature electric train, and once I'm on the set playing with it, nothing can distract me. So it's not that. It's just that I have to find something that gives me the same source of enthusiasm, and at the same time is meaningful enough to be presented as something worthy, because it's not only the question of way you tell it, but what you're saying that is important. You know, I can tell a story. I know that the technique is no problem anymore for me. You know?
So what's the problem?
The problem is the subject. I'm telling you. The problem is what are you talking about?
How will you find the subject?
Well, for example, that subject seems to me close to it, and I hope...
The pianist?
The pianist, yeah. I hope that this is going to be it. I don't know to what extent, but at this moment, I'm really completely involved with it. I think that it says things of extreme importance, particularly today, after all those years where people began to forget that these things really existed, where there is a reoccurrence of the ideology that led to this human tragedy.
The human tragedy of
the Holocaust
and Nazism.
Of the whole war, you know, not only the Holocaust, of what happened. That's why he said the word tragedy rather than Holocaust, because Holocaust limits it somehow. You know, but it was a tragedy of it was a global tragedy.
The Ninth Gate, a film that opens in New York. Did you think that could be the film? I mean, you had...
No, I thought it was a film which would be fun to make. It's a type of subject that I enjoy very much. It's my cup of tea. It's something that can give me an opportunity to show my profession at its most, or utmost.
The story of a man who finds lost volumes of books in search of 2 books about the devil.
No, it's really a story of a character who is a book expert and who is a mercenary and who is entrusted with the book that's supposed to have some kind of supernatural qualities. Him being completely materialistic, sees another prophet in it and doesn't believe in what other believe, the qualities that other believes this book has. But as he goes through his research, things occur that make him change his mind.
Here is a clip from that film.
I don't trust anyone.
Coming?
What's with the we?
There are 2 of us up there.
But he's about to open up the greatest evil of all. What have you got for me?
More than I bargained for.
I'm interested in what makes you tick. I'm interested in...
I know you are, but I'm not.
Why you've made the choice... Well, it's not your program. I'm interested in why you've made the choices you have. I'm interested in why with you haven't made a deal to come back to the United States, where you've got lots of friends and lots of people, and where clearly the Hollywood community would welcome you. Why not? That has nothing to do with instinct. That has to do with reality.
One major reason that I would become immediately prey of the media, and you know, I don't think I could go through all the
at your age or what?
Yeah, but inevitably I would have to spend some time here until things are cleared, whatever way it would go, and I can't even figure myself being surrounded by prurient journalists and
I'm not being prurient. I hope you'll grant me that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I don't think you would be interested, really. You are interested now, and I'm really proud of being interviewed by men like you. I'm not giving this type of interviews to other journalists, but you are surrounded by your colleagues who are interested in other aspects of my life, and he would immediately jump upon the opportunity. If there's any kind of notion, any kind of word about my returning, there's immediately some kind of article appearing in a tabloid, 1 or 2 or 3.
What are you scared of? What can they write or say about you that scares you?
It doesn't scare me, it's just very unpleasant.
All right, but unpleasant is a fact of life.
Well,
I mean, maybe that's
but
a
don't you
price
try
worth
to avoid unpleasantness?
Of course you do, but at some cost. Lots of people, including your friends, including people, as you said, the movie community is dictated by Hollywood, who believe that you would only be able to achieve your potential as a filmmaker, your profession and craft of choice, if you had been able to come back. And that was in your hands, not somebody else's hands, your hands.
But I don't know, I didn't say I'm not going to do it. Believe me, there are other much more important aspects of my possible return than you think, than Hollywood and access to it and possibility of being at the peak, as the people who you quoted believe. The most important for me would be to get over with. It's rather for the peace of my mind and any other reason that I would like to do it.
I look across at you, someone who is all that you are, talented, you know, a survivor, tough, loving, and at the same time, this thing happened that caused you to flee the country, of which the person, the young woman involved, has later said it was not what they said it was. It was one thing, but it was not the other thing.
Important is that she says that she would like me to return and get over with.
She would like you to come and get it over with, but you are not doing it. You aren't. And I don't believe that you will, unless you can tell me that this is something you want to do, and that this is something you're willing to pay the price. And the fact that you're going to have to walk through a media maelstrom does not seem to me to be too high a mountain to climb. Tell me what you think.
I don't know. I think that I have. You started with by interviewing me and asking me about my childhood, my youth. I was. I escaped from the ghetto. I lived that way. Maybe, you know, as you said, it shaped my personality. Maybe that's what I'm subconsciously looking for. Exile. You know, I remember that one of the films that really impressed me when I was a child, and I still consider it as one of the best movies I've ever seen, and a film which made me want to pursue this career more than anything else, was Odd Man Out. And there's something in me. I always lived out of my country, out of the place where I should be. I always, you know, had something there which was threatening me, and I'm not supposed to go. I always had some kind of nightmares, you know, thinking I went when I'm not supposed to be.
You're not saying to me, are you, that somehow this role of a fugitive is you're comfortable with and you like it? I mean, I have friends who say, I think of myself as an outlaw and I like that.
Whether I like it or not, I don't know. I'm not a masochist, basically, but there's something
no, you're more of
in
a hedonist.
I can only tell you that I live here, I'm respected here, I'm happy here, I have family, I have children, and protecting my children at this stage of my life is the most important thing. I don't want to subject them to curiosity of the press. I don't want to be all over tabloids. I can tell you that here in France we have very strict laws regarding privacy, and that even the paparazzi respect it. When I'm somewhere with my children, like for example at that the Académie des Beaux-Arts thing, I say, please don't photograph my daughter. They don't. And I work and I'm happy.
Maybe we can get to something here. The Academy of Beaux-Arts is one of the highest honors that can come to a Frenchman, a French woman in France. It is a select group of people. You were inducted, 1999?
Yeah, the induction was now, but I was elected about a year and a half ago. It takes time to organize the induction because it's a big event. It's the government that organizes it with Garde Nationale drums and all. So I was inducted in in December of the last year.
So you seem to be saying two things. All my life, perhaps, I've been a fugitive. On the outside looking in. Two, I have this rather very comfortable existence here.
Not rather. Very comfortable existence.
Very comfortable existence. I am honored in my place of residence, Paris, France. And for those of you who think that I should go through the fire, whatever it might be, in order to return to the United States, don't understand the toll it will take on my own psyche, but more importantly, on my new family, which came late in life for me, and my children. And whatever is at the other side of the river is not worth crossing.
It's more or less this.
Tell me what you tell your children when they grow up and say, Daddy, what happened in America that made them...
Whatever I tell my children is always the truth. I have never lied to my children, not even about Santa Claus, and I never will. About a year ago, no, there must have been 2 years ago, my daughter came to me and asked me straight in the face, Daddy, does Santa Claus exist, or is it the parents that buy the presents? I said, look, you're asking me like that, I can't lie to you. Of course, it's parents. Santa Claus doesn't exist. It's a pity that you asking me this question, because it's
a
such
nice fantasy.
Beautiful fantasy, beautiful. She says, don't worry. She said, don't worry about it. She was like about 5 or something, 4.5. And then she said, well, if it's not Santa Claus but the parents who buy the presents, why my rubber boots in form of frogs were 2 sizes too small?
Yes. Santa Claus can make that mistake, but my parents shouldn't, right?
That's right.
Let me just stay with this, because it is one of the defining... You got to tell me, what will you say when they say, Daddy, did you rape a 13-year-old? Did you have sex with a 13-year-old? Did you do that with someone? When your daughter's 13 years old, if she comes to you and she's read this story
Well,
somewhere...
I'm not going to dwell on it, Charlie. I tell you, I will tell them the truth, and truth is not what you say. So
it's not what I say. I don't say that.
That's
I'm
right.
not saying that. I'm
so
asking
why do you
you
imply that I would have to adhere to what the press or media say about it? And truly, look, I did my time in prison. That was supposed to be it, and because the judge then reneged on the bargain plea that was accepted by all sides, and wanted me to go back, I left, and that's it. I won't go any further. And
I understand that, and we add to that, though. I don't believe that. I believe what you say. Your wife says about you, the reason I love him so much, in part, is because I know he will always be there for me. I know he will never lie to me. I know he will always protect me. That could almost be what your children would say, too.
It's a nice thing. I'm glad she says things like that about me. Well, maybe I'll have second thoughts after this interview. After this
no, are you serious? No, come on. I mean,
no, I'm serious. No, serious. Yeah, I'll think about it. But
it's not. You should not allow the fear of the media. You should be protective of your children, clearly, and that's your choice. That's your responsibility. But at the same time, you shouldn't. I hate to see that the fear of the media trial fire prevents someone from closing the circle and having an opportunity, to stretch themselves without any limitations of any kind.
Don't you realize that media really took over the judicial system in your country? That they really decided. In my case, it was clear. It was all because of the media. And the judge himself, he said, at one point, he said they will have what they want,
Your head.
No, they said they wanted my head, yes, and they want my head. Look, it all started so long ago. It started on after Rosemary's Baby, after Manson murders. There was a long period before they found the culprits where, they were clearly blaming the victims for their own death, and me somehow being involved in it. The absurdity of it was so awesome that they could suggest by innuendos that it had to do something with black magic, that there was a Ouija board found on the property, a Ouija. I remember my astonishment that I was all right with the press before that. My real problem started then with the murder of Sharon Tate. And they won't let it go, since it's just the story that will never go. It's all somehow mixed up with, with supernatural, with devil, with things. Why do you make so many films about the devil? I made 2 30 years ago, Rosemary's Baby, and this one. My answer usually is, which one are you talking about? I don't know, Tess, or Knife in the Water, or Chinatown, or Death and the Maiden.
It goes back to what we said. It's hard to make a good movie.
It's very hard to make a movie, period. To make a good movie, it's really a question of luck, I would say.
Why is it?
Why is it so difficult to make a movie, or why is
a good
it
movie?
So it's a tremendously complex form of art. It just doesn't depend on your canvas and paint and colors and brushes. You need an army around you. You need means of production. You need all the hardware, and you need. What's difficult in it, I tell you, it's made of pieces. See, and to maintain this coherence between those pieces, it's so difficult. I don't know when I am clear. When a director intends to make a movie, he's got this movie in his mind. He's got the model of it in his head. And the movie consists of making that model available to the others, because the imagination is not all. There are a lot of people who imagine beautifully, except nobody else knows that they are imagining. Directing is making this imagination physical, material. It's at the end of the day, it's on a piece of film, on the reels of film. And when you start doing it, there are so many elements that you are using that you're getting further and further from that model that you have in your heart, because you meet the reality. First, it's the choice of the actors. You imagine certain characters. You're trying to be as close as possible, but there are other options that come across which are not necessarily like the ones you had. An actor who is very popular, for example, at the moment, and the studio wants him, but he's not what you thought. Sometimes when you're lucky enough, you can be close to what you have imagined. There is a physical reality in which the scene will happen, like a room, and that room, even if you build it in the studio, even according to your instructions and plans, it's not exactly like the one you have imagined, etc., etc., masses of things. I personally try to concentrate daily and try to remember that first vision, that first concept which I liked so much, which I thought was so great as to make a movie, and see how it relates to this new reality which superimposes itself on my imagined movie, you see? And I realized that it's not what it is. Closer I'm to it, better I'm off at the end. And sometimes I literally stand on the set, close my eyes, and trying to remember how I was imagining that scene before the casting, before the arguing with the producers, before talking about money, before hiring the actors, etc. And I, sometimes like fleeting image, but the bits and pieces are there. When you're doing the film, you don't, as everyone knows, don't do it in continuity. You do it in pieces. You just do a little piece. And there are so many elements that distract you from that main line that when you put it all together, it's not what it's supposed to be. Russians always look great, even in mediocre films. Everybody is always happy. The tragic moment, it's the rough cut, when you put it all together for the first time. Usually the director goes to rest for a few weeks, couple of weeks, and leaves it with the editor to put it all together. Sometimes he goes to a clinic. Then he returns, then he sits, and the projection starts, and that is the moment when he wants to hang himself. Because almost inevitably it looks terrible, you see. With all my experience, I've been doing it for years and years, I know that the moment of the rough cut will be rougher than the rough cut itself, you see. So that's why it's so difficult. It's difficult because it's a mosaic of things, because you don't see the whole thing. The painter, when it stands, I went to the art school, I know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to draft the whole thing first and then go to the details. This is the opposite. You start with the details and then you put it all together.
Yeah. It's almost incomprehensible to me you can do that, because it seems to me that you go from the forest to the trees rather than from the trees to the forest.
That's exactly what it is.
You have to have the overall concept. What do you regret about, if Polanski is about two things, love and work, yes? Your life and your passions. What do you regret? What would you change? What would you have done differently about your life?
What would I have done differently about my life? I don't know. Maybe I should have been acting more.
Acting?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's not what you believe. That's silly. You were born to direct.
How can I
I'm talking
really
about
know
your
how
life,
to,
not about your passion for doing the movie, which is eloquent in the way you describe it. Looking at a piece of furniture and saying how you make it
I know,
is what turns you on. But you also make a life.
Yeah, but that question, I think deserves the answer I gave you, because how can you ask me what would I have done differently? Life is the series of events. There is as Democritus said, everything in universe is the fruit of chance and necessity. And life, it's exactly it, It's something between what you need and what is available, you see. In other words, you can't always get what you want, as the Rolling Stones sing. And then you going somewhere, you desire certain things, and you, of course, make mistakes on the way. I can't regret my mistakes. It would be silly.
You just acknowledge them.
I acknowledge my mistakes.
It's great to see you in Paris. The Ninth Gate opens in New York and throughout America soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a very interesting, stimulating moment, and I wish it could go on.
Perhaps in the United States.
Perhaps, perhaps.
Thank you for joining us. See you next time.